Dr. Liu and His Paramours. After her internship spot was stolen, Wanning, drunk and desperate, found herself a powerful backer that very night. In the car, the cold and abstinent man showed her 100 different ways to lose control. It was only afterward that she discovered who he really was. Dr. Liu, is your mouth always this sharp and cruel? She snapped during an argument. Woman, my mouth has never been the hardest part of me. Liu Yang tugged at his tie, eyes blazing, and slammed the office door shut, locking it behind him. Chapter 1, Found a Backer by the Roadside. Sir, do you need a lover? I'm a student at Fudan Medical University. I'm 168 centimeters tall, have no bad habits, never had a boyfriend, and I've never been with a man before. On the very night Wanning's internship spot was stolen by her roommate who latched onto a rich man, she got hopelessly drunk. As she stumbled out of a barbecue restaurant, her umbrella got stolen too. Looking up at the stormy night sky lit with lightning and thunder, she was instantly drenched like a drowned rat. Her long-held strength crumbled all at once. Wiping the rain and tears off her face, she spotted a luxury car that had just pulled over by the roadside. Driven by a desperate impulse she had never felt before, she ran over and knocked on the window. Inside the car, the man hung up a call from the hospital where he was on duty. He turned and looked at her face under the hazy streetlight, innocent, pale, and soaked. His usually indifferent eyes flickered with a strange glint. His thin lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. Never had a boyfriend. The window lowered halfway, revealing a sharp, handsome face. No, never, she answered, clenching her fists tightly, letting the heavy raindrops beat against her skin. It hurt, but she looked at him as if she had nothing to lose. Are you sure? His brows raised slightly, voice colder. Really, never, Wanning confirmed firmly. His slender fingers tapped the steering wheel. The sarcasm on his lips deepened. That mocking chuckle sent a chill down her spine. Before her dazed, drunken mind could react, he spat out 2 words. Get in. Wanning hesitated. But then she thought of her mother, who was often beaten by her abusive stepfather. She hesitated no more. Her mother was a beautiful, elegant woman, like a painting in ink wash. She only married that small-time contractor who had pursued her relentlessly to give her daughter a better life. But she never expected that the man would turn into a monster after the wedding, racking up debt, gambling, drinking, cheating, and even dragging her along to drink with other men, abusing her in every way, physically and mentally. Her mother, such a gentle soul, was being ruined by that man. He said he'd divorce her if they gave him 500,000 yuan. $500,000. A number as distant as the stars. The only way to save her mother was to start working, earn money fast, and buy her mother's freedom from that beast. Wanning looked up at the sky, sniffled, then gritted her teeth and opened the back door of the luxury car, getting in. Her conservative white dress was completely soaked, quickly pooling water onto the leather seats. Her long black hair clung to her innocent, delicate face. She hugged her cold arms tightly, shivering uncontrollably. Right now, she looked pitiful and tense. Where were they going? The man said nothing the entire ride. His eyes stayed fixed ahead, deep and unreadable. 10 minutes later, the car stopped on a dark road with no lights and no one around. He got out with a black umbrella, opened the rear door, and got in beside her. The faint scent of antiseptic clung to his cold white shirt. Wanning immediately tensed up, nervous and flustered. She turned to look at him, her drunk, blurred vision unable to make out his features. But she could feel his presence, cold, powerful, suffocating. Under her panicked gaze, he spat out 2 cold words. Take it off. H here? Wanning's face turned ghostly pale in an instant. Chapter 2, He who was pure and unselfish actually lost control. Does the location matter? I have limited time. If I regret it, I'll get off the bus. He folded his long legs and rested one hand lazily on his knee. He performed 3 operations in a row in the afternoon and felt dizzy, so he wanted to go back and have a good rest. Wanning's chest was beating wildly, and his pale face suddenly felt hot. Teacher Zhang Xiafeng once said that if you don't have a background, don't study medicine. If you don't have money, don't study medicine. Coincidentally, she has both. Now, apart from giving it all up, she can only go back to her hometown and earn a meager salary. With that salary, when will it take to earn 500,000? She gritted her teeth and pulled down the zipper on the back of her skirt. The skirt slid down to her waist, revealing her simple white underwear. Her slender white figure glowed slightly in the dim light. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she took off all her clothes one by one with trembling hands, covered her chest with her hands, and leaned against the car door in extreme nervousness and fear. The car was so quiet that the only sound was her chaotic heartbeat, and she felt extremely uncomfortable with his stare at her. If I sleep with him, can he help me get an internship spot? To drive a luxury car like this, one must have a lot of connections, right? The man looked at her pitiful appearance and the pure aura of a young girl, which actually aroused his desire to ravage her. She has already been sold out, so why is she still being shy? I don't know if he is pretending. Lovers should be more coquettish and proactive. You act as if I forced you to act like this. He glanced at her leisurely and sneered. After we sleep, can you help me with anything? Wanning asked, biting her lower lip. It depends on your performance. He uttered a few words indifferently. The woman took a deep breath, trying to suppress the nervousness and fear in her heart, and moved over, her body trembling as she attached herself to his cold body. She bit her lips until they were red and dared only kiss his handsome face, her lips trembling uncontrollably. The girl's simple action actually aroused his raging desire. He lowered his eyes to glance at her, and raised his long arm. Wanning screamed and fell into his arms. He held one of her legs and placed it on the other side. She sat astride him, and her pale face turned red instantly. My heart beat faster. The next moment he grabbed her head with one hand and grabbed her lips and tongue. The man's scorching kiss conquered her with a powerful attitude, rolling over every inch of her skin inside her lips, and his big hands wandered over her curvy body. This woman really had a pure face like a little white rabbit, but a devilish figure, with a slender waist, a flat belly, and a pair of straight and slender legs that were very seductive. Ning was extremely shy, his body was trembling, and his cold body quickly heated up. His hands seemed to be on fire, and wherever he moved his hands, the skin began to heat up. This man is definitely wild. Please, be gentle. Wanning couldn't help but scream, a layer of cold sweat oozing from his forehead, and his hands tightly grasped his neck. That made him pause slightly, but only for a moment. He had no extra sympathy at all, and was even very fierce, domineering and intense. He had always been pure and had few desires, but he actually lost control over this woman. I don't know how many hours passed, but Wanning just felt like his whole body was falling apart. It was already painful, and then I was fucked 3 times in such a narrow car, in all kinds of ways. Those shameful tricks could not be erased from Wanning's mind. She looked at him with tears in her eyes, feeling ashamed and angry. Put on your clothes and I'll take you to the hotel. The man regained his coolness, no longer showing the passionate desire just now. He zipped up his trousers, and his shirt was half open, revealing his muscular and strong chest. He tilted his head, with an indescribable cool charm. Wanning looked at the blurry man in front of her and suddenly felt that he seemed familiar. Chapter 3. It was actually him? It must be an illusion. He quickly put his clothes in order, got out of the car holding an umbrella, sat in the driver's seat, glanced at the stiff woman in wet clothes in the rearview mirror, started the car and drove to a nearby hotel. Ring-ling. When he was almost at the hotel, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and answered, "Hello, what's up? Hey, are you done with that woman? A migrant worker on the construction site is injured and needs emergency surgery. It's very difficult. Come to the hospital quickly." The man on the phone went to their hospital to work the night shift, and saw his car shaking in the heavy rain. Damn, having sex in the car in the rain. It's exciting enough. I didn't want to disturb him, but there was no other way. The victim had a steel bar piercing his abdomen, and none of them dared to use a knife. They had no choice but to ask the chief surgeon to come back again. Get ready, I'll be there soon. He hung up the phone with a frown, accelerated the car, and stopped at the intersection in front of the hotel. It's urgent. Please go in by yourself. I will contact you tomorrow. Seeing that he was very anxious, Wanning took her bag and got out of the car without thinking. As soon as she closed the door, the car whizzed away, splashing water all over her. She stood in the pouring rain and couldn't help but worry. Will he really come to see me tomorrow? What if he doesn't come? I didn't have time to ask for his contact information just now. She didn't know how long she stood on the roadside, but she didn't see a taxi, so she could only drag her aching body to their hotel. It was the first time she was forced to stay in such an expensive hotel. She felt a sore nose as she took the elevator upstairs. As soon as she entered the room, the phone in her bag rang. She took it out and answered it in a hoarse voice. "Hello. Gu Wanning, come to the nightclub to help me accompany a client. I'll ask Xiao Chen to drive to the school to pick you up. As long as you help me deal with this boss, I'll give you money to study for a master's degree." The man who deceived her was her stepfather, who had just come to Jinghai City from his hometown 2 months ago. Gu Wanning didn't believe him. In order to prevent him from taking his anger out on his mother, she could only find an excuse to calm him down. "I'm on my period, I can't drink." "Are you really having your period?" asked my stepfather with a dark face. "Do you want to come and see?" she asked angrily in a bad mood. "Okay, I'll call you in a few days." "Is this damn girl crazy? She's so fierce all of a sudden." Gu Wanning, feeling extremely upset, hung up the phone and took a deep breath. Not only did he have to figure out how to get his internship done, he also had to figure out how to deal with his stepfather. She went to the bathroom and filled it with hot water, then immersed herself in the bathtub, covering her face with her hands. The steaming water could not warm her cold heart, as if the whole world was cold. The passionate moments with the strange man in the car kept flashing through her mind. She felt ashamed and angry at herself, and her tears could not stop rolling out and merged with the water in the bathtub. Zhongshan Hospital affiliated to Fudan University. It is one of the first batch of Class A tertiary hospitals in Jinghai City, and its clinical capabilities in many fields are at the top domestic and advanced world levels. Liu Yang rushed to the hospital and completed the operation in more than an hour. He pulled the injured person back from the brink of death, took off his blood-stained sterile gloves, and washed his hands by the sink. A man came over and washed his hands with him, his eyebrows curved, and asked in a low voice, "Hey, who's the woman in your car? It's quite exciting, having sex in the car. It makes such a loud noise, aren't you afraid that your G-class will be shaken apart?" Liu Yang continued cleaning and disinfecting, turning a deaf ear to them. "Don't hide it, introduce me to her tomorrow." The man nudged him with his arm. "What's there to know? Women these days either worship money or want to be with rich men. Then you're still going. If I don't sleep with her, she will find another man." Liu Yang paused for a moment. "She probably doesn't know who she slept with last night, right? How much should a woman be paid for her first time?" he suddenly asked again. "That depends on whether she looks good and has a good figure. It also depends on whether her service satisfies you. 10 to 50,000 is probably the price." The man said with a smile, and then asked curiously, "The girl you slept with last night was actually a virgin? It's hard to find a virgin these days. How was it? Was it fun?" "There's nothing special about it except that you can do whatever I want to you." Liu Yang's mind flashed with the image of her whining and asking him to be gentler, but she didn't know that the more pitiful she looked, the more he wanted to ravage her. The next morning, the thick curtains blocked the glaring sun outside, with only a few rays of sunlight shining through the gaps. On the huge double bed, the woman was sleeping soundly. Gu Wanning didn't know that she had a high fever. The embarrassing actions and feelings kept repeating in her mind, as clear as if they were being replayed. Her eyelids were heavy and she kept muttering to herself, cursing that bastard. I guess she has used all the dirty words she knows in her life. Crack, 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 the guest room door slammed again and again. She was woken up, covering her forehead which was about to explode with one hand, got out of bed in a daze, and walked to the door barefoot, completely unaware that she had no clothes on except the hotel's disposable panties. Click. She opened the door, and her extremely graceful body appeared before the man's eyes without any obstruction. She was unaware of this and leaned against the door, her half-open eyes slowly looking up from below. A pair of shiny black leather shoes, straight black trousers, and a white shirt with dark patterns on top. The man had one hand in his trouser pocket. He was tall and straight, and exuded a cool and steady aura. When she saw his face, her eyes froze. Why does this man look familiar? Half, ex-boyfriend. Chapter 4, Little Goblin, aren't you cold? Liu Yang glanced at her in astonishment. He was about to be frightened to death by this woman. Her jade-like skin was covered with bruises and purples, which looked extremely glaring against her snow-white skin. He moved his eyes from her upper body to the area under her belly, and his throat tightened unconsciously. This little goblin. Hearing footsteps behind him, he pushed her into the room, and with a strong swing of his big hand, the guest room door closed with a bang. What are you doing? Why are you entering my room? Wanning angrily shook off his hand and took 2 steps back. The words he said when they broke up 2 years ago were still vivid in her mind as if they happened yesterday. Aren't you cold? Liu Yang's expression had returned to its cold and calm state. Looking at her was no different from looking at a human body on an operating table. Wanning was brought back to her senses by his voice. She looked down and realized that she had been standing naked in front of him for such a long time. "Arr!" She screamed in shock, wanting to die, and immediately ran to the bed, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt. Seeing that he was still standing in the room, her eyebrows were furrowed. "What are you still doing here? Who did you sleep with last night?" Liu Yang looked at her and asked deliberately. "What does it have to do with you? We have broken up." She turned her face away and didn't look at him. "Broken up? Breaking up means you've been in a relationship, right? But you said very confidently last night that you've never been in a relationship." Liu Yang had a sneer on his lips and looked at her leisurely. Then he sat down on the single sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, his long legs crossed, his posture lazy and cold, his whole body shrouded in darkness. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket, took out one, lit it, took a puff and exhaled the swirling smoke, then casually pulled open some heavy curtains, and the dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire room. Wanning raised his hand to cover his eyes uncomfortably. In Liu Yang's impression, this girl is a self-respecting, conservative, gentle, independent and self-reliant person. Your behavior last night really opened my eyes. Your previous conservativeness was all fake, right? Why aren't you talking? He looked at her with deep black eyes and asked again. Wanning blushed instantly. His head exploded with a boom, his whole body froze, he stared at him in shock, his chest heaving chaotically. "I wasn't shocked that I lied to him last night, I was shocked that he was the one I slept with last night." The memories of last night flooded into my mind. Her face suddenly turned pale and her heartbeat became irregular. "I guess all the embarrassments in my life have never been more embarrassing than this moment." There was a long silence. The whole room was so quiet that it seemed as if the only sound was her heavy heartbeat. He didn't say anything. Wanning felt embarrassed and even more angry. Why did he sleep with her last night? She would rather lose her virginity to a strange man. Do you want to be a man's lover so much? When Wanning was extremely embarrassed, Liu Yang finally spoke again, but the words he said with a smile made her even more embarrassed. "Whether I want to be a man's lover is my own business and has nothing to do with Dr. Liu," she said indifferently and turned her blushing face away. Liu Yang was stunned. He remembered that this girl used to be very well behaved and obedient. She never spoke loudly to him and her tone was always gentle. If he told her to go east, she would never go west. Now she actually dared to talk back to him? He put out his cigarette in the ashtray on the coffee table, stood up and walked to the bedside, grabbed her chin unexpectedly, raised it, and stared at her with cold eyes. "After not seeing you for 2 years, you've become so sharp-tongued. Who taught you that? When did you become so mean, huh? None of your business." Ning was pinched by him so hard that it hurt. When she raised her eyes, she met his cold and deep eyes, and felt inexplicably flustered. Chapter 5 Out of control, he became addicted to her. "What does my condition have to do with you? Let go." He was standing so close to her, their breath blending together, making her even more panicked and uncomfortable, but she couldn't pull his hand away no matter how hard she tried. She had already lost her virginity last night and had paid the price for her mistake. He was the one who benefited, so what else did he want? "You want to be fucked by a man so much? You didn't get fucked enough last night, right? Well, I'll buy you one more time." Liu Yang got annoyed when he heard her words, and suddenly moved closer coldly, pushing her against the back of the bed, and kissing her pink and soft lips, wildly and ferociously, like a wild beast that only knew how to plunder. Last night's experience came to his mind again, making it difficult for him to control himself. Wanning was furious, and pushed and hit his chest with both hands. Suddenly, one of his hands pressed his hands on the back of the bed above his head. His chest was rubbed by his other hand, which made it painful and itchy. No matter how she turned her head, she couldn't avoid his humiliation. His fierce kiss made her breathless and extremely uncomfortable. With a ruthless heart, she bit the tip of his tongue hard. Liu Yang frowned and snorted. She took the opportunity to hurriedly avoid his face, panting heavily, looking at him with misty eyes, panicking. Asshole. He asked with a smile, what are you resisting? Isn't it selling? What's the difference between selling once and twice? My internship spot was taken away by my roommate who hooked up with a rich guy. I drank too much last night. She bit her lower lip to explain, the mist in her eyes grew thicker, as if it would condense into drops of water and fall down in the next second. Liu Yang looked at her and saw that she was about to cry, like a pitiful little rabbit that was bullied. He frowned, let go of her hand, and stood up straight. He didn't know if she was telling the truth. He took out his phone, found her WeChat account which he hadn't contacted for 2 years, transferred 50,000 yuan to her, and regained his sanity. I've settled the money for selling your body last night. I don't want money, can you help me get an internship? She looked at him eagerly. Every year, millions of medical students graduate, but there are only so many hospitals in each city. The medical profession has now become inward-looking to the point of madness. Poor students like her who have no background and no money will be replaced by others no matter how good their grades are. Zhongshan Hospital is an affiliated hospital of Fudan Medical University. It only selects a very small number of students for internship every year, and it is even more difficult to stay in the hospital to work. She knew that the man in front of her was the chief of surgery there, and adding quotas was just a matter of a word from him. Weren't you very tough just now? Why don't you continue to be so sharp-tongued? What do you want from me? The man took out another pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket, shook out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, looked at her and asked with a smile. Are you really unwilling to help? Guan Ning's nose was sore and she looked at him with pursed lips and asked. Okay, I'll give you a chance to be my lover. He put one hand in his pocket, took a puff of cigarette and said, doesn't you want to be a man's lover? Although his impression of her was extremely bad, last night's experience made him a little addicted. I won't be your lover. Wanning retracted her desperate look. Although she seemed gentle and good-tempered, she was actually very strong-willed. Her ex-girlfriend became her lover. Did he want to humiliate her? If he doesn't want to help, then forget it. I'll find another way. A hint of surprise flashed across Liu Yang's face. He thought she would agree immediately, but this surprised him. Don't play hard to get, or you'll be embarrassed next time you come to see me. He smiled. Since she came for an internship, he believed that she would come to see him again. Who's playing hard to get with you? If I go looking for you, I'll be a dog. Guan Ning curled her lips and glanced at him, then replied toughly. Chapter 6 Is Dr. Liu jealous? Okay, I'll wait for you, the little dog, to come running over here with your tail wagging. Liu Yang raised his hand and stroked her dog's head again and again, with a hint of smile on his cold and handsome face. Wanning gritted his teeth, waved away his stinky claws, and wanted to kick him away. After the man left, Wanning put on the clothes he had washed last night and returned to the school dormitory with a dizzy and aching head and body. Her roommates who were supposed to be doing internships had already gone, and those who were preparing for postgraduate entrance exams continued to attend classes. She took a packet of antipyretic medicine and covered herself in the quilt. This was what her mother had taught her since she was a child: as long as she sweated, she would be fine. When she thought of her mother, she felt like she was injected with chicken blood. She had to be strong and try her best to hold on. As the drug took effect, she fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. The next morning, Wanning's fever had subsided, but she still had a cough and felt weak. Her cold had not yet fully healed, so she did not rest and went to see her tutor immediately after class. I hope he can help me think of a solution. However, the tutor said that all the internship places in the past were booked by the hospital and he had no choice but to let her find another one through her own connections. On their way back to the dormitory, Wanning thought about all the classmates he knew, but it seemed that no one could help him. I also have a very good friend. Although he is a local and his family is quite ordinary, he often goes to do odd jobs with me. I guess he can't help me. What to do? Warning. Just as she was thinking, a familiar male voice called her from behind. Turning back, it was her good friend Zhu Mingyu. She tried to smile and asked, "What's up? I heard that your internship spot was taken by someone else. Is that true?" The boy was wearing a white t-shirt and light white jeans. He was tall and big, very sunny and handsome. She nodded with a wry smile. Ju Mingyu put one hand on his waist and the other on her thin shoulder, and said with a brotherly smile, "Why don't you treat me to dinner tonight and I can help you with it?" She suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. Are you kidding me? With our 2 years of friendship, would I joke with you about something like this?" He looked at her with a hint of admiration. "Then how can you help me?" Ji Wanning asked curiously. "I'll tell you a secret at dinner tonight." "Don't blame me then," Ju Mingyu said mysteriously. Around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. On his way home from get off work, Liu Yang was waiting for the traffic light at an intersection. He turned his head and unexpectedly saw a young boy in a white t-shirt riding a bicycle on the non-motorized vehicle lane next to him. The girl sitting on the back seat was actually Ji Wanning. She wore a white shirt with a white mid-length skirt with blue floral patterns. Her long straight black hair fluttered in the wind, with a few bangs on her forehead. Her round oval face without any makeup was pure yet beautiful. Looking at her, one could feel a sense of peace and tranquility. Liu Yang looked at her with deep eyes, his expression unconsciously darkening. The best friend sitting in the passenger seat followed his line of sight, raised an eyebrow, and was surprised. "Oh, I didn't expect that the pure-hearted Dr. Liu would stare at a woman on the street. That girl is really pure and pretty." Sitting on her boyfriend's bicycle, she looked so youthful, romantic and beautiful. Alas, this kind of youthful and romantic love is really enviable. Ji Wanning and the others parked a little further forward and did not see the man's car behind them. She grabbed Ju Mingyu's clothes around his waist with both hands. "You know nothing about what kind of person she is." Liu Yang glanced at the woman, pursed his thin lips to reveal a hint of coldness, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. "Why do I feel like you're jealous?" His best friend laughed at him. Chapter 7. I want to sleep with her again. "I'm jealous of her." "What a joke." Liu Yang snorted coldly. The best friend suddenly saw the boy on the bicycle looking back and was surprised. "Hey, that boy, why does he look familiar? Is he the son of that deputy director of the health bureau?" "The deputy director's son." Liu Yang was surprised and couldn't help but sneer. "Is she planning to change a man to be her lover? And so soon?" "Well, I saw him in the dean's office a few days ago. The deputy director brought his son to see the dean in person. It seemed that he was going to arrange an internship." HMPH, fickle. Liu Yang took another puff of cigarette and uttered 4 words. "She slept with me the night before last, and now she has to sleep with the deputy director's son tonight." Fickle? It's not easy to say these 4 words when they come out of your mouth. How do you know that she is fickle? The best friend touched his chin with one hand, and was even more surprised. He suddenly remembered that he had sex in the car the night before, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. "The woman you had sex in the car the night before was her. Is this true or not?" Liu Yang turned his head and glanced at him indifferently, neither admitting nor denying. The best friend who got to know the big news opened his eyes wide in surprise. He said that only now he realized that the girl on the bicycle looked 30% like his dead first love. The best friend asked curiously, "You didn't sleep with that girl because she looked like your first love, did you? What does it have to do with you?" Liu Yang said, holding the steering wheel with one hand. "Forget it. From now on, if I have any secrets, you won't even want to know them." The best friend snorted coldly. Soon, the green light came on. The bicycle rode forward, past the intersection, and stopped at an inconspicuous spicy hot pot shop. When Liu Yang drove past them, he looked at the warm smile on Ji Wanning's face and found it extremely dazzling. "Are you so happy and satisfied just by riding a bicycle and eating some spicy hot pot?" He blew out another puff of smoke out of the window. His cold and handsome face showed no emotion, but his hands gripping the steering wheel tightened unconsciously. Just after 2 days of clear weather, it started drizzling again and the whole city was shrouded in dark fog. Ji Wanning, who was happily preparing to go for an internship, suddenly received a call from her supervisor in the afternoon, saying that she was rejected again. He also said that this time he was rejected by Director Liu himself. Ji Wanning clenched her hands tightly. She was about to cry because of the man. She didn't take the 50,000 yuan from him and she didn't offend him, so why did he do this? She took her bag and left the dormitory. She was in such a hurry that she forgot to bring her umbrella. It was almost 6 o'clock and he should be getting off work soon. As night falls, a drizzle falls. She had just arrived at the hospital, and she ran so fast with her hands covering her head that she didn't notice the car rushing in front of her, and she was so frightened that she stood there in a daze. Whoosh! The car braked in time, and the headlights shone on her face. The man in the car recognized her and raised his eyebrows slightly. He was not surprised at all that she came to find him at this time. Wanning came back to his senses and saw that the man in the car was him. He immediately walked to his car window and asked angrily, "Why did you brush me off? Did I offend you in any way? Get in the car." Liu Yang glanced at her, curled his lips slightly and uttered two words, "Isn't he running towards me with his tail swung and jumping?" "What are you doing in the car?" she asked, frowning. "Don't you want to know the reason?" He glanced at her. Of course Wanning wanted to know the reason. Zhu Mingyu had finally helped her to fix it. She pursed her pink lips, hesitated for a moment, and walked around the front of the car, opened the passenger door and got in. She didn't want to sit in the back, because it was filled with unbearable memories of that night. But as soon as I sat down, feeling the cold breath of the man next to me and the faint smell of disinfectant, my mind uncontrollably replayed the passion between the two of them that night like a movie. Her originally pale face began to turn red uncontrollably. Even my breathing became short and uncomfortable. The man tilted his head to glance at her rosy cheeks. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his lips. It was a rainy day and there was a traffic jam, with people stopping and starting. He held the steering wheel with one hand and took out a cigarette with the other hand, lit it, took a puff, and exhaled the smoke out of the window. "Do you want to sell it again?" he asked suddenly, inexplicably wanting to teach her a lesson again. Chapter 8. I'll give you a chance to please me. Wanning turned to look at him awkwardly, clenching her hands tightly. "I will never have sex with you again. I would rather sleep with a stranger that night." When Liu Yang heard her words, his cold and handsome face couldn't help but smile. "So, you want to sleep with the deputy director's son? Does he know that you are so promiscuous? This man has a poisonous tongue." Without using a single dirty word, every word was insulting her. Wanning was angry, but she endured it. She was not stupid, and she quickly guessed the reason from his words. Did he see me and Zhu Mingyu having dinner yesterday? Did he think that he seduced and slept with Zhu Mingyu and that was why he asked his father to help him get the internship spot? This man is really... What is the relationship between me and other men, and what does it have to do with him? Dr. Liu, who made her fall into his hands. Before she could finish her explanation, the man beside her interrupted coldly. "Don't bother me while I'm driving." Wanning looked at his cold expression as he didn't want to talk at the moment and could only shut up. More than an hour later, the car drove into an upscale and luxurious residential area in the city. She wanted to explain downstairs, but the man said indifferently, "Let's talk upstairs." Then walked into the hall and ignored her. Wanning stared at his back, feeling a little annoyed. She wanted to kick him a few times, but she didn't dare to offend him too much. What if there's still a chance for him to change his mind? Since she had followed him this far, she had to solve the problem. She took a deep breath and followed him. He took the elevator to the 20th floor. His apartment had one household per elevator. When he got out of the elevator, he saw a fairly large outer hall with an integrated white shoe cabinet covering the entire wall. He changed into a pair of slippers. He threw her another pair of his slippers. "Go wash yourself." The first thing Liu Yang said to her after entering the room. Wanning changed into slippers and stood at the door. It was the first time he saw such a big house. It was so white and clean that it felt like he had come to heaven. Every item in the house was fashionable and luxurious. "I didn't have it when I was dating him, but I didn't expect it to come after we broke up. Why should I wash it clean?" She came back to her senses and asked nervously. "Don't you know how dirty you are?" He turned around and glanced at her coldly, then took off his light gray suit jacket and put it on the armrest of the sofa. Wanning clenched her fists, feeling that his words were a double entendre and an humiliation to her. However, he felt that he was dirty, so he shouldn't have any thoughts about me, and his room was so white and clean, he must be afraid that I would make it dirty. Thinking this in her mind, she went to the bathroom of a guest room. She came out more than 10 minutes later. Because she couldn't find any other clothes, she was only wrapped in a white bath towel. Her long hair was still dripping with water. Her underwear was all wet and she couldn't put it on anymore. She tiptoed to the living room. He was leaning on the sofa with his long legs folded coldly, the 3 crystal buttons of his white shirt were undone, revealing his solid chest. His sleeves were half rolled up, and he exuded a cool and wild feeling, as well as a masculine danger. Ji Wanning was very embarrassed. She held the towel tightly on her chest with both hands. She stood beside the sofa at a safe distance and explained to him, "Dr. Liu, would you like to sell it again tonight?" The man interrupted her and suddenly pulled her into his arms. She screamed and fell on his arms. The bath towel was already very short and could not cover her lower body at all, revealing her forbidden part. She stared at his handsome face in panic, but noticed nothing. Liu Yang's aura was strong and domineering, and he swept his scorching eyes over her. There were still ambiguous traces on her snow-white skin. I wonder if this trace was left by him last time? Or was it left behind by her and that man last night? His eyes unconsciously fell on her looming lower abdomen. Ning looked at him, her face flushed, and she immediately grabbed the towel and pulled it down, trying to get up. You let go. Do you feel more comfortable sleeping with me or with that man?" There was a hint of contempt in his eyes, and his other hand was kneading her slender and well-proportioned thighs and slowly moving upwards. "I have never slept with other men." Her thighs were so itchy that her whole body couldn't help but tremble. She immediately grabbed his big hands, angrily. "No." Liu Yang obviously didn't believe it. His hand stopped at a certain place. Ji Wanning, who fell into his arms, suddenly looked at him with wide eyes, shocked and hurt, her face red as if blood was about to drip out. Even holding onto his hand tightly couldn't stop her. She bit her lower lip tightly. "Really not. Take it away. It hurts." She looked at him shyly. "Zhu Mingyu and I are just classmates and friends. We just had dinner together yesterday. He didn't want me anymore 2 years ago, so why is his desire for control still so strong now? Is there something wrong with him?" Ji Wanning was angry, but he could only endure it temporarily. Liu Yang looked at her and paused his movements. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Ji Wanning knew that she had guessed the reason correctly, and took advantage of the situation to raise her hand and swear, "I swear, everything I said is true. After dinner last night, I went back to the dormitory." "Really?" He didn't comment, but just looked at her charming eyes and her beautiful appearance. He was actually aroused by this woman and had the urge to pin her down and bully her severely. "Yes." She bit her lip, suppressed her annoyance, and responded with a single word, thinking that he was going to let her go, but he just reduced his strength and continued. Ning was so ashamed that her facial features were wrinkled. She curled up in his arms with her legs tightly closed. She could not escape from his arms, nor could she hold his hand. She was like a cornered rabbit. She suddenly hooked her hand around his neck and bit his thin lips. Hiss. The man was bitten by her and felt pain. He frowned and looked at the woman who was so close to him. He didn't expect her to be so fierce. Feeling a hint of salty taste entering her mouth, Ji Wanning quickly opened her mouth and took the opportunity to pull his hand out. Just as she was about to climb out of his arms, she was suddenly pushed down by him again. "You want to run away after biting me? You were the one who bullied me first." She snorted. "Woman, I'll give you one chance to please me." Liu Yang looked at the woman in his arms and said in a hoarse voice. Chapter 9, Dr. Liu, are you omnipotent? Ji Wanning bit her lip tightly. Was it self-esteem or an internship opportunity? She lowered her head slightly, holding the towel tightly on her chest with both hands, her heart beating violently. After a struggle between her conscience and her mind, she made a decision. Who made her have no money and no background? Who made her want to change her and her mother's fate so badly? Internship opportunity. She sat up from his arms, clutching the towel on her chest and asked. Yeah. He responded in a low voice, leaning against the back of the sofa. His white shirt was slightly open, revealing his muscular chest. Under the bright yellow light, he looked very sexy and fascinating. That posture is like that of an empress standing high above. Ji Wanning looked at him. Are you sure you can let me in for internship? Are you questioning my ability? Liu Yang glanced at her with a smile. She curled her lips silently and couldn't help but complain in her heart, are you omnipotent? Now I realize that this man brushed me off and took me home. Was he trying to make her beg him? To make her devote herself to him? That's too bad. But now, apart from satisfying him, she has no other choice. She has already lost her virginity to him once, and this is the last time. As long as she gets the internship, she will stay away from him. He is in the surgery department, so I will go to the internal medicine department. Thinking silently in my heart, I turned to look at him, very nervous. She slowly moved closer, and kissed his handsome face with trembling lips. She raised her eyes to look at him, and saw that his face was cold and he did not look very satisfied. She then kissed his thin lips again. This was the first time she took the initiative to kiss a man. Liu Yang lowered his eyes to look at her immature and cautious appearance, and the evil fire in his body became more vigorous. He was aroused by her and felt hot and unbearable. Is it okay? Guan Ning moved his lips away, took back his hands and asked seriously. This could be considered as trying to please him. If he could avoid it, he would do it. The man couldn't help but laugh when he heard her words. Is this your way of flattering me? Is it over? She nodded, then leaned close to his ear and blushed as she spoke a few words. Liu Yang gritted his teeth and asked coldly, do you think it's okay? I think it's okay. Isn't the result the same? She lowered her head slightly, feeling blushing and shy when she said such words. Looking at this innocent woman, he felt like teasing her. Okay, let's get started. Don't waste my time. This man was kind enough to agree. Guan Ning looked at his impatient expression, and studied his belt with awkward hands, then untied it with great effort. Her face suddenly became even hotter, and she frowned and looked up at him. She bit her lip, feeling awkward and embarrassed. Looking at her shy and coquettish appearance, Liu Yang couldn't bear it anymore and suddenly pushed her down. Liar! Wanning shouted in shame and anger. Why are you so naive? He raised the last syllable of his voice slightly, with a casual, low and hoarse voice, whispering in her ear, making Wanning's ears feel hot. How Liu Yang now believes in these college students, how clear yet stupid. You? Wanning felt that he had been fooled by him. His face flushed, his chest heaving with anger, and he turned away in annoyance. In the mist and rain, the ink painters embroidered green and provoked the red dust. The small town passed by this night but was wearing clothes and seals. The cell phone above her head suddenly rang. It was a Cantonese song, a very literary and lyrical one, with the tenderness of a young girl from the south of the Yangtze River. The three words, Zhu Mingyu, flashed on the phone screen. Liu Yang looked at the name, his handsome face became gloomy, as if covered with a thin layer of frost. Some bad guy reached out and took it, and kindly answered the call for her and handed it to her. Wanning looked at the connected call, her face flushed and embarrassed, and she had to take the phone. Wan Ning, aren't you in the dormitory tonight? Zhu Mingyu bought her some fruit and wanted to comfort her at the same time. He already knew that she was rejected by Dr. Liu. I'm buying something outside, cough. What's wrong with you? He seemed to hear a strange sound. Was it the sound of rain? It was indeed raining heavily now. No, it's okay. I just bumped into you accidentally. Are you okay? She asked anxiously. I already know that Dr. Liu dismissed you. Don't worry, I will ask my father to go see Dr. Liu in person. You don't have to worry. Zhu Mingyu said to her. When Liu Yang heard what the boy said, he raised his eyebrows. Did he think his father could control him? In terms of power, his father, a deputy director, is not even qualified to compare with the Liu family. Wanning looked at the man on his body and was quite curious about his identity. Why could he go against the words of the deputy director and the dean and force himself to be eliminated? Not wanting to offend him again, I said to my friend on the phone. No, I'd better go ask Dr. Liu in person. If he is dissatisfied with me, I can talk to him face to face. Thank you, Mingyu, that's it for now. It's a bit noisy here, and my phone is out of battery. After she finished speaking, she immediately hung up the phone and turned it off. You lie so fluently. Liu Yang looked at her and asked with a smile, Mingyu? He called her so intimately, are they just ordinary friends? Who did I lie for? Are you a good person? Wanning saw the sarcasm in his smile and asked back. Although she had been in contact with him for a year, she really didn't know this man before. Well. Just after she asked, the man blocked her mouth. An hour later. Liu Yang was lying in a large round bathtub with a bottle of red wine and a goblet on the side. His eyes were slightly closed, and he looked lazy and comfortable. Wanning, who had just finished showering and was wrapped in a white bath towel, walked to the bathtub and glanced at him lying lazily inside. He had a tall and slender figure, fair skin, a typical inverted triangle figure, clear textures on his chest muscles and 8 abdominal muscles, and looked extremely powerful. "Well, can I go back now?" she asked embarrassedly, turning her face away. Chapter 10. Will this man piss her off to death? Why are you going back so late? It's still raining outside, Liu Yang said without opening his eyes. It's not too late, it's just 9 o'clock, and we can still catch a bus. She didn't want to live here. He was so capable in that aspect, who knew if he would cause trouble again. You want to leave so much. After doing this with me, you're in a hurry to find Zhu Mingyu. He slowly opened his eyes, took the half glass of red wine beside him, shook it, took a sip and asked. Why would I go to see him so late at night? I'm going back to the dormitory, Ji Wanning said with a pout. Come here and give me a massage. Liu Yang drank the remaining wine in the glass, put it aside, and lay down again. She frowned and looked at him, standing still. Wasn't it comfortable enough for him to lie there? Why did he have to press anything? Come here quickly, do you still want to intern in the hospital? He asked in a light and cold voice. Ji Wanning pouted and had to walk over. She squatted beside the bathtub, knocking on his shoulders with her fists, looking down at him. She imagined pushing him into the water and him crying and begging for mercy. Phut. She suddenly couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Liu Yang turned his head and looked at the woman coldly. Well, nothing, I just thought of something funny. Guan lowered her eyes and bit her lip, not daring to look at his cold and handsome face, for fear that she would not be able to hold back her laughter again. Liu Yang looked at her face as she tried hard to hold back her smile, and he knew it must be related to him, and it was definitely not a good thing. He glanced at her with sharp eyes, and suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her. Ji Wanning fell defenselessly into the big bathtub, really head first. Liu Yang looked down at her, his cool and handsome face hiding a smile. What are you doing? Do you like it so much? Do you want me to kiss you? When Ji Wanning heard his words, his face flushed with anger. He immediately climbed out of the water with his hands supporting his strong body, and choked on the bath water. Cough, 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 cough. After taking a few breaths, she raised her hand to hit him. The man looked at her and raised his eyebrows. Try to hit me down. Do you want to do it again? HMPH. Guan glared at him, gritted her teeth, snorted coldly and put down her hand. The towel on her chest was mostly wet. She stood up, grabbed the falling towel and pulled it up. I won't press it anymore. Hurry up and continue. Do you still want to go to the hospital for internship? Liu Yang glanced at her. She was dripping with water all over her body, panting heavily, and looked a bit seductive in her embarrassment, because he was lying down, and she kept pulling him up. His throat felt tight. This little goblin. Come here, he hooked his finger at her as if summoning a concubine. I have already slept with him, I can't offend him at this critical moment, otherwise my sleep will be in vain. After Ji Wanning convinced himself, he squatted down again, suppressing his anger. Liu Yang looked at the angry woman, curled his lips slightly, and wanted to tease her. Give me a leg massage. Can't I rub your shoulders? She glanced at his long legs and immediately looked away, shyly. Just pinch wherever I say, stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Liu Yang called her. Ji Wanning complained silently in his heart. Just as his hands touched his bent calves, the man suddenly uttered 2 words. Above. Ji Wanning glanced at him solemnly, puffed up his cheeks, and placed his hands on his legs, his 10 fingers weakly pinching. Try to focus your eyes on his upper body. Up. Liu Yang leaned comfortably in the bathtub, his arms domineeringly placed on both sides of the bathtub edge, looking at her and shouting. She glanced at him, her face flushed, her heartbeat silently accelerated, and she had to move her hands upwards. Now she couldn't avoid his gaze even if she wanted to. Further up. Then you might as well just say it directly. Ji Wanning couldn't help but snorted coldly, as if everyone knew what he wanted to do. Since you already know that, do I need me to tell you? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Liu Yang raised his eyebrows and called her. No, don't, you're wishing. Ji Wanning turned her face away and refused, knowing that this man had no good intentions. Hurry up, my patience is limited. He shouted coldly. Where is the momentum he had just now? Ji Wanning glanced at him, hesitated for a while, and finally gave in. For the sake of internship and to get out of the current predicament, he turned around and reached a hand into the water. How could this stinky man be so pretentious and so mean? Sudden. She turned her head and looked back, her face flushed again. You're so stupid that you don't even know how to please someone. Liu Yang looked at her motionless and asked with disdain. This woman had a pure temperament and looked innocent, as if she had not been polluted by society, but she was doing such an ambiguous thing to herself in the bathroom. This contrast made Liu Yang feel very interesting. You can do it, can you teach me? She asked with a deliberate smile, wanting him to please her as well. Come here, I'll teach you. Liu Yang grabbed her arm and pulled it again. With another plop sound, she fell into the bathtub and thrashed around in the water. Ahem, ahem. She choked on the water several times. Ji Wanning gritted her teeth in anger. Couldn't he just talk properly? How much bath water had she drunk? He grabbed her hand and was about to teach her again when the cell phone next to him suddenly rang, ring. Worried that it was a call from the hospital, he had to take a look at it. It was the dean. What could he want by calling him at night? Hello, what's the matter, Dean? He let the woman sit on him, answered the call, and asked in a serious tone. Director Liu, are you busy now? There is something I want to discuss with you. The dean asked him. How could he not be busy now? Liu Yang ran a finger across the woman's face teasingly, his voice cold and serious. It's okay, you say. Ji Wanning felt itchy on his face and waved his hand away in shame and anger. He was about to take the opportunity to crawl out when he was suddenly pulled back by him. He pressed the speaker button and put the phone on the table next to him. She was about to speak when he covered her mouth with his hand and gave her a warning look. Why don't you throw away chapter 11 and continue watching? Ji Wanning looked at the man sitting in the bathtub with annoyance. This posture was too embarrassing. Director Ju's son called me just now and said that Ji Wanning is his girlfriend and asked me to be flexible. Look, his father's status is there, it would be bad to offend him, right? It's just adding one more internship spot, the dean said to him. Ji Wanning is his girlfriend. Liu Yang looked at the woman on his body, pinched her chin and lifted it up, his voice unconsciously becoming a little colder. Ji Wanning looked at the man's suddenly gloomy face and frowned. Is he unhappy again? Yes. Then let's investigate it first. We can't just believe everything others say. How many people with connections are going to be forced in? Liu Yang said in a deep voice, and pinched her body hard with his big hands. She couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, hiss. Okay. The dean hung up the phone. He never expected that the Ji Wanning he mentioned was having a passionate moment with Liu Yang in the bathroom. Seeing that the call was hung up, Ji Wanning immediately explained, I am not Ju Mingyu's girlfriend. He must have said that so that I could get an internship. Really? Liu Yang spat out two words coldly with a look of disbelief. If I were really his girlfriend, would I dare to go to the hospital and intern under your nose? If you knew I was lying, couldn't you fire me in a minute, she explained again. Hearing her words, Liu Yang's cold and handsome face softened a bit, and he believed her for the time being. Do you believe me? Ji Wanning looked at him and asked. It depends on your performance tonight. He hugged her and suddenly turned over. After satisfying him, another hour passed. Wanning felt as if someone had pulled out all his bones, his body was very sore and weak, and he was extremely jealous of someone, but he dared not speak out. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten yet. Goo. When they were taking a shower together, someone's stomach growled, but it wasn't hers. Ji Wanning, who had his back to him, turned around and looked at him with a smile on his face. She thought he was made of iron, but it turns out he could get hungry too. I really want to say to him, if you have the ability, can you do it for another hour? What are you looking at? Do you want to do it again? Liu Yang lowered his eyes and asked her. She had her back to him. Did she like it from behind? Stop bragging and don't collapse on the ground without being able to get up. Ji Wanning retracted his gaze, lowered his head slightly, and muttered with a very low laugh. What did you say? He turned her over, pinched her chin and raised it up and asked. Well, no, nothing. I said I'm hungry too, really hungry. She covered her stomach with her hands guiltily and said with a painful expression on her face. Can you cook? Liu Yang asked her. Yes, a little. Just wash up and make something. It takes a long time to order food now, it's better to make it yourself. Oh. Wanning was silently depressed. Not only did she have to sleep with him, but she also had to cook for him. If he didn't get the internship done for her, she would get angry with him. After I went out wrapped in a towel, I asked him, "Can I have a piece of clothing to wear? My clothes are wet." Liu Yang went to the closet, pulled out a white shirt and threw it to her. His shirt was quite long, reaching just above his thighs when he put it on. She pulled her shirt down, without drying her hair, and went straight to the open kitchen outside. She had hypoglycemia and would feel dizzy if she was hungry for too long. He rummaged through the cabinets in the kitchen and the refrigerator, and took out a bag of sauerkraut and a piece of beautifully packaged marbled beef. She took another pack of noodles from the cupboard and quickly sorted the ingredients. She chopped the sauerkraut and beef into very fine pieces. When Liu Yang walked out of the bedroom with a cigarette in his mouth, he could already smell the fragrance. His stomach growled uncontrollably a few times. He sat down on the sofa with a little embarrassment. He turned on the TV, crossed his legs, and his eyes couldn't help but look towards the kitchen. He saw her wandering around there in her white shirt. Her two long, straight legs were white, and his butt could be seen if he just raised his hand. Her long black hair was still wet, making her look tempting to be ravaged. When I was dating her before, I always felt that she was very young, very naive, not mature enough, not feminine enough, and I had no desire for her at all. I didn't expect that in just 2 years, she had changed, becoming more feminine, and even her breasts had grown a lot. The way she squirmed and moaned on the bed made him uncontrollably want to rub her hard. Wanning seemed to sense the burning gaze and turned to look. Seeing him looking at her, she suddenly felt uncomfortable and asked him, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing, just do it quickly." Liu Yang called her with deep eyes and exhaled a puff of smoke. "It's ready, come and eat." She scooped the noodles into 2 large bowls, spread a layer of sauerkraut beef shreds on the noodles, and brought them to the dining room. He walked to the restaurant and saw that she was making noodles. He frowned and said, "Why noodles? I don't like noodles. Didn't you say to just make something to eat? Come sit down and eat quickly, try it." Wanning went over and pushed him to sit down while coaxing him. "I didn't expect him to be so hypocritical. Next time before you cook, remember to ask me what I like to eat, don't make the decision on your own." Liu Yang blurted out in a cold voice, and he would not bother with her this time. "Next time." When Wanning heard his words, her eyes widened. Why would there be a next time? Wasn't it just one night of sleeping with him? "Dr. Liu, you only said that I would accompany you tonight, but you didn't say there would be a next time," she said immediately as she stood beside him. Liu Yang turned his head and looked at her, then grabbed her hand and pulled her. She screamed and fell uncontrollably into his arms. She looked at him in annoyance, and just as she was about to get up, he pressed his hand on her leg, and while he slowly slid up, he said in a deep voice, "Whether there will be a next time or not is up to me, just be obedient." "You?" Wanning was furious and wanted to scold him for being unsportsmanlike, but he decided to endure it for the time being. Wouldn't it be okay to just ignore him after entering the hospital? Why bother to argue with him now? "Okay, can I go eat now? I'm hungry," she asked obediently. Liu Yang's hand slid down her head and suddenly found several long black hairs between his fingers. He glanced at her and said in a light tone, "You look so frail." Wanning watched him pull out so much of his hair that his cheeks became rounder. Doesn't he know how important hair is to a woman? This bastard, did he do it on purpose? He tore it off, and now he blames himself for not being strong enough? The most hateful thing is, he just tore it off and then held it in front of me and said that. "These are your own things, so take them and throw them in the trash can." Liu Yang stretched out his hand in front of her. "Teacher Liu, can I pull some of your hair? Can you let me pull some too?" Wanning asked with a smile. "You dropped it yourself, what does it have to do with me? Why don't you throw it away? Do you still want to continue admiring it?" He raised his sword-like eyebrows, and there was a hint of smile in his cold eyes. Wanning glanced at him, snorted, and took her hair and threw it into the trash can with great pain. Who said that they were not strong anymore? Why didn't they fall off when she touched them? They both went to wash their hands, and when they returned to the restaurant, she deliberately sat opposite him so as not to be so close to him. What a wicked man. Why didn't I realize he was so bad when we were dating before? Liu Yang reluctantly picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of noodles and put it into his mouth with a calm face. His cold and handsome face was stunned for a moment. It tastes sour with the aroma of beef. It is very delicious when you chew it, and it completely stimulates his taste buds. I don't hate it at all just because it's noodles. How does it taste? Ji Wanning asked him. It's okay. He uttered these two words in a low voice. He ate elegantly and quickly, and finally drank up even the soup. The next morning, it was cloudy and the temperature had dropped by half, making the air chilly. Ning curled up on the side of the bed, sleeping soundly with sore body. He had tormented her 3 times last night, and none of them was on the bed. She was as clean as a blank sheet of paper, but this man forced her to have vivid memories. The man next to him was lying straight, with his hands placed naturally on his abdomen. The alarm clock suddenly rang, his eyebrows slightly frowned, and he woke up and clapped his hand to turn off the shrill sound. He sat up and turned his head to see that she was sleeping on the bed with her back to him, curled up like a giant maggot. There was enough space for 2 people to lie down between them. Ji Wanning was also woken up by the alarm clock just now. He stretched out his body now and almost fell off the bed when he turned over. Fortunately, he stabilized in time. Seeing that he was awake, she immediately sat up wrapped in the quilt and reminded him, "You promised last night, I hope you can keep your word." "Did I promise last night?" Liu Yang leaned against the back of the bed, lit a cigarette and took a puff, then raised his eyebrows and asked. Chapter 12. The entire microcosm is about to explode. When Ji Wanning heard his words, she felt as if struck by lightning. She instantly felt cold from head to toe and looked like she was about to cry. Was she deceived by him again? "I was bullied by him last night. I just lied to you." Seeing that she was so easily fooled, Liu Yang really didn't know how she grew up so smoothly. She was really lucky that she was not kidnapped and sold. "Can I really go for internship?" she asked with certainty, clutching the quilt tightly against her chest. "Yeah." He responded coldly, took the phone, and sent her the 50,000 yuan she had confiscated last time. "I've received the money. I won't eat for free." She had confiscated it before because she didn't want to admit that she sold herself. The worst that could happen was that she lost her virginity to her ex-boyfriend. But he wanted to clear the matter, right? "Okay, we're even. From now on, Dr. Liu will simply be my boss," she said with a faint smile, took her cell phone, turned it on, and took his money. "Don't worry, I can go to the internal medicine department for internship. From now on, I will pretend that nothing happened and will not bother you anymore," Ji Wanning assured him. The man looked at her deeply, his handsome face was cold, he said nothing, and exhaled a puff of smoke. It was quiet, and for a moment the air seemed to have dropped a few degrees. "Do you want to be my lover?" he suddenly asked in a cold voice. "No," she answered firmly. "Playing hard to get again? This time you come to me with your tail fully swung. Next time you come to beg me, I won't be so easy on you." Liu Yang exhaled a puff of smoke, glanced at her and snorted coldly. Yes, I'm playing hard to get." She laughed and nodded, not refutating his words. She didn't know who was interfering. The next moment, the man put out his cigarette, and suddenly pressed on her, pinching her cheeks with his big hands, raising his cold eyebrows. "Are you going to be sarcastic again?" No, I don't dare anymore." Ji Wanning's face was deformed by his pinching. She pushed him away with both hands and admitted her mistake immediately in a cowardly manner. Liu Yang discovered that this woman appeared to be obedient and gentle on the surface, but was actually very rebellious. Ever since leaving his apartment, Ji Wanning has been anxiously waiting for the result, fearing that he would lie to her. After waiting for 3 days, she finally received a call from the medical department, asking her to bring her ID and go there to complete the internship procedures. When she arrived at the hospital's medical department, she found out that she was interning in the surgical department and that the professor was the chief of general surgery. "Liu Yang?" She immediately called the man, asking him to change her department, but no one answered the phone. "Just fill in the information first." After completing the internship procedures, she touched the white coat that had just been issued to her, feeling deeply moved. From today on, she would officially step into the society. One day, she would become an expert doctor as rich and capable as Liu Yang. Ji Wanning put on a brand new white coat, put on his work badge, and went directly to the 12th floor of the outpatient building to look for the man. "Ji Wanning, Why are you here? Chinlu, who had snatched her internship spot, was so surprised that her eyes almost popped out when she suddenly saw her and her white coat in the corridor. Which back door did she use to get in for internship? Aren't there only 200 places? Of course I'm here for an internship. She walked closer to the woman. Chinlu, you can snatch my internship quota, but you can't snatch my expertise and strength. Later, I will let you know what it means to crush you. She has a gentle personality, but that doesn't mean she will just let others take advantage of her when she is bullied. She doesn't like scheming, but that doesn't mean she doesn't have any. Oh, you want to crush me? Then you have to have a chance to continue your internship here. She crossed her arms and laughed sarcastically. She had a backer, so wouldn't it be easy to get rid of her? By the way, did she also hook up with some man, which allowed her to be admitted as an exception? You used to act so noble, but it turns out you were just pretending. Tell me, which bastard did you rely on to get in? Chinlu looked at her with a smile and asked with contempt. Wanning lowered his eyes to glance at her work badge, also a surgical intern, and deliberately provoked her and said, I advise you to be more careful when speaking. Don't call men dogs all the time. Some men are not something you can call dogs. You won't let me call you a bastard. You really are. Before she finished her mocking words, Liu Yang, who was examining a patient in the next ward, suddenly stepped out and angrily shouted. Chinlu, are you too idle? Is their hospital asking you to intrigue? If you don't want to intern, get out of here. When Chinlu heard Director Liu's voice, she turned around stiffly, her face turned pale instantly, and she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. I was just joking with my classmate. I didn't have any conspiracy with her. I will never make such a joke again. Give me a 20,000-word self-criticism tomorrow morning. If you dare to do it perfunctorily, get out of this hospital. Don't waste resources here. Liu Yang ordered in a deep voice. Chinlu looked embarrassed, but did not dare to refute. Wanning, come with me. He walked towards his office. Wanning raised her eyebrows slightly. She thought he would hear it later, but she didn't expect him to hear it so soon. He smiled at the stupid woman and quickly followed her. Chinlu turned around and looked at Wanning with gritted teeth. She had disliked her since school, and now she disliked her even more. What are you so proud of? Just wait for me. Office of the Chief of Surgery. After Wanning followed in, she was stunned for 2 seconds when she saw the man in front of her who was wearing a white coat, had short hair parted in the middle, had delicate features, and looked serious, cool and handsome. He looked really handsome and charming in his work clothes. Don't cause trouble here on purpose, and don't expect me to treat you preferentially, he warned. I know, but didn't I say that day that I wanted to go to the internal medicine department? Can you let me go there? She wanted to stay away from him. Do you think your internship is secure? I sponsored you to get in, so you must pass my test. I will be stricter with you than other interns in the future. Liu Yang looked at her with deep eyes. Oh. Wanning lowered his eyes, let out a sigh helplessly, and responded reluctantly. If you're so reluctant, you can leave now. No one will stop you. He exhaled a puff of smoke, looked at her and said again. No, I've always admired you, Mr. Liu. You're the director of the Department of General Surgery at such a young age. You're a first-rate surgeon, a well-known thoracic surgery expert and professor both at home and abroad, and you're also so handsome. Well, it's my honor to intern under Mr. Liu. Many people would beg for it. She had to pretend to admire him and flatter him. Hypocritical. Liu Yang's pair of black eyes were filled with a bit of cold sharpness. Although he was talking about this woman, he was in a good mood because of her praise. Wanning smiled and looked at him flatteringly, but she silently complained in her heart, hypocrisy. Dare I say I don't want to intern under him? Wouldn't he tell me to get out immediately? Also, don't try to plot against me in the future. If you do it again, I will punish you too. Liu Yang glanced at her and reminded her in a deep voice. He heard what she said to Chinlu just now. This woman was deliberately provoking Chinlu and calling him a bastard. You want to use yourself as a gun, right? Quite courageous. Just now she wanted to call you a dog man. I even spoke up for you, asking her not to call you a dog man, but she insisted on calling you a dog man. He actually noticed it. Wanning dodged his gaze and coughed lightly to explain. It seems like an explanation, but he also makes a fuss about that woman and implies something about him. How smart he is. Liu Yang heard her calling him a bitch so fluently and knew that she was doing it on purpose. He walked closer to her step by step. It's very smooth, isn't it? Do you want to curse again? Hey. Teacher Liu, you misunderstood. She was the one who called you a bastard. I didn't call you that. She stepped back and explained quickly, feeling guilty. No. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? I think you deserve to be punished. Liu Yang looked at this woman who seemed soft on the surface but was actually very needy. He suddenly pushed her against the desk, pressed her down, and pinned both her hands on top of her head with one hand. With the other hand, he scratched her face to the left, then to the right, just like playing with a cat, back and forth like that. What are you being hypocritical about? Come on, be fierce. Let go, did I yell? Wanning was driven crazy by him digging. She couldn't get up even if she wanted to. She couldn't get her hands free. He kept digging at her with his fingers. It was really annoying. The entire microcosm is about to explode. Chapter 13, My stomach hurts, rub it for me. Call me name one, and let me hear which one sounded better that night or now. What Liu Yang hated most was when someone threatened her and then teased her by rubbing her face. Suddenly I realized that bullying her is so much fun. Ning stared at him, really angry. She suddenly looked up and opened her mouth to bite his naughty finger, but he suddenly moved his finger away. When she failed to bite, she was so angry that she felt like she was bleeding internally. She wanted to raise her legs to kick but couldn't. She glared at the man on top of her, her chest heaving heavily. She was pushed into a corner and didn't care about the consequences. She suddenly shouted. Someone, help. Teacher Liu is strong, Before she could finish her shout, her mouth was suddenly blocked by him, and he kissed her quickly, wildly and domineeringly. The feeling of being out of breath is uncomfortable. Liu Yang, you let me go, I screamed, didn't I? Wanning felt hot all over. She wanted to push him away, but her hands were unable to move. She could only let him bully her, cursing his ancestors in her heart. In the mist and rain, the ink painters embroidered green and provoked the red dust. The small town passed by this night but was wearing clothes and seals. The literary and lyrical ringtone of her cell phone suddenly rang. Only then did Liu Yang move away her slightly swollen lips and asked in a cold voice, Are you still screaming? Wanning gritted his teeth, but reason prevailed over emotion. He suppressed his anger and shook his head. If he really called someone over, he would definitely say that he was the one who seduced him, right? That internship opportunity that I had worked so hard to get was definitely gone. My phone is ringing. If I don't answer it, someone will come. She said with a pout. Don't threaten me anymore in the future, remember. He stood up from her and straightened his tie and clothes. Ning snorted and glanced at him, ignoring his words. He took out his phone and answered the call without even looking at the number. Hello. Wanning, you said you were here for an internship. Really? Where are you now? Mingyu asked excitedly. He was busy just now and just saw her WeChat now. He has been reporting here for 3 days and is also interning in the surgery department. He is a graduate student and could have continued to pursue a doctorate, but for her, he came to intern early. Wanning raised her eyes to glance at the man in front of her, lowered her head slightly, and spoke in a voice as soft as a sneaky thief. I'm in Teacher Liu's office now. Then I'll come to find you. By the way, you haven't settled the housing issue yet, right? It's very inconvenient to live in the school dormitory. It's best for you to rent a house by yourself. Mingyu asked again with concern. Not yet. I'll see where the houses are cheaper then. Then share the rent with me. The neighborhood where I live is pretty good. The house is brand new and has everything. Just bring your luggage over. It's also close to the hospital. When she was in school, she said she had to focus on her studies and work part-time jobs, so she wouldn't have a relationship. Now that she's doing an internship, that should be okay, right? He and she share the apartment. When Liu Yang heard the man's words, his cold face did not change at all, but his eyes suddenly became sharper when he looked at her. Let's talk about the house later. Teacher Liu is giving me instructions on my work. I'll hang up now. After Wanning finished talking to him, she hung up the phone, looked up at the man in front of her, and didn't notice anything unusual about him, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Lu, what are my work arrangements for now? If you delay your work because of love, you don't have to wait 3 months, I will ask you to get out immediately. Lu Yang reminded in a deep voice. I will try my best to complete my work. She pursed her lips slightly, and she could imagine how miserable it would be to work under him in the future. We must be careful and not let him find fault with us. Lu Yangshan looked at her, took 15 patient files from the bookshelf, and threw them on the desk. You are responsible for the patients in these 15 beds. You must always pay attention to their condition changes, diet, thoughts, and the implementation of nursing work. Has the medical department informed you of other specific work responsibilities? Yes, I have informed you. She replied respectfully. Sit there and read the medical records. After reading, go and get to know the patient. Then talk to the nurse in charge of the corresponding bed to find out the patient's arrangements for today. Lu Yang glanced at the chair opposite the desk and didn't let her leave. Yes. Ji Wanning sat down and took the top medical record to read it. She didn't know that other interns went to the doctor's common room to read it. Not long after, there was a knock on the office door. The person outside opened the door after hearing the knock. Zhu Mingyu walked in and greeted politely. Hello, Mr. Lu. Something. Lu Yang glanced at him coldly. Come and look for Ji Wanning. Is she looking at the medical records? I'll take her to the lounge so as not to disturb you, Mr. Lu. After he finished speaking, he picked up the medical records on the desk, winked at her, and whispered in her ear. Come out quickly. Seeing that he took away all the medical records, Ji Wanning glanced at the cold Lu Yang and had to follow him out. Mingyu, be careful in the hospital next time. We are here for internship and can't be too willful. She took the medical record from his hand and said. How can I do whatever I want? I was just rescuing you. Are you comfortable standing in front of Teacher Lu and doing things? He is a very strict person. If you read the medical records in front of him, he will definitely ask you questions to test you. If you don't answer well, you will be scolded. He arrived 3 days early and went through 2 morning rounds. Teacher Lu, the attending physician, and the resident doctors were all there. The overwhelming feeling of oppression was almost suffocating. The most terrifying thing is that not only do the interns have to fluently report the patient's condition from the previous day, but Teacher Lu will also give them test questions on the spot. It's even more terrifying than taking exams at school. Several female interns were scolded to tears. Some were scolded for writing medical records, and some interns were scolded for not knowing about the conditions of their patients. It's indeed uncomfortable, but he is our boss and teacher now. It's best not to disobey his orders at work. Ji Wanning was afraid of offending the man and being kicked out. His expression just now was obviously not very good. Some men are like this. Even after breaking up, they don't want to see the other party getting close to other men under their noses. She felt that Lu Yan was this kind of person, and she didn't just like him out of jealousy. Okay, I'll listen to you. By the way, why did Teacher Lu assign so many patients to you? We only have 10 of them. Do you want me to talk to them for you? He asked, looking at the medical records in her arms. Is Teacher Lu targeting her? There are only 10 of you? Forget it, just treat it as exercise, there is no harm in getting in touch with more patients and cases. Ji Wanning thought very positively. Okay, so what do you think about sharing the house? Zhu Mingyu asked as he took her to the lounge on this floor. It's not a good idea for a single man and a single woman to share a house. I'd better go find a cheap single room. Ji Wanning glanced at him and said, although they are very good friends, it is not very convenient. I didn't say that it's just the 2 of us sharing the rent. We can then invite another girl to live in, and the 3 of us can split the rent. There won't be any pressure. He could only add 1 person temporarily. How much is it per month? 4,000. He said half less. So cheap. Well, let's go and have a look. The salary per person is just over 1,000 yuan, and the hospital will give interns nearly 2,000 yuan in various subsidies every month. She was tempted. Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Mingyu's cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Professor Lu calling, he immediately answered, Hello, Professor Lu, what's the matter? Go back and rest now, and come over to take over Ji Wanning's shift in the evening. The man on the phone gave the order in a deep voice. Ji Wanning couldn't help but be stunned. Did the man do it on purpose? Teacher Lu, I don't want to work the night shift. Can you find someone else? Zhu Mingyu pleaded with a bitter face, not knowing why he had offended him. If I take over Wan Ning's night shift, wouldn't I also be responsible for the patients in 15 beds? The most important thing is that I can't work with her. If you don't want to work the night shift, you can change to another hospital. Lu Yang said in a deep voice and hung up the phone. Wanning couldn't help but sigh and comforted him. The medical department said that we will change shifts every 4 days. Everyone will have to work the night shift, and the night shift should be easier than the day shift. Zhu Mingyu looked at her and had no choice but to accept it. At worst, he could still come and have lunch with her at noon and in the evening. In the morning, she not only memorized the medical history of 15 patients, but also quickly established good relationships with the nurses because of her pleasing appearance. Also get familiar with the patients in charge to facilitate future work. She had gotten to know the previous patients smoothly. When she arrived at Ward 119, she saw a man in his 40s sitting on the back of the bed reading a book. She went over and took the initiative to greet him. Hello, my name is Wanning. I will be responsible for some of your daily checkup matters in the future. If you feel unwell, you can press the pager to call me. The male patient was reading a pornographic novel with great interest when he heard a soft voice. He put down the book and looked over. He was instantly attracted by this beautiful and pure woman in a white coat. Looking at her childish appearance, he could tell that she was an intern, and his lustful eyes fell on her chest. Doctor, my stomach hurts, can you rub it for me? As the man spoke, he suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her hard onto the hospital bed, then grabbed her hand and stuffed it into his hospital pants. Wanning was shocked. He was still so lustful even though he had cancer? She angrily pulled back her hand and warned in a deep voice, please respect yourself, patient. If you do this again, don't blame me for being rude. The man was very strong and he pressed her hand to his. He tilted his head back and let out a breath of relief. Be obedient, don't scream, rub it for me a few times. Isn't it a doctor's duty to relieve the patient's pain? You are also relieving my pain. Come, help me relieve the pain a little more. As long as you make me feel comfortable, I will definitely cooperate with your work in the future and will not cause you any trouble. I know your job as an intern is not easy. If you are complained by a patient, it will definitely affect your work, right? Wanning was so disgusted that he couldn't pull his hand back no matter what. In extreme anger, he suddenly took out his cell phone with his other hand, turned on the video and pointed it at him. Chapter 14, Dr. Lu, you will be useless in a few years. Hey, what are you doing? The man became anxious and immediately let go of her hand and covered his face with one hand. After Wanning pulled his hand out, he couldn't help but slap him in the face, Par. Go ahead and file a complaint. If you file a complaint, I will call the police. I just took some photos as evidence. I advise you to respect yourself in the future. The male patient was stunned by the fingerprints on his face. He looked at the young intern in anger, but he didn't dare to fart. He had flirted with many female nurses and interns here, but they would stay away from him, so how could they dare to hit him? Seeing that he didn't dare to complain about him, Wanning took his phone and walked out quickly. She felt disgusted even looking at him for any longer. As soon as he went out, he saw Lu Yang and a strange young doctor standing in the corridor. Seeing that his face was a little dark, he was afraid that he would punish him. I didn't mean to hit him. Wear a mask in the hospital from now on. You have a face that attracts bad luck in love, but don't you know how to cover it up? Lu Yang called her in a deep voice. Her sweet and unintimidating face looked like she was being bullied. Got it. He didn't punish me for hitting the patient. Go to my office, wash your hands, and spray them with disinfectant several times. Lu Yang called her again. If she had gone in just now, the patient would definitely make a big fuss and complain about her. It won't be good for her if the matter gets out of hand. Xiao Yi, his best friend, put away the shock on his face, looked back at the girl, and asked the man beside him with a smile. She is the intern you sponsored to come in? I wonder why you are so kind, are you planning to support her long term? Don't talk nonsense in the hospital. Go and do your work. I'll go check on patient number 119. Lu Yang said in a deep voice and entered the ward. Not long after, the sound of a patient screaming in pain could be heard from inside. Xiao Yi listened to the screams inside and raised his eyebrows. Is he a little special to that girl? 6 p.m. After Gu Wanning and Zhu Mingyu completed the handover, they left work. Prepare to go to his house and check it out. The address and door code have already been told to her. As soon as I walked out of the hospital, my cell phone rang. I looked at the number and saw it was my stepfather. After it rang for a long time, he finally answered it. Hello, what's the matter? What are you doing, you little girl? Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Liu Guoqiang asked angrily. I'm busy. If you have something to say, just say it quickly. Gu Wanning didn't want to talk to him. I'm at the gate of your school. Come out. Daddy will take you out for a nice meal. Dress nicely and don't look so tacky. He wanted to sell her virginity to Mr. Yin. As long as she served him well, she would become rich in the future. After Ms. Yin falls asleep, I can finally have a taste of her after enduring for so long. I'm busy and don't have time. Gu Wanning didn't believe him and was about to hang up when he suddenly became furious and threatened. You dare not come out and try. Do you want your mother to be beaten again? I give you 30 minutes. Get out here right now. He gave a stern warning and hung up the phone. Gu Wanning tightly grasped her phone, her eyes full of hatred. If killing was not against the law, she really wanted to kill her stepfather. Kai. A horn suddenly sounded behind her, giving her a fright. She turned around in annoyance, and when she saw the familiar car and people, she dared not say anything but asked with a kind and respectful tone. Teacher Liu is off work too. Do you have anything to do? Get in the car. The car window slid down, revealing a cool and handsome face inside. The man spoke in a commanding tone, and his eyebrows slightly raised as he saw her expression change so quickly. He said, "This woman is two-faced. No, I still have to go look at houses, so I won't disturb your private time." Gu Wanning said with a smile and walked quickly forward. Liu Yang stared at her coldly. His eyes were as sharp as ice spikes. He stared at the woman's body, wishing he could pierce a few holes in it. She actually rejected me. Who was the one who pursued me for half a year? Was it all fake? Gu Wanning, who was walking in front, felt a chill on his back, as if it was icy to the bone. What was the point of him asking her to get in the car? Suddenly, the car stopped beside her again, and the man's cold voice was a little unhappy. Get in the car, I have something to tell you. Then let's talk here. She didn't intend to get in the car. Don't make me say it for the third time. Do you believe I'll ask you to clean the toilet tomorrow? Liu Yang's brows were tightly knitted together. Gu Wanning knew from his cold expression that he was going to be angry. If I don't get on the bus, will I really have to clean the toilet tomorrow? With just one word, Zhu Mingyu could go to work the night shift. With just one word, he could come to do an internship. With just one more word, he might actually go to clean the toilet. She curled her lips silently, and had to submit to the power of this bastard. After sitting in the passenger seat, he stepped on the accelerator and drove out. Are we going to his house? Gu Wanning unconsciously covered her chest with her hands and looked at him nervously. I won't sleep with you again, don't force me, even rabbits will bite when they are anxious. She doesn't want to be a man's plaything. You are so narcissistic. Do you think you are the only woman in the world? You should go to a psychiatrist for a checkup if you are so narcissistic. His deep and unobtrusive handsome face made Gu Wanning completely unable to see through him. She paused and asked again. So what do you want to do? Can you cook? Liu Yang looked at her and suddenly asked. They only ate the noodles she made that night, so could she cook stir-fried dishes? A little. Why is he asking himself this? He also asked me to go to a psychiatric department for a checkup. In her opinion, he should go to a psychiatric department for a checkup. Can you do housework? He asked while holding the steering wheel with one hand and resting the other hand lazily on the car window. Can't you do housework with your hands? Does it have anything to do with him? What on earth does this man want to do? Be my nanny, and I can help you find housing. I won't charge you rent, utilities, or anything else. Now go to school and get your luggage. If we don't want to be lovers, you can let her start as a nanny. A hint of darkness flashed across Liu Yang's eyes. Ahem. Gu Wanning coughed due to his words and couldn't help but laugh out of anger. Teacher Liu, do you think I'm crazy? Why should I be your babysitter? I have so many patients to arrange for during the day, and I have to be your babysitter and serve you when I go back. I have just entered society and I don't know much yet, but I am not stupid. 10,000 a month. Liu Yang suddenly blurted out another sentence. He knew that her family was not well off and she had to do odd jobs. He was not like Zhu Mingyu, who pretended to share their house with her and asked her to pay the rent even though it was obviously his own house. 10,000. Jiyu Wanning opened his mouth, shocked by the monthly salary. He only earned about 2,000 yuan a month from odd jobs. 10,000 a month is 120,000 a year, 360,000 in 3 years, not much away from 500,000. Liu Yang glanced at her, and seeing her shocked expression, he knew that she was moved. With deep eyes, he lit a cigarette, took a puff, and exhaled a puff of smoke out of the window, and asked casually, "How about doing this part-time job? Why do you give me so much money to let me work as a nanny in your house? What is your purpose?" This is something that needs to be asked clearly. Of course. Seeing that you are in financial difficulty, and considering that we were once lovers, I will help you. He raised his eyebrows slightly on his warm and handsome face, and said it in a chivalrous and righteous manner, and said in a deep voice, "You can't find an ex-boyfriend as good as me even if you search with a lantern. Is he okay? She lied to me on the rainy night, and then she came to the hotel to laugh at me the next day, and then she deliberately rejected her internship. I slept with her for nothing." Jiyu Wanning got angry just thinking about it and silently raised her lips. She had never seen an ex-boyfriend as bad as him. How could he have the nerve to say that he was good? "You've helped me so much and slept with me twice. Could it be that you've fallen in love with me?" She asked again, speculating, not believing that he was so kind. "You're not my type. Liking you? Impossible." Liu Yang tilted his head and glanced at her. He couldn't hide the disgust in his eyes when he said this. He preferred mature, smart and intellectual women. He simply loved being her. Jiyu Wanning pursed her lips. She felt a little uncomfortable when she heard his words, but she smiled and said, "It just so happens that I've never liked you, Teacher Liu. I was just chasing you for fun before. As young as I am, I won't like an old man who is 8 years older than me. He will be useless in a few years. I like sunny and cheerful types, and you are not my type either." Does she like sunny and cheerful types? Chasing him for fun. Useless. These words stimulated the usually calm and composed man, who suddenly stopped the car on the side of the road and pressed towards her like a mountain. A hint of anger surged in the depths of his black eyes, and he looked at her with raised eyebrows. "Can you tell me again?" Jiyu Wanning felt the dangerous and oppressive aura from him, and immediately backed down. She nervously leaned towards the car door, lowered her eyes and said nothing. She just thought she was incompetent, okay? She was not stupid, and she had to continue to stimulate him at this time. Liu Yang raised his hand and slowly touched her head twice. Jiyu Wanning suddenly became stiff all over, afraid that he would twist her head off with one hand. Cold sweat oozed out of her back. "Do you want to try whether I'm useful?" He gritted his teeth, moved the hand that was touching her head to her innocent face, pinched her chin and lifted it up, and asked with a smile. "No, no need. I just wanted to piss you off." Jiyu Wanning looked at him in horror. His heart was pounding. He shook his head like a rattle, but he was complaining in his heart. "You will definitely still be useful now, I'm talking about in a few years." Liu Yang let go of her face, started the car, and continued driving to the school. There was no rush. There would be plenty of opportunities to teach her a lesson after she moved in. "Forget it, I want to go and share a house with my classmates." She was a little afraid of this man. When you share a house with your classmates, in addition to rent, you also have to pay for water, electricity, gas and property fees, plus you have to pay for your own meals. "Is the subsidy from the hospital enough?" he asked coldly. Ning frowned. She could save the money, but she thought of her mother who was still suffering. She had no time to do odd jobs during her internship at the hospital. Then after we live together, you won't take advantage of me or bully me, right?" Chapter 15. The first night living with him. Am I someone who takes advantage of others easily? Liu Yang looked at this cutely silly woman and asked coldly. "Words are not enough. You have to write me a guarantee that you will not touch me or take advantage of me. Also, include your monthly salary and when the salary is paid every month." Jiyu Wanning said after thinking for a while. "Yeah," he responded. This silly woman actually started to become smart. Also, can this be kept secret? I don't want anyone in the hospital to know. She was afraid that others would gossip about it, and then both her and his reputation would be ruined. Need I ask? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? I still won't treat you preferentially in the hospital. I will be stricter with you than other interns. Be prepared. He took another puff of his cigarette and spoke very coldly. When it came to work, he was never vague. I know. I didn't ask you to show mercy. Gu Wanning raised her face proudly and looked out the car window. She would stay by her own efforts. Arrived at school. Liu Yang often came to the school to give speeches, and many students in the university knew him, so he didn't drive in. Gu Wanning used to be very proud that she was this man's girlfriend, and she often fantasized about living with him. But now that they were going to live together, she no longer felt that sense of pride. She sneaked out of his car and walked towards the school. Gu Wanning. A bald, slightly fat middle-aged man got out of a shabby Toyota car, ran over and called her. She turned around and saw that it was her stepfather. She frowned and had forgotten that this man was blocking the school gate. Come on, have dinner with me. As long as you help me keep Mr. Yin company tonight, I will be nicer to your mother in the future. He went over, grabbed her arm and dragged her towards his car, regardless of whether she was willing or not. Gu Wanning shook off his hand. I told you I have something to do. I won't go out to eat with you, and I won't go to accompany your boss. Seeing that she was so disobedient, Liu Guqiang got angry and raised his hand to slap her, but was afraid of scratching her face. His face was gloomy, and he grabbed her arm again, pulling her while angrily warning. You have to go today, whether you want to or not. You'd better listen to me and don't be shameless, or I'll kill your mother. Gu Wanning was worried that he would hurt his mother, and she hated going out with this man. Just when she didn't know what to do, Liu Yang came over with a cold face, and without asking any questions, he kicked him several meters away. Bang! Liu Guqiang drew an arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Who the hell are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business here? Are you looking for death? He covered his chest with one hand and growled like a vicious dog. Liu Yang walked towards him step by step, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Do you have the guts to say it again? Liu Guqiang was instantly frightened by his terrifying aura. He got up and ran towards his broken car, shouting as he ran. Just wait and see how I deal with your mother, you little bitch. Liu Yang asked her, who is that bald guy? My stepfather. Gu Wanning glanced at him, immediately took out his cell phone and called his mother. After the call was connected, he told her what had just happened and asked her to stay in a hotel for a few days. Then I transferred some money to my mother. Liu Yang didn't ask much about her housework. When he saw her hang up the phone, he called her coldly, go in and get your luggage. You will go in with me, she asked in surprise, blinking her eyes. He didn't respond, but his long legs had already stepped into the university campus. She was just a troublemaker. Seeing that he had already gone in, Gu Wanning had no choice but to keep some distance from him and follow behind him. Ipin Lanting. The door password is 958175. Liu Yang told the woman behind him while unlocking the door with his fingerprint. Don't disturb my private space in the future. Remember your identity and don't pretend to be my girlfriend. Most importantly, don't bring friends in. Teacher Liu, please rest assured. I will do everything you ask of me. And please don't interfere with my private affairs. She smiled and agreed readily. Liu Yang turned around and glanced at her indifferently. The curve of his thin lips revealed a cold atmosphere, and he did not answer. Click. He opened the door and put a large bag of things in his hand on the dining table. His slender fingers untied his tie, then unbuttoned the 3 crystal buttons on his light blue shirt. His slow movements were extremely seductive. He turned his head and glanced at her and said, Tonight I want to eat braised spare ribs, steamed fish, and a chicken soup. You can stir-fry any vegetable dish you want. Ahem, how about having some noodles tonight? Gu Wanning was a little tired after a day's work. She discussed with him with a frown, do we need to prepare so many dishes for the two of us? What I hate most is noodles, followed by eggs, coriander, garlic, carrots, tomatoes, celery, and potatoes. The taste should be light. Remember to do it, don't talk nonsense. As he spoke calmly, he poured himself a cup of freshly ground coffee. You're being pretentious by not eating so many dishes. she muttered in a very low voice. What did you say? Liu Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Nothing. I'll go make dinner. Gu Wanning coughed lightly, then put the suitcase and daily necessities away and lay down on his side. He has all the kitchen utensils and seasonings here, and the house is spotless. He must have a nanny who comes to clean it every day. The man sat down on the sofa with a cup of coffee, crossed his long legs, turned on the TV, and watched the news lazily. He exuded a cool and noble aura, like a flower from a high mountain that should not be desecrated. Gu Wanning, who was picking vegetables, looked up at him and immediately shook his head. What an illusion! He is no longer a human being when he indulges in lust. In the mist and rain, the ink painters embroidered green and provoked the red dust. The small town passed by this night but was wearing clothes and seals. The literary and lyrical ringtone of her cell phone suddenly rang. She put down the food in her hand and took it out of her denim shorts. Hey, Mingyu, what's up? Liu Yang, who was leisurely drinking coffee and watching TV, couldn't help but glance at her coldly. The name she called him was very unpleasant to him. Wanning, are you in that house now? Are you satisfied with the style there? If not, I can change it and try my best to arrange it the way you like. Zhu Mingyu asked her nervously, wondering if she could move in. Mingyu, I didn't go. A friend asked me to share the house with her, and I agreed. Thank you for your help, she said apologetically. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, Zhu Mingyu asked with concern, which friend of yours? Male or female? Is he reliable? It's just a girl I met when I was doing odd jobs before. She's a nice person and reliable. She had to lie. Liu Yang listened to the lies she told, and suddenly thought of the love words she said 2 years ago when she said she liked him, missed him very much, wanted to see him, and wanted to be with him forever. They are all fake, right? He took out a pack of cigarettes, pulled out a cigarette and lit it, then casually placed the hand holding the cigarette on his knee. The scarlet red on his fingertips flickered, making his fair, sharp-faced, and cold face look even colder. Guwan Ning felt a cold gaze and looked up, meeting his deep and slightly cold eyes. Just one glance from him made her heart tremble. She frowned slightly, turned sideways, not looking at him, nor wanting to pay attention to him, and answered the phone herself. Why would he be unhappy? Then which community do you live in? Zhu Mingyu asked again. Ipin Lanting. This could not be hidden. If I hid it from him, it would make him suspicious. That community is very high-end, and the monthly rent is at least over 10,000 yuan. Can you afford it? He asked curiously. Well, there are several girls. She frowned, raised her hand, and touched her forehead helplessly. She didn't want to lie and felt very sorry. Okay, that community is right next to where I live, so can I come to see you later? He asked again. Since she had already promised someone else, he couldn't force her to share the rent. Maybe she is embarrassed to live with a man? My roommates are all girls. They don't like men coming to their house. If you have any problems, call me and I'll go out to find you. Okay. Zhu Mingyu no longer doubted it. There were a group of girls living there, so it was indeed inconvenient for him to go over. However, he could ask her to come to his house for dinner. Then I won't tell you anymore. I'm cooking. You can cook. I didn't eat enough at night and I'm so hungry now. I really want to eat the food you cook. Zhu Mingyu said to her coquettishly while drawing circles on the wall of the corridor with his fingers. He had never eaten the food she cooked and wanted to try it. Gu Wanning heard his pitiful voice, but was too embarrassed to refuse. After all, they were good friends, so he begged his father to help him. Then I'll send some to you when I'm done. When Liu Yang heard her words, his already cold face instantly became even colder. He stared at her with eyes that seemed to want to stare a few holes in her body. Chapter 16. This little goblin has so many tricks. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Someone called me, so I'll go get busy first. After he said that, he hung up the phone and went to the nurse's station. Gu Wanning hung up the phone, turned around, and saw the cold face and creepy gaze of someone on the sofa again. She didn't ask and continued to pick and wash vegetables. Are you guys in a relationship? Liu Yang asked in a deep voice. I said we didn't talk, but I think he's a good guy, sunny and cheerful, kind and considerate, and he treats me very well. He doesn't treat me as a substitute for anyone else. Gu Wanning said this to him on purpose, just to let him know that there was someone who liked him too. When Liu Yang heard her words, his expression became a little gloomy, but he couldn't help but laugh and hit her. Given your family background, will his parents be interested in you? Don't embarrass yourself. Don't worry about this, Mr. Liu. She said in a light tone, looked up at him, and showed a sweet and charming smile. Liu Yang looked at the smile on her face, which was a bit dazzling. She was provoking me, but she was still a little immature. He took a puff of cigarette coldly, exhaled a puff of smoke, and asked with a smile. If he knew that you were enjoying yourself under me, and that you cooperated with me in so many positions and moaned so coquettishly, I wonder how he would feel. The smile on Gu Wanning's face froze, and her snow-white face suddenly turned as red as a ripe tomato. She pursed her pink lips and glared at him angrily, but she had no way to deal with him. She lowered her eyes in silence and concentrated on the task at hand. Don't be angry, just treat him as heir. Liu Yang raised his hand and took another puff of cigarette. In the smoke, his handsome face with sharp edges showed no expression. Looking at her enduring, his black eyes were faintly smiling. Because of the strength of her hands, the ordinary white loose t-shirt on her body suddenly slipped off one shoulder, revealing half of her alluring butterfly bones and thin shoulders. Her long hair was casually tied behind her head, with a few strands of hair scattered on both sides of her temples. She had no makeup on and no pretentious expression. She was pure with just the right amount of sexiness. Looking at that woman, a hint of desire suddenly surged in Liu Yang's cold eyes. The image of her pitiful, pure and attractive appearance under him appeared uncontrollably in his mind, and a surge of evil fire surged in his body. He frowned slightly, hating the feeling of being out of control. Suddenly remembering her lie just now, he asked in a colder tone, "Humph, you lie so easily. All those mushy things you said to me before were lies, right?" "Yes, it's all fake. Chasing you is just to satisfy my own sense of accomplishment." Guwan lowered her eyes and lied in a bad mood, saying that God knew how much she loved him at that time. She was such a conservative person, but she said such sweet words to him, which showed that she really loved him terribly. In order to date him, she would often ask for leave from her job, buy him gifts, and study harder for him, just to be qualified to be his girlfriend, work in the same hospital with him, and see him every day. Now I see him every day and we work in the same hospital as I wished, but things and people have changed. A terrifying layer of frost instantly covered Liu Yang's face. He stared at her with his black eyes slightly narrowed, emitting a sharp cold light. It seemed as if he would rush over and crush her to death in the next second. Satisfy her sense of accomplishment. Playing tricks on him for half a year? Very good. Guwan raised her eyes and suddenly saw his eyes. She was frightened so much that even the movement of washing the meat became stiff. The hairs on her body stood on end and cold sweat broke out on her back. She was afraid that he would rush over and teach her a lesson. She coughed lightly. "Why are you suddenly bringing up the past? Didn't you just treat me as a substitute and never liked me? We are even now." Liu Yang gritted his teeth and looked at her, but still suppressed the raging anger in his heart. He retracted his gaze, raised his hand, took another deep puff of the cigarette, and exhaled a cloud of thick smoke. After a moment's silence, he put out the cigarette in his hand, stood up and went to the master bedroom to get the laptop, turned it on, and with a cold expression, his slender fingers tapped on the keyboard. Wanning's legs felt a little weak, and when she saw that he didn't rush over, she let out a long breath. She was really scared just now. What is he writing now? Not angry anymore? This man is too moody. What are you looking at? Hurry up and cook. I'm hungry. The man raised his eyes and looked at her. His tone was cold but calm. You're not angry anymore, she asked tentatively. I'm angry with you. Do you think I'm as narrow-minded as you? Liu Yang glanced at her coldly and said in a magnanimous manner. Wanning couldn't see through the man. She hoped that he was really not angry. She continued to cook quickly as she had to look up some more information in the evening. More than half an hour later, she had prepared dinner, and the man sitting on the sofa called her, "Come over and sign the contract." Contract? Can't you just write a letter of guarantee? It turned out that he had been sitting here for dozens of minutes and was writing a contract. She walked over, picked up the contract on the coffee table and started reading it. We are in an employment relationship. You have requirements for me, but don't I have requirements for you? He picked up the coffee cup and took a sip. Wanning glanced at him. There was nothing wrong with what he said. The contract detailed her monthly salary and payday, as well as his guarantee. Then there were a bunch of behavioral rules that governed her living here, which were actually listed on 2 sheets of paper. Her attention was suddenly drawn to the 3-year deadline and the 100,000 yuan reward written in bold and large font at the end. After 3 years, there's a bonus of 100,000. She opened her mouth in surprise. Is he so nice? As long as you are obedient, there will be a reward. Sign it after you have read it and have dinner. Liu Yang stood up, put one hand in his trouser pocket, and glanced at her with an ambiguous look in his eyes. Yeah. He gave himself such a high monthly salary, as well as bonuses, and thought that he was not that bad, so Wanning did not read the contents of the paper behind him carefully, picked up the black pen on the coffee table and signed. Then he used the ink pad he had prepared to press his fingerprints. Liu Yang looked at this simple and stupid woman, with a faint smile on the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. The previous haze was swept away. He had already signed it, took his copy of the contract, went to the master bedroom, and locked it directly in the safe. I sat down at the dining table and looked at the dishes she cooked. I raised my eyebrows. They looked good. I picked up my chopsticks and tasted the steamed fish. I was stunned. It actually tastes much better than what the nanny cooks. Ning sat opposite him and knew from his expression that he should be quite satisfied. She did not speak to him, but quietly poured herself a bowl of chicken soup and ate her meal, always remembering his words and ignoring him. Liu Yang raised his eyes and glanced at the quiet woman opposite him. She still had some good points. Ning was not as slow and meticulous as him. She finished her meal quickly and stood up. Teacher Liu, I have to go to the hospital and will be back soon. Go and deliver food to Zhu Mingyu. His voice was always cold. Chapter 17. Do you have long fingers or itchy fingers? Yeah. Wanning nodded. This is the last time. From now on, you are not allowed to go out at night unless it is something very important. If you have any accidents outside, I will be responsible. Remember. He slowly raised his eyes and looked at her. I understand. She didn't refute. She really should go out less at night, then I'll go out. Wait a minute, I'll drive him over, you stay at home. Liu Yang put down the chopsticks in his hand, stood up from the chair, and went to the kitchen counter to get the thermos bucket that had been prepared. No, don't bother you. I can just go downstairs and ride a shared bike. Wanning said embarrassedly that he dared not ask Director Liu from the general surgery department to bring him meals. What a waste of talent. She can't bear this blessing. Besides, Zhu Mingyu will definitely be suspicious, right? If you don't want to trouble me, don't promise others casually in the future. Liu Yang deliberately said this and left with the thermos. Ning stood there in a daze, feeling a little guilty. She would rather send it over herself. The hospital was very quiet at night. Zhu Mingyu brought a large bag of strawberries to share with the nurses on duty. When they were happily eating, he said to them, Nurses, please help me take better care of Wanning in the future. Please. As expected, one should be grateful for the favor one receives. Is that Wanning your girlfriend? A nurse asked with a smile. Well, it's not yet. He had just finished speaking awkwardly when the elevator to the 12th floor suddenly opened and a man with a powerful aura walked out. Everyone immediately stopped talking and stood up to greet him respectfully. Director Liu, why are you here? Good evening, Teacher Liu. Zhu Mingyu also greeted. I forgot to take something. Qingling said, looking at the young man, and handed him the thermos bucket. I met Wanning on the road, and she gave it to you. Zhu Mingyu quickly took it. What a coincidence. It must be a coincidence, right? It is impossible that Teacher Liu has a personal relationship with her. He deliberately made things difficult for her during the day and asked her to be responsible for so many patients. Thank you, Teacher Liu. I was a little disappointed not to see her. Interns under me are not allowed to have romantic relationships. The hospital asked you to come here for internships, not romance. You'd better not let me find out that you are dating in the hospital. Liu Yang suddenly spoke in a serious and low voice. His voice was not loud, but it was powerful and intimidating without him being angry, making people dare not disobey. After breaking up the couple, he turned around, raised his eyebrows slightly, and went to his office symbolically. Zhu Mingyu frowned. This Teacher Liu was too fierce and too strict. No wonder he never had a girlfriend. If he didn't like surgery, he wouldn't want to intern under him. In the apartment, Wanning cleaned the house inside and out, took a shower, went to the refrigerator, and just as he poured a glass of milk, he opened the door. Liu Yang walked in. Seeing him coming back, she immediately asked, "What did you tell Zhu Mingyu? He didn't doubt our relationship, did he?" Liu Yang walked over and glanced at her old-fashioned nightgown. His eyes unconsciously fell in front of her. Inside. Although her long t-shirt nightdress is conservative and old-fashioned, it is very thin. Ning followed his gaze, looked down, immediately covered her body with her hands, and was about to go back to her bedroom when he suddenly pulled her back and pushed her against the refrigerator. "What are you doing?" She waved her hand and hit him with a force that was just like tickling. "You dress like this just to tease your ex-boyfriend, don't you?" Liu Yang suddenly put his hand around her waist and pinched her. Hiss. "I didn't mean to tease you. I just came out to get a glass of milk, how did I know you'd come back now? Get out of the way, I'm going back to rest." She pulled his hand in annoyance, but failed to pull it away. Liu Yang lifted her chin and looked at the woman. "Whether you are flirting or not, you will know after trying it." "How to try?" Wanning had just asked when he suddenly blocked her lips and gave her a passionate French kiss. Is this what he meant by try? Wanning felt that she had been deceived by this man again. She put her hands on him and tried to push him away, but he didn't work. Her nightgown was suddenly lifted up by him. Liu Yang couldn't help but pause and raised his eyebrows. "And you still say you didn't seduce me on purpose? Liu Yang? You are shameless. We have signed a contract, Wanning pushed his lips away, and just after she finished speaking, she suddenly groaned. "Do you have long fingers, or do you have itchy fingers?" she asked in annoyance, and pushed him harder. "You have nothing, and you still say you are not trying to seduce me." He snorted coldly. I just haven't had time yet. Besides, whether I have it or not has nothing to do with you." Before she could finish her words, he suddenly grabbed her lips and tongue again. He conquered the city with his wild and domineering tactics. Someone's hands were still naughty and kept teasing her. Ning struggled but couldn't get away. This kind of kiss and teasing made her feel as if her whole body was on fire, and her rationality was turned into a mess by him. "I don't know how long it took, but my body gradually went limp. I pushed his hands away and unknowingly put my arms around his neck, my body uncontrollably responding to him. The two of them kissed and stumbled towards the master bedroom. Wanning's head was suddenly hit by the door frame. She woke up instantly and pushed him away immediately, gasping for breath. She touched her lips that were swollen from being sucked by him in regret. "I'm going to bed. Good night, Mr. Liu." She said this in panic and fled back to her bedroom. If she really slept with him, he would definitely think that she was seducing him. He is so arrogant. Pretentious. Liu Yang looked unsatisfied and annoyed. He could only go take a cold shower. He seduced him and acted pretentiously. Is this woman trying to hook me on purpose? Or is she still resentful that I broke up with her 2 years ago and is taking revenge on me? The next morning, when Liu Yang came out of her room, her bedroom door was closed. He thought she had overslept and looked a little gloomy. Today she would experience the first day of rounds and hand over the shift. Did she want to be scolded? He pushed the door open with force and was stunned. The bed was made, the room was clean, but there was no one in the room. I closed the door and walked to the dining room, where I saw a glass of milk, a bacon sandwich and a bowl of covered shrimp porridge on the dining table. When did she get up? Warning. He called out, but no one responded. He also didn't know when the person left, and he ran away so fast. At this moment, Wanning had completed the handover work with Zhu Mingyu in the hospital. He recorded important information during the handover process, including the patient's condition, last night's reaction, special precautions and other important information. He also conducted simple inquiries and examinations on all the patients he was responsible for. You are too meticulous. When I handed over the shift to other interns, they also made notes in their notebooks. Zhu Mingyu said to her. Because this whole process would take at least half an hour, and they don't have that patience. It's just my job duties. She smiled lightly, raised her wrist to check the time, and said to him, You've worked the night shift all night, go back and rest. I slept for a few hours in the second half of the night. I'm not sleepy now. I'll stay with you for a while. By the way, Mr. Liu is very fierce and strict. If you are stumped by his questions, don't be afraid. Just let it go in one ear and out the other. Anyway, he has scolded several female interns to tears, so don't feel too embarrassed. Zhu Mingyu was afraid that she would be shocked, so he comforted her in advance. Yeah. She nodded, still feeling a little nervous. She didn't know whether the questions the man asked were difficult or not. So many classmates say that he is fierce and scary, it must not be groundless, right? Warning, the spare ribs you cook are delicious, and the chicken soup is also very tasty. I ate them all last night. He was completely shocked when he ate the food she cooked last night. Gu Wanning smiled faintly. His biological father died in a car accident when he was only half a year old. The perpetrator has not been caught yet. His grandparents favored boys over girls and lied to his mother that she needed surgery. In the end, they used the loan money his mother had borrowed to buy a house for his uncle. One can imagine how miserable life was for her and her mother after that. In order not to make my mother too busy, I started cooking and washing simple clothes when I was over 4 years old. Can we have it again tonight? Zhu Mingyu suddenly turned around and asked her again. She happened to meet Professor Liu last night. It's impossible for her to meet such a coincidence again tonight, right? Gu Wanning was about to decline when the elevator door suddenly opened and a cool man in a light blue shirt and a dark blue striped tie walked out with a brisk pace. His serious aura made all the nurses who saw him become cautious. When Zhu Mingyu saw him, he immediately moved to the side with a guilty conscience, creating some distance between him and her. Gu Wanning was very calm, as he had not done anything shameful. Liu Yang glanced at them with a cold look, put one hand in his trouser pocket, and walked straight to his office without speaking to them. The interns in the lounge knew that Liu Yang was coming, and they all ran out with a look of fear on their faces and waited at the nurse's desk. Someone complained in a very low voice. Hey, I've taken so many exams since I was a child, but I've never been so nervous and scared. That's right, Mr. Liu is so handsome, how can he be so fierce? Did you grow up eating gunpowder? We just came here for internship, and he didn't even give us time to adapt. After all, we are all top students selected from thousands of people in the school, either graduate students or doctoral students, but he didn't give us any face at all. Stop complaining. Teacher Liu is strict for our own good. A pretty female doctor said to them. She has had a crush on Liu Yang for several years, and this time she came to intern under him just to win over this popular girl. If I could be his girlfriend, all the female classmates in the university would be so jealous, as would the female doctors and nurses in the hospital. Gu Wanning glanced at them, not participating in the discussion, and just focused on doing his own thing. Hey Qinlu, didn't you say that an intern was admitted yesterday as an exception with backdoor admission? Who is it? A woman suddenly asked. Qinlu smiled and pointed at Gu Wanning who was standing at the edge. She is the woman with her hair tied up, who looks innocent but is actually very promiscuous. She was able to come in as an exception, and I don't know which man she seduced. Chapter 18, Everyone has been bewitched by him and turned into a fool. After she said this, all the interns looked at Gu Wanning. Some looked at her with contempt, some laughed at her, and some just watched the fun. What are you talking about? It's obviously you who hooked up with a rich man and took away Wan Ning's internship spot. How dare you make indirect accusations here? Qinlu, do you have any shame? Gu Wanning was not angry yet, but Mr. Zhu Mingyu was angry and asked angrily without any mercy. Heh. I'm hanging out with a rich guy. Do you have any evidence? If you continue to slander my reputation, believe it or not, I'll tell Teacher Liu. Qinlu folded her arms and chuckled. She didn't believe they had evidence, and she didn't know that the man in front of her was the son of the deputy director of the health bureau. You want evidence, right? Don't think I can't dig it out for you. Zhu Mingyu was infuriated by this arrogant woman. Gu Wanning beside him pulled him and shook his head at him. If he continued to make noise, he would be punished. It was not the right time to teach that woman a lesson. Why are you making a fuss in the hospital? Don't you know who you are? Xiao Yi, dressed in a white coat, walked from the back corridor and asked in a deep voice. I'm sorry, Dr. Xiao. We didn't quarrel. We just spoke a little loudly. We will be more careful next time. Gu Wanning said immediately. The idiot Qinlu thought she was afraid, and took the opportunity to destroy her reputation. Dr. Xiao, do you know that Ji Wanning was admitted here because she was with a man? She and Zhu Mingyu just slandered my reputation. You have to make a decision for me. Xiao Yi had a good impression of the calm and composed Ji Wanning. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Qinlu and silently complained in his heart, this idiot actually offended 2 big shots by himself. One of them is Dr. Lu's former lover, and the other is the deputy director's son. She is just looking for trouble. I remember that you were able to intern here because it seemed that President Wang personally recommended you. I've seen the internship list before, and Ji Wanning is indeed on it. When Xiao Yi saw Ji Wanning being bullied, it was like he saw Jiang Ying being bullied, and he helped her without asking any reason. When everyone heard what Dr. Xiao said, they all looked at Qinlu in surprise. They didn't expect that she really had snatched the quota from someone else by hooking up with an old man. He is just my godfather. Qinlu's face instantly turned purple, feeling extremely embarrassed. I don't care whether he is your godfather or your biological father. If you cause trouble in the hospital again, you can get out. Xiao Yi looked at her coldly. Ji Wanning looked at Dr. Xiao with gratitude, and his favorable impression of him increased sharply, even though he didn't even know him. Qinlu's face became even more embarrassed, and she was almost furious. Damn Ji Wanning, just wait for me. The interns looked at Dr. Xiao and saw that he didn't blame Ji Wanning at all. They always felt that he was deliberately helping her. Could it be that this woman was able to squeeze in as an exception because of the help of Dr. Xiao? Are they having an affair? At this time, Liu Yang was discussing the patient's surgical plan with the doctor beside him while walking over with big strides. He had a stethoscope hanging around his neck, black trousers on his slender legs were straight, his leather shoes were shiny, and he wore a light blue shirt and a tie of the same color under his white coat. He looked cool, calm, handsome, and domineering to the point of infuriating both humans and gods. The several surgical residents, attending physicians, and deputy chief physicians who were walking beside him completely became background figures. As soon as he appeared, all those female interns who were graduate students and doctoral students were mesmerized and became mentally retarded. Without blinking, she stared at him with an infatuated look on her face. Ji Wanning was also distracted by the sight of him in a white coat, who seemed ruthless and impartial at work, but soon regained consciousness. I can't be fooled by him anymore. I'm just his babysitter now. Her eyes fell on all the surgeons with strong auras, and suddenly a feeling of admiration arose in her heart. They seemed to have a kind of energy, a mysterious, domineering and powerful energy, which is different from the lazy doctors in other departments. Someone who can enter the operating room, hold a scalpel, and control the life and death of a patient should have this kind of energy, right? At this moment, she fell in love with surgery from the bottom of her heart and strengthened her belief. Liu Yang walked over here, glanced at the people here, and without stopping, he and the surgeons went directly to the ward at the end of the corridor. Ji Wanning was stunned. Seeing him and the doctors enter the ward he was in charge of, his heart instantly became nervous. It felt like a teacher checking homework one-on-one. And the first person I check is myself on my first day at work. This kind of tension is like my heart is about to jump out of my chest and I can't suppress it. She didn't have time to learn from other interns. After Liu Yang entered the ward, he simply asked the patient how he felt and whether he felt particularly uncomfortable. While doing a simple examination of the patient, he glanced at Ji Wanning and asked, "What is the patient's basic condition?" Everyone's eyes turned to her. Maybe it was because it was her first time experiencing ward rounds in front of so many doctors with strong auras. Ji Wanning's heart was pounding. She was so nervous that her brain seemed to have suddenly crashed and went blank. There was a strong hint of mockery in Qinlu's eyes. If she couldn't laugh now, she really wanted to laugh out loud. I was beaten up by Dr. Xiao just now and lost face. Now I finally have a chance to retaliate. I deliberately reminded him loudly. Ji Wanning, Dr. Liu is asking you a question, answer it quickly, so many people are waiting for you. Ji Wanning glanced at the gloating woman, ignored her, and tried to calm himself. Zhu Mingyu frowned. He was not familiar with the medical records of these 15 patients last night, and now he couldn't help her. What should he do? I don't know who got you in. With your strength, the person who got you in must be blind, right? Qinlu smiled at her and deliberately spoke loudly, just to let all the doctors hear and know that she also came in through the back door. Cough. Xiao Yi really couldn't help coughing, and looked at Liu Yang next to him, wanting to see what his expression would be when he was told that he was blind in public. Ha! He's not angry at all. He's still serious and impartial. Damn, he's really patient. He really admired Qinlu. She had offended another important person by herself. TSK. How did someone so stupid get into Fudan Medical University? Gu Wanning, you said you. Before Qinlu finished speaking, Lu Yang gave her a cold look. Get out of here. She glanced at Teacher Lu, curled her lips, and stepped back. Gu Wanning glanced at the woman indifferently. She had already adjusted herself and apologized first. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. This is my first time accompanying a ward round. I was really nervous, but I've adjusted myself now. What you just asked was the basic condition of the patient. Chapter 19, got slapped in the face. Zhao Yang, the patient in bed 117, was admitted to the hospital 2 days ago due to a choking sensation in the throat and tight pain in the back of the chest. Yesterday's tomography scan and X-ray barium meal were diagnosed with early-stage esophageal cancer. Early esophageal cancer is not accompanied by metastasis to surrounding lymph nodes or distant organs, so if the lesion allows, it is best to perform radical surgical resection. Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. Could she understand the film being shot? It can even determine which treatment method to use. Medical history. He asked another question. He had of course seen the patient's medical history transferred from other hospitals, and he was just testing her. She had a gastric ulcer and perforation 3 years ago and had a repair surgery. 2 years ago, she was diagnosed with impaired glucose tolerance and was well controlled by taking oral hypoglycemic agents. She also had moderate hypertension and has been taking oral reserpine ever since, which is well controlled. Because her answers were so detailed and fluent, the interns who had been gloating just now were shocked. Everyone looked at her with jealousy. On their first day of ward rounds, they were all badly reprimanded. Especially Qinlu, her eyes almost popped out of her head in shock, her face turned the color of liver again. Why didn't you give me the checkup form from yesterday? Lu Yang suddenly asked again. You went into the operating room yesterday afternoon. Gu Wanning pursed her lips. She was waiting for him at the door of the office yesterday afternoon, and left work only after she didn't see him. I didn't come out of the operating room alive. Lu Yang looked at her and asked again, his tone clear and cold, neither anxious nor irritable, but very oppressive. When the other doctors heard what the man said, they almost laughed out loud. It was rare for Director Lu to tell such a joke. This rhetorical question with a sense of oppression made Gu Wanning feel a little embarrassed. She raised her eyes and looked at this stern man who had no personal relationship with her, and took the initiative to admit her mistake. It was my mistake. I will report it to you in time. Be more thoughtful when doing things, don't take things for granted. Lu Yang said something to her again, and when he was about to check on other patients, Gu Wanning immediately opened the folder, handed him several report sheets, and verbally reported the data of each examination sheet, and then asked without any stage fright. I have checked several of the patient's preoperative examinations and the indicators are normal. Do you need to arrange the operation, Mr. Lu? After reading the checklist, Lu Yang glanced at her again. Some interns couldn't even understand the data on the checklist after graduation. Yesterday, an intern was scolded by him for this. Go talk to my assistant about the schedule. He had already communicated with the patient and believed that surgery was better than chemotherapy, and the patient had agreed. Yes. Gu Wanning nodded. Lu Yang examined other patients again and asked questions, which he was not only able to answer easily but also in great detail. Other doctors' impression of her and her professional ability instantly improved. Zhu Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief silently. He was worried that she would be scolded badly, but he didn't expect her to be so amazing. There were 15 patients, and she was not only familiar with the medical history of each patient, but also the current situation of each one. He couldn't do it. Qinlu, who was standing in the crowd, originally wanted to see her being scolded, but she didn't expect that she would be the center of attention on the first day. The other interns also cast jealous glances at her. Qinlu was feeling jealous when she suddenly saw Teacher Lu and the surgeons enter the ward she was in charge of. She became so nervous that her legs almost went limp. I quickly followed him in. The patient lay weakly on the bed and looked at them. He was breathing heavily and felt like he couldn't catch his breath. Lu Yang listened to the patient's chest with a stethoscope. This patient was admitted to the emergency department yesterday. According to the outpatient medical records, he has had COPD for 6 years, with progressive worsening for 5 months, accompanied by bronchiectasis. He was hospitalized in Renher Hospital. During the treatment, his BOD index was 5. Lung transplantation is recommended. A doctor immediately told him. The patient's family members are not in the hospital. Liu Yang looked a little solemn after listening to the diagnosis. No, I don't know. I didn't see it. Qin Lu answered nervously, almost unable to react. He was admitted to the hospital yesterday, and you haven't even met the patient's family today. What are you doing? Are you blind? Liu Yang asked her with a serious look. Chapter 20. It's so funny, are you a piece of shit? Do you want me to pick it up? Qin Lu's legs became even weaker when she saw his intimidating expression. How could she save her face if she was bullied in front of so many people? Suddenly hearing him say the word blind made her feel strange. Ahem. When Guan heard the word blind from his mouth, the corners of her lips curved up beautifully. It turned out that he also held a grudge. Body temperature, blood pressure, and how much drainage volume today? Liu Yang asked again. Body temperature 37.8, blood pressure 180, drainage volume. Qin Lu looked down at the notebook in her hand, flipping through it but couldn't find it. Being stared at by so many people, she was so embarrassed that she almost cried. Who knew she had to check so much details? In front of the patient, Liu Yang did not reprimand her, but said to her in a deep voice, prepare for the ventilator. Also, contact the patient's family immediately and ask them to come and sign. He needs to be transferred to the ICU as soon as possible. Yes. Qin Lu answered stutteringly. If you can't even diagnose when a patient's condition has deteriorated, you'd better quit this job as soon as possible. He glanced at the interns. Then, he performed a simple examination on the other 3 patients in the ward and asked Qin Lu a few questions. She stammered and could not answer them clearly. Liu Yang's expression became more and more ugly. After leaving the ward, he only said to her seriously, go and bring the pig here. Yes. She responded, thought for a moment and asked doubtfully, Teacher Liu, what are you doing here with the pig? Because pigs have more brains than you. Liu Yang said with disgust to the woman. Phut. Xiao Yi couldn't help laughing. Someone's mouth was really poisonous. The other doctors couldn't help but burst out laughing. Director Liu never tells jokes, but his jokes are so funny that they can kill you. The doctors were all staring at the intern Qin Lu. She was really not that good. What Director Liu asked her just now were all the most basic and simplest questions. The key point is that she even embarrassed her colleagues in front of patients and doctors, deliberately stirring up trouble. This kind of person is really stupid. Qin Lu felt very embarrassed being stared at by them. She bit her lips tightly and her eyes were full of tears. She was scolded by him in front of so many people as being worse than a pig. She completely lost her face. After Liu Yang scolded her, he said to Dr. Li beside him. I looked at the various tests that the patient in bed 107 had done yesterday. It would be best if he could get a lung transplant as soon as possible, but lungs are scarce. If you wait in line, you'll have to wait 5 to 8 months. Given his condition, if he doesn't get a lung within 2 months, there will be no hope. You should talk to his family. Okay. Deputy Chief Dr. Li nodded. Qin Lu tried hard not to cry. She couldn't cry in front of Wanning, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. The next second Guan walked up to her, stopped, looked at her, and smiled. He didn't say a single sarcastic word, but his silence was more powerful than words. HMPH, what are you so proud of? Just wait, I'm going to challenge you in a duel. Qin Lu was really irritated by the smile on her face. It's so funny. Are you a piece of shit? Do you need me to pick it up for you? Wanning said seriously and continued to make rounds. This could be considered as on-site teaching and could not be missed. Zhu Mingyu heard what his woman said, looked at Qin Lu who was stunned by the anger, smiled, and quickly followed his woman. Damn woman, just wait for me. There's still a lot of time, let's just wait and see. Qin Lu clenched her hands tightly and screamed in a low voice like crazy. After the ward rounds, in addition to explaining what the interns had to do today, Liu Yang also reprimanded many of those who were not attentive, using harsh and merciless words. Qin Lu took the self-review she had written all night and went to Liu Yang's office trembling with fear. Sure enough, she was scolded by Dr. Liu again. She came out crying so hard that all the makeup on her face was smudged. I don't know what unpleasant words Liu Yang said to me again. Wanning was holding a dozen medical records in his arms, preparing to send them to the director's office. He ran into her in the corridor and saw her crying so ugly, and laughed again. Phut. What are you laughing at? Wanning, just wait for me, I will definitely kick you out of here. Lu stopped and looked at the sarcastic smile on her face, and was so angry that she almost exploded. He wiped the tears from his face and swore angrily. With your qualifications, you have no chance to stay here even without me chasing you away. Wanning glanced at her with contempt and left. You? Lu's eyes were vicious. If she didn't kick her out of here, she would not be named Qin. Wanning walked to the office door, knocked, and pushed it open after hearing a response. He saw Dr. Xiao standing inside. No wonder the woman was crying so miserably, it turned out that she was scolded in front of outsiders. She walked in and greeted politely, "Hello, Teacher Liu, hello, Dr. Xiao. Teacher Liu, this is yesterday's medical record, please check it." She put the medical records on the desk and felt a little awkward standing in front of his desk. She didn't know where to put her hands, so she simply put them behind her back like a good and obedient student. Xiao Yi looked at her like this and thought she was extremely cute. Liu Yang took the top medical record, flipped it open and took a look. She wrote in a special font used by doctors, and the records were very detailed, complete and clear. She writes pretty well, right? I think she should be able to be in the top 10 among this group of interns in the surgical department. Xiao Yi said as he looked at the medical record she wrote with his hands in his trouser pockets. She can get into the top 10 just by writing medical records. She is far behind those doctoral students. Liu Yang smiled and threw away the medical records in his hand, hitting her without any regard for her feelings. There are 3 groups of interns in the Department of Surgery, with about 20 people in each group, but only 5 residents will compete for the position. After 3 years, the residents will not only have to compete internally, but may also have to compete with doctors from other hospitals for contracts. If she only made it into the top 10, she would be kicked out in 3 months and would not even be qualified to stay in the hospital for regular training. Wanning frowned, provoked by his words. Teacher Liu, although I am only an undergraduate, I will use my actual ability to tell you that I will not only be in the top 5, but also be number 1. Chapter 21. Dr. Liu, you are so bad. Don't brag. He took another medical record and examined it carefully with his eyes lowered. If I can't get first place, I'll crawl on the ground for you. Wanning has always been a strong-willed person. She started skipping grades in elementary school and went to college at the age of 15. She had the best grades in her 5 years at college and received scholarships every year. She had never been looked down upon by anyone. She was completely aroused by this man's anger and fighting spirit. Liu Yang raised his eyes lazily, looked at her, and just curled his lips and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you to climb." Wanning looked at him with contempt and clenched her hands tightly. Xiao Yi looked at this man. He slept with her after all, but he didn't even give her a good face after sleeping with her. What he said was really discouraging. After checking all the medical records, Liu Yang told her, "Go enter the electronic medical records, don't make stupid mistakes for me, if you make a mistake in one word, copy it 100 times. Wanning was a little angry with him. He looked at him coldly, didn't respond, and walked out with the medical records. Liu Yang looked at her attitude, his brows slightly furrowed, wishing he could drag her back and give her a good beating. After get off work at noon, in the hospital cafeteria. Why do you come to the hospital to eat instead of resting at home? Wanning asked the man sitting opposite her while eating fast food. Of course it's because the food here is cheap, plentiful and delicious. Mingyu made an excuse. Your family doesn't seem to be short of money, right? I am a self-disciplined person. My parents' money belongs to them. They have spent a lot of money to raise me. How can I squander their money? Before he met her, he was just like all the other children of officials and never hesitated to spend money. Since he met her 2 years ago, he not only changed his bad habit of spending money recklessly, but also went to do odd jobs with her. It was this woman who changed him, and marrying her was his life goal. There are indeed not many second-generation officials who are as diligent, frugal and self-disciplined as you. Wanning praised him with a smile. At the table not far from them, Xiao Yi followed his best friend's sharp gaze, raised his eyebrows, and asked curiously, "By the way, is Jiu Wanning your woman or Ju Mingyu's?" Liu Yang turned a deaf ear to him, his handsome face was cold and emotionless. "Humph, you laugh so dissolutely, why don't you go to work in the nightclub?" Guan Ning felt as if someone was staring at him, and he felt uncomfortable all over. He raised his eyes and glanced around, and suddenly saw his cold eyes, and his scalp tingled. They only looked at each other for 2 seconds, and then they both looked away indifferently at the same time. She continued chatting and eating with her friends. The blue veins on the back of Liu Yang's hand jumped a few times silently. He took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, narrowed his black eyes slightly, and went deeper into the vortex. "After you slept with her, isn't it awkward for you to be her teacher now? What is the relationship between you two now?" Xiao Yi asked curiously. "It doesn't matter, let's eat." Liu Yang looked up at him and said, "I don't believe it." "It doesn't matter, what was he looking at just now?" "He looked unhappy." "If you don't believe me, forget it." He took another puff of his cigarette. "Boring." Xiao Yi complained about him, and after thinking about it, he couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Anyway, you slept with her, so you should be a little nicer to her, right? Be nice to her and let her get carried away? A surgeon like you can't even endure this psychologically. You might as well go beg for food at the doorstep." Liu Yang snorted coldly. After get off work in the afternoon, Jiu Wanning did not take the man's car again, but rode a shared bicycle by herself. When she returned home, the man was already sitting on the sofa watching the news. When Liu Yang saw her enter the room, he glanced at her coldly and said nothing. "What are you going to eat tonight?" She washed her hands first, then walked to the refrigerator and asked in a slightly cold voice. The man sitting on the sofa crossed his legs, staring at the TV. He didn't answer her. He looked cold, like an ice sculpture. Jiu Wanning secretly complained. "He despises me and speaks so harshly to me, and he is angry and unhappy. Okay, just keep quiet. I don't want to be treated coldly. Then just make 3 dishes and a soup." She was about to open the refrigerator to get some food when her cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was her stepfather, she frowned and had to answer the call. "Jiu Wanning, come over to Xiaonanguo restaurant now and have dinner with us. Dress nicely and don't look like a bumpkin." The man gave her an order. "I'm doing my internship at the hospital. I'm very busy and can't leave." She made an excuse and went to her bedroom with her phone. Liu Yang turned his head and looked at her. Who was she talking to? She was actually doing it secretly behind my back. "Which man did you seduce again? Can't leave? Okay, then I'll let your mother come, and I'll find a better nightclub for your mother to work as a prostitute, so that her beautiful face and figure won't be wasted, and it will be convenient for her to accompany my clients in the future." The man smiled and said to her that in a small city, it might be useful to let her mother go to accompany the clients, but it wouldn't work in this big city. The big bosses here are very cunning and they like young and beautiful women. "That girl is so pure and pretty, wouldn't it be a waste if we don't make use of her? You dare." Jiu Wanning was furious when he heard his words and held the phone tightly. "HMPH, I'll give you half an hour. If you don't come, see if I dare to do it." The man said coldly and hung up the phone. She leaned against the door weakly, her nose was sour. She often imagined herself as a vampire, using her sharp long nails to fiercely dig into the devil's neck. After calming down in the room for a long time, she walked out of the bedroom, stood beside the sofa and said to him, "Teacher Liu, I have something to do tonight and can't cook. Can you order takeout?" "What's the matter?" Liu Yang turned around and asked coldly. "My family is coming to this city and we want to go out for dinner." She didn't tell him the reason, and he didn't want to hear it. When he was in a relationship before, he never asked about his family. After the breakup, she realized that he didn't care about her and she was just a substitute, a shadow. "No. Finally, you're begging me," he said coldly. Jiu Wanning looked at him and frowned. After a moment of silence, she went to pour a cup of coffee and brought it to him. She could only call out again in a flattering tone, "Teacher Liu, I promise to be back in an hour." Liu Yang looked up and glanced at her, said nothing, and continued reading his news. "I'm just a nanny here, not selling myself to you. I still have some basic freedom, okay? Well, I'm leaving now." She put the coffee cup on the coffee table and was about to leave when the silent man suddenly spoke up. Let's go, but I have to remind you that the contract clearly states that, except for not having sex, you have to meet all my requirements. If you violate this, you will be fined 1,000 each time. Is there such an unfair clause in the contract? Gu Wanning's eyes widened immediately, and he turned around in surprise. Is this written in the contract? Chapter 22. You started a fire, so you are responsible for putting it out. You can go and take a closer look again. She immediately went back to the room, took out the contract from the drawer and read it carefully. She saw on the second page, so, the 100,000 bonus in bold and large font below is a trick. Does he have to be so mean? Gu Wanning was so angry that she almost had internal bleeding. There are only 10,000 yuan in 10,000 yuan, and there are 30 days in a month. You are so disobedient. At the end of 3 years, I wonder if you will give me 1 million yuan in return. Liu Yang raised his eyebrows and asked her. Liu Yang? I really want to call him a bastard. How could he be such a bastard? Go out, the money will be deducted from your monthly salary. He spoke in a casual and calm tone. Gu Wanning stared at his handsome face, gritted her teeth, and clenched her fists. She would never trust this man again. After a long while, she had to calm down. The contract had been signed. She couldn't not earn any money from him and still owe him hundreds of thousands, right? When will she and her mother be free? Last night he said he wouldn't be angry with her, saying she had no vision, but then he turned around and screwed her over. How shameless. In order to get out and avoid being charged, Gu Wanning suppressed her anger and sat next to him. She raised her hand awkwardly and placed it on his hard thigh, asking coaxingly. Teacher Liu, how many operations did you perform today? Are you tired? Let me give you a massage. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she said flatteringly, Teacher Liu, you look so handsome and cool at work. Haven't you seen those highly educated female interns who have been mesmerized by you and become mentally retarded? Liu Yang turned his eyes to glance at her and chuckled, handsome. Didn't you say I'm old? I mean you are manly. You are the most handsome, beautiful, elegant and charming man I have ever seen. Not only are you great at work, but you are also great in bed. He spoke too quickly, and after the last sentence came out of his heart, Guan Ning was stunned for a moment, regretting it and wishing he could bite his tongue. Are you good in bed too? He asked with a raised eyebrow. She raised her eyes to look at him, and could only nod her head, yeah. Then do you still want it? Liu Yang curled his lips and asked deliberately while glancing at her. Gu Wanning's snow-white face flushed instantly when she heard his words. She raised her clear and pure eyes and looked at him nervously. It was not right to shake her head, nor was it right not to shake her head. He was not thinking. Go and please your Ju Mingyu, and don't be hypocritical in front of me. Can I be close to you just because you want to? Liu Yang waved her hands away with one hand, his handsome face gloomy, and he looked at her with contempt. Gu Wanning knew that he was speaking sarcastically. If she really left at this moment, her 10,000 yuan would probably be deducted within 2 days. Would it make him feel better if I kissed him? She suddenly leaned forward, put her arms around his neck, and was about to kiss his lips, but Liu Yang turned his face away indifferently, and her lips fell on his cheek. The man turned his head and looked at her with a dead and cold gaze, and a hint of stern warning. Gu Wanning was frightened by his eyes, but she didn't intend to move away. She pressed her soft body against his hard body again, and climbed onto his neck with both hands, trying to overcome the tension and fear in her heart. This man is really handsome. His skin was fair and clean, his eyebrows were deep and sharp, his features were clear and perfect, his nose was high, and even his eyelashes were long, thick and elegant. There were too many things in his eyes, so deep that she couldn't see through them. When she was so close to him before, she didn't dare to look him in the eye. Have you seen enough? Get out of here. Liu Yang's face was gloomy and he was about to throw her away, but Gu Wanning gritted her teeth and had to boldly kiss his sexy lips again, biting them without any rules. A slender arm moved away from his neck and gently squeezed his hard chest muscles. Liu Yang lowered his eyes to look at the woman, his Adam's apple rolling unconsciously. Gu Wanning closed her eyes lightly, moved her cold thin lips away, and kissed from his chin to his Adam's apple. Hold it gently. The tip of her tongue shyly and tentatively touched him once, and then once again. Feeling his stiffness, she boldly licked him lightly in circles. This action of hers successfully stunned Liu Yanjin. It was as if fireworks exploded in his head and the blood in his body began to boil. His throat tightened and his Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably again. Woman, you started the fire, so you are responsible for putting it out. Liu Yang's inner desire was ignited by the enthusiasm of this damn little goblin. Suddenly he pushed her away a little, took the initiative and pinched the back of her neck with one hand, biting her soft lips forcefully with uncontrollable passion. Her lips were like a flower blooming to the extreme, intoxicating him and unable to extricate himself. Wanning was so overbearing and forceful that she couldn't breathe. She was suddenly pushed down by him and pressed on the sofa. Her head was buzzing. She immediately supported her hands on his chest and was about to speak, but he suddenly blocked her mouth again. Well, She really wanted to say that she just kissed him and had no intention of having sex with him, but this man didn't even give her a chance to speak. So, what's the point of that contract? On the contrary, just a few words from him were enough to oppress and control her for 3 years. Trying to get the skin of a tiger will not end well. The reality of society has taught her another lesson. Someone's hand lifted up her long white skirt and pulled at her underwear. Ning's face flushed, her heart pounding, and she pushed him unconsciously with both hands, and suddenly he grabbed one of her hands and pressed it on her head. He is now passionate and enthusiastic, completely different from the cold and indifferent him in the hospital. Just as he pulled his underwear to his knees, his cell phone suddenly rang. In the mist and rain, the ink painters embroidered green and provoked the red dust. The town passed by this night, but it was wearing clothes and seals. Ning immediately pushed him away and gasped, "My phone is ringing. I'll answer it." Could it be Zhu Mingyu again? Liu Yang's face darkened slightly, and he stretched out his long arm to help her take the phone, looking at the name on the screen: stepfather. He didn't ask much and dropped his phone on her heaving chest. He only knew that her family was poor and had never cared about the specific situation of her family. Did her biological father and mother divorce? Wanning picked up the phone and answered it. "Hello. You little bitch, are you here? If you dare to stand me up tonight, I'll let you know what regret is." The man on the phone roared angrily. He had already arrived at the restaurant's private room with Yin Xiao. Chapter 23. She is not someone you can easily mess with. Got it, I'll come over. She hung up the phone impatiently, looked at the man on her body pitifully, and asked him, "Can I go take care of some business first?" "Don't worry, I will be back early." "Can you order takeout?" "It's a bummer." The man was silent for a moment and then uttered 2 words. He got up from her, stood straight beside the sofa, patted his slightly wrinkled light blue shirt on his chest, and straightened his cuffs. He picked up a box of Zhonghua cigarettes from the coffee table, took out a cigarette, put it to his lips in a very cool posture, lit it, took a puff, and exhaled the swirling smoke. Ning sat up and awkwardly put on the half-removed white cotton shorts. Looking at the charming man in front of him who exuded male hormones in every move, she felt that he was only suitable for pleasing the eyes and looking at, but not for use. Liu Yang crossed one hand over his chest, holding a cigarette in the other, turned his head and glanced at her, and suddenly asked, "You seduce me so frequently, aren't you afraid that Zhu Mingyu will know? He and I are just good friends, not lovers. Who wants to seduce him so often? Isn't it because he makes things difficult for her?" Wanning lowered his eyes, silently complaining in his heart, then stood up and asked, "So I'm out. I'll take you there." He held a cigarette in his mouth and walked towards the door with his long legs. "No need. I can just ride the shared bikes downstairs." She followed me and said that there was a long row of shared bikes downstairs, which was very convenient. The man didn't say anything. He never liked to explain too much or talk too much nonsense. When he walked to the door, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to his best friend, asking him to go to Xiao Nangguo restaurant for dinner. Ning followed behind him and said, "Forget it, let him do whatever he wants." Xiao Nangguo Chinese restaurant. Wanning was brought to the door of room 209 by the waiter. The waiter knocked on the door and pushed it open. There were only 2 men sitting in the luxurious private room. One was a young man in his 20s, wearing a black suit. He was the boss of Jiangxing Real Estate Group. Yin Xiaojie, also known as Yin Xiao. This person's biggest hobby is to have sex with both men and women. He plays with both men and women in a very wild and extremely perverted way. The other bold, slightly plump man in a floral shirt is her stepfather, Liu Guoqiang. Both men looked towards the door. Yin Xiao's gaze was like a scanner, scanning from Ji Wanning's head to her feet, and from her feet to her head, looking at her pure and pretty face, her classical gentle temperament, her conservative and cheap white mid-length skirt, her long ink black hair cascading over her chest and back. She was so pure that water could drip out of her. He had never played with such an innocent female college student, and he was instantly sexually aroused. Young Master Yin immediately stood up and went over to greet her personally. "Boss Liu, this is your daughter. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you had such an outstanding daughter?" He wanted to hold Ji Wanning's hand, but she suddenly moved it away and looked at this lewd man and stepfather with disgust in her eyes. "It's not that I don't want to introduce young Master Yin to you, it's just that this girl is very stubborn. I'm afraid she will offend you." Liu Guqiang laughed and stood up, calling her with a warning. "Warning, come and sit down quickly." Guan took a look at his disgusting face and had to walk in, deliberately sitting in an empty seat far away from the two of them. "It doesn't matter. I like girls with such personality." Yin Xiao put one hand in his trouser pocket, walked to the dining table, took his things on his own initiative, changed his seat, and sat next to the woman. He lit a cigarette, took a puff, looked at her and asked, "How old is your little sister? Is she an adult?" Guan turned her head and looked at him, not wanting to answer. This man gave her a creepy feeling, like a worm crawling on her body. Cough. Liu Guqiang suddenly coughed and looked at her with a warning look. Ji Wanning glanced at his scumbag stepfather impatiently and replied indifferently, 20. "I heard from your father that you are a medical student who just graduated from college. Have you found a hospital for internship? It's not easy for medical students to find jobs nowadays. Do you need Brother Yin's help?" Yin Xiao took a puff of his cigarette, put one hand on her thin shoulder, and kneaded it gently tentatively. "Brother Yin." Guan got goosebumps all over her body and immediately waved his hand away. "No need, I'm already doing my internship." His hand was waved away, and a cruel look appeared on Yin Xiao's face. He never had much patience with his prey, but considering that this girl was a college student and still a virgin, he endured it. He put his hand lazily on the back of her chair and asked with a smile, "Which hospital do you intern at?" Liu Guqiang looked at the dead girl with fear and trembling, fearing that she would offend his big money sponsor. If he could work under this big money sponsor, he would be rich. "It has nothing to do with you." Ji Wanning lowered his eyes and didn't want to say anything because he was afraid that he and his stepfather would go to the hospital to cause trouble for him. Young Master Yin's face grew even darker. No one had ever dared to disrespect him like this. Shua. Suddenly a large cup of tea was splashed on her face. It was Liu Guqiang who splashed it. After splashing it, he went over and grabbed her long hair behind her head. "I'm giving you face, right? Young Master Yin asked you a question. If you don't give me a proper answer, I'll kill you." Ji Wanning's hair on her forehead and clothes on her chest were wet, water was dripping down her face, a few strands of wet hair were stuck to her pale face. Her head was pulled up by him, and her scalp was sore. At this moment, she looked both disheveled and had a kind of fragile beauty that was heartbreaking. Yin Xiao looked at her shattered beauty, his throat tightened, and he wanted to pounce on her immediately, tie her up with ropes, and hit her hard. "Boss Liu, don't be so rude. Miss Ji is still young and it's normal for her to be ignorant. I don't blame her. Let her go." He played the good guy and patted her stepfather's hand, then with a cigarette in his mouth, he pulled out a few tissues and wiped the water off her face gently. Liu Guqiang immediately let go of his hand and said with a stern face, "Mr. Yin, you don't know how stubborn this girl is. She just needs to be disciplined." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Wanning stood up and slapped him hard on the face. Par. She used all her strength in this slap. The corner of Liu Guqiang's mouth was bleeding, half of his face was swollen, and he swayed dizzily. Yin Xiaojie looked at her actions, raised his eyebrows and curled his lips. He didn't expect her to be so fierce. He became more and more interested in her. Liu Guqiang shook his head, furious, and raised his hand to teach her a lesson, but Ji Wanning quickly picked up a cup of tea and splashed it on his face. Swish. "Do you dare to try? Do you believe I will leave now?" The old man was so embarrassed by the splashing that he became even angrier. Just as he was about to teach him a lesson, Yin Xiaojie immediately stopped him coldly. "Boss Liu. Miss Ji is your daughter after all. You should be more tolerant of her." Seeing that young Master Yin had spoken, Liu Guqiang glared at her fiercely, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his fingers, and could only endure it temporarily. He immediately took a bottle of Wu Liang, deliberately poured it into a large glass, and called her in a deep voice. Drink this glass of wine as an apology to your brother Yin. Why should I drink? Ji Wanning rolled her eyes at him. Chapter 24. I'll pinch your head. He walked behind the damn girl, bent down, and whispered in her ear. You don't have to drink it. I'll ask someone to bring your mother over. She's willing to do anything to protect you. Do you believe me? I'll strip her naked in public and sleep with her in front of everyone. Your mother and I are husband and wife, I can play however I want. Ji Wanning clenched his hands tightly, and after a long while he suppressed his anger. He took the cup and asked coldly. After I finish this cup, can I leave? I only agreed to come to eat, not to do anything else. Since we're having a meal, you should eat a few bites with me, right? You can leave after you finish eating, and I won't let you do anything else. After all, I'm your legal father, right? Liu Guoqiang suddenly coaxed her in a gentle voice and handed the wine glass to her again. Yin Xiao crossed his legs and smoked casually, his eyes never leaving her. The woman's indifferent look made him more and more excited. Ji Wanning smelled the pungent smell of white wine and rejected it reflexively. She had never drunk white wine before, but in order to protect her mother from being humiliated, she closed her eyes and poured it into her mouth. The spicy burning sensation spread from the throat to the stomach, and then quickly spread to every corner of the body. Under the stimulation of alcohol, the body became hot and soft. After drinking most of the white wine, she covered her mouth and couldn't help coughing violently, cough cough, cough cough. Seeing that she couldn't even drink white wine, Yin Xiao looked very innocent. He curled his lips, pulled out a few tissues and handed them to her like a fake gentleman, and asked with concern. Are you okay? Ji Wanning glanced at him, took the tissue and wiped her mouth, then coughed a few times. Yin Xiao picked up the chopsticks and put 2 chopsticks of food in her bowl. Come on, just eat some food. She glanced at the man, ignored him, and covered her mouth. The pungent taste of liquor filled her entire mouth. It was too uncomfortable. In another private room on this floor. As soon as Xiao Yi entered the private room, he saw his friend sitting alone in the luxurious room with several dishes on the table. Who else have you invited to dinner? I went over and sat on the chair next to him and asked in surprise. Only you? Liu Yang said lazily, holding the teacup in his hand. Just me. Isn't that too grand? Have you done something to let me down behind my back? This huge round table can seat more than 10 or 20 people, just the 2 of them. The man raised his eyelids and glanced at him, speechless. All the small and medium-sized private rooms were full of people, and only this one was left. No. Then why did you invite me here so grandly? He looked at the Sichuan dishes on the table full of chili peppers and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Don't you always dislike spicy food? I'm inviting you to dinner, yet you're still talking so much nonsense? Eat quickly and don't waste food. Liu Yang tasted each dish with a chopstick and drank a whole cup of tea because of the spiciness. Didn't the waiter say it wasn't very spicy? All the vegetarian dishes are spicy. It's really sneaky dog. Xiao Yi couldn't figure out why he suddenly came here. He didn't want to talk about it, so he just picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of boiled fish, raised his eyebrows. It tastes good, fragrant and spicy, really appetizing. Take your time eating. I'm going to the bathroom. Liu Yang put down the teacup in his hand and stood up. Come back soon. If anyone sees me sitting alone in such a large luxury room and eating such a large table of food, they will definitely think I'm crazy. Xiao Yi turned around and called him. Every private room here has a large fan-shaped transparent window, and there is no privacy at all. A certain man listened to his words, without even turning his head, put one hand in his trouser pocket, and walked out with long legs in a cold manner. Private Room 209. Ji Wanning drank more than half a glass of white wine and soon got drunk. Her face turned white and rosy, and her cuteness and purity added a lot of charm, which was very attractive. She held her forehead with one hand, trying to hold on to her hazy consciousness, and covered her burning chest with the other hand, wanting to vomit. Warning, pick another dish for your brother Yin. Liu Guoqiang called her in an order. I'm going to leave now. She was drunk and became bolder. She stood up shakily after saying this. The man next to her suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her. She threw herself into the man's arms uncontrollably. She was frightened and was about to push him away when Yin Xiaojie dragged her to the bathroom in the private room. It's still early, what are you going to do? Let's go to the bathroom and talk to brother Yin alone. Let go. Jiyu Wanning was annoyed and bit the back of his hand. The man looked at the back of his bleeding hand and felt angry, but also more excited. Suddenly he pushed her against the wall at the bathroom door, covered her mouth with one hand, smiled sinisterly, and slowly leaned close to her ear. It's strong enough. I like it. Par. Jiyu Wanning raised his hand and slapped him in the face. The man's face turned to one side, and there were 5 finger marks on his face. Yin Xiaojie looked at her, his eyes narrowed dangerously. The next moment, he tore off her white skirt, revealing half of her fair and attractive figure. He casually pulled down her white shoulder straps. Yin Xiaojie held her hands with one hand, wandered around her body carelessly, and leaned close to her ear and breathed hot air. She has a nice figure and looks pretty and pure. Come to think of it, I have never kept a college student as my mistress. Woman, how about being my mistress? If you follow me, I promise you will have endless money to spend and endless brand name clothes to wear, how about that? Liu Guoqiang immediately dimmed the lights in the private room, and the entire room turned into an ambiguous dark orange, anxiously. Hurry up and agree to it, little girl. It's your blessing that Master Yin likes you. Why don't you lie down and be his mistress? Jiyu Wanning said incoherently, pressing her knee hard between the man's legs. Hiss. Damn little girl. Yin Xiaojie took a few steps back, bent down and covered his lower body with his hands, grimacing in pain, his face gloomy and twisted. Jiyu Wanning was about to take the opportunity to escape when the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open by someone, bang. Liu Yang was somewhat worried about her, so he came over to take a look. Unexpectedly, when he saw this scene, his eyes fell on her naked body, his dark eyes narrowed, covered with a layer of terrifying frost. You are. Liu Guoqiang drank a lot of white wine tonight, and the lights in the room were dim. Before he could see the face of the person coming, he was suddenly kicked hard in the chest with a quick and accurate kick. The body drew an arc in the air. Bang! There was a loud crash on the large round dining table behind him. His flowered shirt was covered in all kinds of food and oil stains, especially a pot of boiling fish, which made him grimace in pain. Ouch hiss. My chest hurt so much that I couldn't breathe, and I felt a fishy and salty taste rising up in my throat. Yin Xiaojie was a little frightened when he saw the miserable state of Boss Liu. He had drunk a lot of wine tonight, and the appearance of the man in front of him was blurry. He could only threaten him coldly. Do you know who I am? Do you know that I have connections with both the black and white worlds? Before he could finish his warning, he was suddenly kicked away by Liu Yang. There was a sharp-nosed dolphin placed on the decorative cabinet behind him, and it just happened to pierce his butt. Chapter 25. You are so beautiful, give me a kiss. Oh, hiss, hiss. With another sharp wail, he rolled to the ground, and the silver dolphin still in his butt fell down with him. Because of its weight, it penetrated several inches deeper, and the buttocks became bright red. Jiyu Wanning, who was stunned, came to his senses, ran over and threw himself into Liu Yang's arms in a panic, hugged his waist tightly in fear, and sniffed. Thanks. Is this the meal you insisted on coming out to eat? Are you sick in the brain? Liu Yang looked down at her disheveled appearance and asked in a deep voice. Yes, I am sick. How could he know how helpless she was in hell? Guan Ning could no longer control her tears, which kept falling. She raised her hand to wipe the tears from her face, let go of him, and was about to leave when he pulled her back. Liu Yang took off his black suit jacket in anger and put it on her. Ready to go out naked? Put it on. She was in a daze and only now realized that her clothes were torn. She immediately grabbed his coat with both hands to cover her half-exposed body, then stumbled out quickly with unsteady steps. Liu Yang looked at her with a frown on his face. He was about to follow her out when Yin Xiao, who was lying on the ground, pointed at him angrily and shouted, "Fuck, tell me your name if you have the guts. Are you worthy?" He narrowed his cold eyes, walked a few steps to his side, stepped on the dolphin figurine, and stabbed him deeper. Yin Xiao howled in pain and fainted. Liu Guoqiang, who was still lying on the dining table and didn't dare to get down, looked at the strange man and didn't even dare to say a word. Who is this man? What is his relationship with that damn girl? Is she still a novice now? Liu Yang walked out with heavy steps. Jiyu Wanning was very drunk now and almost fell down in the corridor. He was suddenly grabbed by the arm by the man who had been following him for some reason. She turned her head in panic, and the next moment, she was suddenly picked up by him. The man looked at her for a few seconds with a frown, then walked towards the elevator with heavy steps. "Put me down. Didn't you say I had a bubble on my head? Why are you still caring about me?" She put her limp arms around his neck and asked him aggrievedly while looking at him. "You have a bubble in your head, and I can't tell you." Liu Yang lowered his eyes and glanced at her and asked coldly. Ning hummed and didn't want to talk to him anymore. He felt dizzy and painful, as if there was a Ferris wheel spinning in his head, which was very uncomfortable. "Liu Yang. I feel so uncomfortable." She frowned, buried her forehead in his neck, closed her eyes slightly, and muttered something. "You deserve it. I told you to go out to eat. Have you ever eaten out before?" The man was merciless. He dared to call him by his name. Why didn't he call him Teacher Liu? Ning didn't quite understand what he meant, but even if she was confused, she could tell from his tone that he was definitely mocking her again. She opened her mouth and bit his fair neck, which had a slight cool fragrance. Because she was too drunk, she didn't know how serious her bite was and she left 8 tooth marks and even drew blood. Hiss. Liu Yang took a breath and gritted his teeth. "Do you believe me? I'll throw you out of the second floor window." "Don't." Wanning immediately tightened her arms around his neck. "Didn't you ask me to let you go? Why are you holding me so tight?" He lowered his eyes and asked with his cold eyes. She hummed coquettishly. "He told me to let go, so I let go. He told me to get off, so I got off." She refused to listen to him. "What the hell?" Liu Yang said to her. On their way back, his best friend suddenly called him. Liu Yang had completely forgotten about leaving him in the private room. He answered the phone and asked, "What's the matter? What's the matter? Did you fall into the toilet and get flushed away? Why haven't you come yet?" Xiao Yi was sitting alone in the luxurious private room, feeling very awkward. People passing by outside were staring at him. It's really like staring at a lunatic. He was sitting alone in a large box of about 20 to 30 square meters. There was a large round table that could seat 20 people, but there was only him sitting at it. Can you imagine this scene? Liu Yang was steering with one hand and holding his phone with the other. A flock of crows flew over his head. "I've left the restaurant. You can eat slowly." "What? You called me over for dinner, and you ran away?" Xiao Yi asked in surprise with his eyes wide open. What the hell is this man doing tonight? Just as Liu Yan was about to speak, the increasingly drunk woman in the passenger seat suddenly threw herself on him, put one arm around his neck, and stroked his handsome face with the other, smiling with a crazy, dreamy look on her face. "You are so beautiful, kiss me. Want to get into a car accident? Go over there and sit down." He pushed her back to her seat with one hand. This woman was usually so serious and conservative, but she became so crazy after drinking? It really opened his eyes again. No wonder she dared to get into a strange man's car that night when it rained heavily, and even dared to have sex with the strange man. Liu Yang's face darkened as he thought about it. "Hey, who is the woman next to you? Why does it sound so familiar to me? It can't be that. Xiao Yi suddenly heard the voice of a woman next to him asking for a kiss. He was so surprised that his eyes almost popped out. Before he could finish his words, Liu Yang interrupted him. "I'm driving, let's leave it at that for now." He hung up the phone and turned around to see the woman next to him covering her mouth with her hands, looking like she was about to vomit. He frowned and shouted immediately, as he had a misophobia. "Hold it in, don't vomit in the car." He was about to change lanes and park when Wanning, who could no longer hold it in, suddenly vomited out of the car window. Ooh. She hadn't eaten much tonight and all she vomited was water. Liu Yang smelled the strong smell of white wine, raised his hand to fan the air, and immediately opened all 4 car windows. He couldn't drink anymore, but he drank so much. After vomiting, Wanning felt much better. He looked at the man beside him, smiled and went over to hug his arm. He put one hand through the gap between his shirt buttons and grabbed his chest lightly and heavily, and asked curiously, "Why are you so hard here?" Liu Yang, who was driving, felt a little angry when he heard her explosive words. He turned his head and looked at her and asked, "Is this the hardest place?" "Well, your mouth is also hard, your mouth is harder than your breasts." This is the impression he left on her: he either doesn't like to talk or what he says is very hurtful. When they were dating, he was very silent and didn't like to talk to her, so she was always the one finding various topics to talk to him about. Now, she didn't like what he said to her. "No more?" he asked, frowning. "No more." She pouted. "Think about it carefully. That's all. You're just tough on the outside." She hummed and pinched his chest muscles hard. Liu Yang felt a tingling sensation all over his body and had the urge to stop the car and punish her. Chapter 26. Want to escape now? It's too late. Does she think he's soft? I'm different from you. If you don't believe me, why don't you try it? Guan Ning grabbed his hard chest, but it was like touching a stone wall, without any feeling at all. He immediately withdrew his hand from his chest and pinched his own arm. Liu Yang looked at her pink cheeks and blurry eyes, and suddenly felt a surge of evil fire rising in his body. My throat tightened unconsciously. Wanning, you like being in the car very much, don't you? He didn't want to go back, so he suddenly turned the car to a deserted park, got out, and pulled her out. Be good, come down. Wanning got out of the car obediently. He was a little unsteady and swayed a few times. He looked around the dim surroundings and asked fearfully, "Where is this? It's so dark, I want to get in the car." She was like a rabbit that was afraid of the dark. She turned around and was about to get into the passenger seat again. Liu Yang suddenly pulled her into his arms, pushed the car door shut with his big hands, and suddenly pressed her soft body against the door. He lowered his head and bit her lips, his voice low and hoarse. "Weren't you so wild just now? You want to escape now? It's too late." The next morning, Liu Yangshin woke up naturally around 7 o'clock. He washed up and came out, then opened her bedroom door, but there was no one inside. "How could you get up even though you were so drunk last night?" They stayed on the side of the park road for almost an hour last night. After coming back, he wanted to have sex with her a few more times, but the woman slept like a pig. He was not interested in an unresponsive woman. Liu Yang straightened the cuffs of his white shirt and walked to the living room. He saw breakfast on the dining table and a sticky note with just 2 words written on it. "Thanks." "Thank you." Liu Yang raised his eyebrows. She was quite drunk last night. Could she not remember what they did on the roadside? I was a little disappointed that she didn't leave any memories. He pulled out a chair and sat down, opening the lid of the porridge bowl. This morning there was chicken porridge, and the temperature was just right. He scooped up a spoonful and tasted it. It was neither salty nor bland, and tasted very delicious. There was also a medium rare steak on the plate. He took up his knife and fork, cut a piece, tasted it, and raised his eyebrows. She was very self-conscious. She never took his car to and from get off work, and never came to work to act coquettishly and please him. Instead, he was looking forward to it a little bit when she didn't come. In the hospital, Zhu Mingyu looked at Wanning, who looked very bad today, and asked her, "Are you sick? Do you want to take a day off?" "No, just take it easy. I just did my internship yesterday. It would be bad if I asked for leave today. Let's hand over quickly. We still have to do basic examinations on patients later. Teacher Liu is very strict during his ward rounds. He scolded Qin Lu and made her cry yesterday. She was a little afraid of being scolded. It would be really embarrassing to be scolded in public. She had no recollection of what she did on the roadside last night, except that when she woke up in the morning, she felt a bloating and pain in her lower abdomen. She thought she had bumped into it last night. She deserves it. Zhu Mingyu said to her seriously. By the way, 2 new male patients were admitted to the hospital last night. One had 3 severely broken and dislocated ribs, and the other had a dolphin figurine stuck in his butt. When he was brought in, the figurine was still stuck in his butt. It was so funny. After Dr. Zhu performed surgery on a patient with broken ribs last night, he assigned him to our group, bed 119. This is his medical record. Do you think I wrote it in detail? Are there any mistakes? When Wanning heard his words, she thought of her stepfather and the man surnamed Yin. She pursed her lips and wondered why they came to this hospital. I was even assigned to my own group. My stepfather will definitely not let go of what happened last night. She took the medical record and read it through. There was nothing wrong. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was her mother. She immediately answered the call. Hey, Mom, what's up? Aining, have you come to work at the hospital? Lin Yaji asked with concern. She had called her daughter on the day she started working. She had wanted to wait until she had a holiday to make her a delicious meal to celebrate, but she didn't expect that they would meet in the hospital now. I'm at work. Mom, are you here at the hospital too? Ji Wanning asked. Zhu Mingyu raised his eyebrows. Her mother is here at the hospital. He has never seen her mother before. Well, I came last night. Are you busy now? A little. I have to hand over my shift now. I'll come to see you when I'm done. It's important to finish the work first, otherwise I'll be scolded. My mother must be looking for me to ask about what happened last night. Okay, then you go ahead and focus on your work. I'll be in Ward 2004. Lin Yaji said considerately and hung up the phone. Zhu Mingyu asked with concern, is your mother sick? Ji Wanning shook his head. The one with the broken ribs is my stepfather. My mom should be here to take care of him. That bald guy is your stepfather. He was extremely surprised. Last night, the man kept swearing at the medical staff and was really annoying. Early this morning, a very beautiful and elegant middle-aged woman came to the bald man's ward. When I entered the ward, I happened to see the lady slap the bald man twice. Probably because the man got mad, he grabbed the woman's hair and slammed her against the wall. If I hadn't been there and stopped it in time, I don't know how that lady would have been beaten. So, the person who was beaten was Wan Ning's biological mother? Do her mother and stepfather have a bad relationship? I don't know what the fight was about. Yeah. Ji Wanning smiled bitterly, nodded helplessly, and took a deep breath silently. Let's hand it over first. 20 minutes later, she finished the handover with Zhu Mingyu and he went back to rest. Ji Wanning took the elevator to the 20th floor. This floor was full of small single rooms with some simple furniture. It cost 1,000 yuan a day. This did not include the cost of medication and examinations. Isn't the scumbag stepfather in debt? He actually lives in such an expensive ward. Ji Wanning saw his mother sitting on a chair in the corridor. She was wearing a plain white knitted cardigan, had slightly curly hair, and was tall and slender. She looked about 80% the same as himself. His eyes fell on the white gauze on her forehead and his expression suddenly became tense and gloomy. He walked over quickly, grabbed her hand, and asked distressedly, Mom, was it that man who hit you? Chapter 27. This girl is as good at pretending as Liu Yang. I'm fine. Were you called out by him last night? If he hurt you, I would kill him to vent your anger. Lin Yaji touched her daughter's body and said with a sour nose. It didn't matter how the man bullied her, but she would never allow him to bully Aining. Mom, I'm fine. I just went out to have a meal. Ji Wanning didn't tell her the details, fearing that her mother would worry. If it was just a meal, how could he be beaten like that by your friends? Look, you look so bad today. Lin Yaji questioned her daughter. My friend mistakenly thought I was being bullied, that's all. She would rather teach that scumbag stepfather a lesson herself and didn't want her mother to go. Then, your friend, is he your boyfriend? Lin Yaji asked speculatively. She felt good to see him being beaten so badly. He's not my boyfriend, he's my current internship supervisor. Mom, don't tell anyone else about this. He has a lot of interns under him and people will misunderstand me and him. Ji Wanning said to her solemnly. Don't worry, I understand the ways of the world. Your tutor is a good person. She had a good impression of her daughter's tutor. Is he good? When he pitted himself, he was not soft-hearted at all. When he humiliated her, he was also merciless. Mom, I'm going downstairs. All the doctors and interns will come here for rounds soon. I hope that man doesn't cause me any trouble. Ji Wanning raised his wrist to check the time, then looked at Ward 2004 and said worriedly. She should have gone in to give him some basic checks, but Ji Wanning was afraid that the man would not give in if she went in, and she didn't have time to deal with him now. After she went downstairs, she ran into Dr. Xiao in the corridor and greeted him respectfully. Hello, Dr. Xiao. Just as she was about to leave, she was stopped by him. Xiao Yi looked at her with a meaningful smile and deliberately asked, Hey, Liu Yang hasn't come yet. I don't know. Teacher Liu should have arrived. Ji Wanning replied. This Dr. Xiao always smiled in a creepy way, which made her feel creepy. Go and get busy. Xiao Yi touched the tip of his nose and didn't ask any more questions. This girl is as good at pretending as Liu Yang. The two of them are obviously ambiguous in private, but it's not noticeable at all after they go to work. How come these two are so good at pretending? At the other end of the corridor, Liu Yang walked over while talking to two doctors. When he was working, he was still as cool, serious and handsome. Liu Yang glanced at Ji Wanning indifferently, and his eyes stayed on her for only a second before he looked away. Ji Wanning wanted to go over and tell him that the two men were in the hospital last night, and he was worried that they would cause trouble for him, but it was not convenient to go to him alone in front of everyone. During the ward rounds, he did not show any mercy just because she was drunk the night before. He asked many questions that were beyond the scope of the syllabus. Fortunately, she had already done her homework on each patient's condition and answered them fluently. When she went to the general ward where Qinlu was in charge, she failed to answer Liu Yang's question. After leaving the ward, Director Liu only asked her one question. Why is there so much boring crap in the world? Qinlu was so angry that she started crying again when she heard what he said. Liu Yang checked all the way to the single rooms on the 20th floor. He walked into a room and was slightly stunned when he saw the patient lying on the bed. The man on the hospital bed turned out to be the man from last night. As soon as Ji Wanning came in, she saw Yin Xiaojie. Her face turned pale instantly and she stepped back unconsciously. She was frightened when she saw the gloomy man. Yin Xiao suddenly saw so many doctors coming and looked unhappy. He glanced at Liu Yang in front of him and did not recognize him. Why are so many people coming in so early in the morning? Do you think I'm a monkey? The morning rounds are to check the patient's condition so that we can prescribe you today's medication or adjust your treatment plan. Most of the doctors who come in are here to understand your condition and give you a consultation. Liu Yang looked at him calmly and said in a businesslike manner. Yin Xiao glanced at him coldly and said nothing more. Where are you injured? Liu Yang asked deliberately. But. He gritted his teeth and replied with two words embarrassedly. Who is responsible for the patient in this bed? What's the basic situation? Qin Lu glanced at him. Now she was terrified to death by the sight of this man. She reported nervously and stammered. This patient was admitted to the hospital around 10 o'clock last night. He was stabbed in the anus by a sharp object, which severely punctured the vas deferens. The other doctors tried to act serious, thinking to themselves, who on earth put a sharp object into someone's anus and punctured the vas deferens? This is going to end my reproductive life. That's too bad. Ji Wanning raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking only of 4 words, he deserves it. Will that aspect of me be affected in the future? Yin Xiao asked coldly. If it's too serious, it will affect the normal discharge of sperm, causing infertility, and may even lead to a decline in sexual function. We need to take an X-ray today to see the situation. Liu Yang said to him seriously as a doctor, but a smile flashed across his eyes very quickly. When Yin Xiaojie heard his words, his face instantly turned grim. Damn Ji Wanning, and that man from last night. If he can't be humane, he will have no descendants. He must make them pay the price. Liu Yang should have asked him to take off his pants and take a look at the wound, but he didn't want to care about this man. Just as he was about to leave, Yin Xiaojie suddenly shouted. Ji Wanning is the intern here, right? Let her take care of me. He was determined to torture her to death. Ji Wanning, who was standing at the back, frowned and became nervous. I'm sorry, the hospital has its own rules. This is not a nightclub. You can't just ask anyone to take care of you. After Liu Yang finished speaking, he turned around and walked out, glancing at the woman behind him. Ji Wanning looked at him gratefully. Qin Lu immediately turned around to look for the woman. Could it be that the man's injury was related to her? Oh, I was worried that I couldn't find her, but now the opportunity came. Dr. Li, who performed the surgery last night, immediately followed him out and whispered, Director Liu, there was a small accident during the vasoconstriction anastomosis I performed on him last night. I'm afraid you will need to perform a second surgery. Chapter 28, Escaped from one disaster and encountered another. I have been performing a lot of surgeries recently, so you and Dr. Zhu will be in charge of this patient. After Liu Yang said this, he went to Ward 2004. As soon as the doctors and interns reached the door of room 2004, they heard the patient inside cursing and shouting. Where's that damn girl? Go get her here quickly or I'll beat her to death today. Are you deaf when I tell you to get her here? Ji Wanning pursed her lips. She had escaped from Master Yin, but she couldn't escape from her stepfather. It looked like she was going to make a fool of herself. Liu Yangwei paused for a moment, but had to push the door open and walked in. He just happened to see the bald man raising the kettle in his hand, about to hit the middle-aged woman standing not far away. His voice became deeper. You just had surgery last night. If you miss, keep roaring and moving around. Seeing so many doctors coming in, Liu Guoqiang had to put down the kettle to save face. His eyes fell on Liu Yang's face, but he didn't recognize him either. He smiled and said, I didn't yell. I just asked my wife to call Ji Wanning over. That girl is an intern here. She is my daughter. Where is she? Suddenly, everyone looked at Ji Wanning, who came in from outside. Many interns laughed at her. They didn't expect her father to be like a gangster. Liu Guoqiang gnashed his teeth when he saw her and deliberately ruined her reputation in front of so many people. Who was that bastard you were with last night? Come on, call him over now. Ji Wanning looked very embarrassed when he heard him say such things in front of so many colleagues and superiors. Dogman. Isn't it right in front of him? She unconsciously glanced at Liu Yang beside her. He still looked calm and serious. All of you, come and judge for yourself. This damn girl actually had an affair with a wild man. After I caught her, she even beat me, her father, severely. Have you ever seen such an unfilial and rebellious child? How did your hospital admit someone like her? I don't think she needs to intern here anymore. You should fire her right away. I want to take her back and give her a good lesson. What he said was extremely unpleasant. Once she lost her job, wouldn't she just become Mr. Yin's mistress? Everyone stared at Ji Wanning again, some were shocked, some laughed at her, and some sympathized with her. Liu Yang couldn't help but glance at Ji Wanning. Her stepfather was already like this, and her mother didn't divorce him. This taste was really strong. Forget it. Why should an outsider like me meddle in her family affairs? You sold your daughter for fame and fortune, and wanted to send me to other men's beds. Why didn't you tell me? Take me back to train me? Do you want to cut off my escape route and send me to other men again? Ji Wanning asked back coldly. Even if it was against her duty as a doctor, she couldn't let him slander her. I only broke 3 of your ribs this time. I advise you to cherish your life, stop insulting people here, and stop doing immoral things. You damned girl, when did I ever sell you out? How dare you talk back to me? You're such a rebel. Do you think I can't teach you a lesson just because I'm lying on the bed? Liu Guoqiang glanced at everyone, angrily, and grabbed the empty kettle on the bedside table. When he was about to throw it at her, Liu Yang grabbed his wrist. A hint of coldness flashed across his cold eyes. He suppressed his personal emotions and said to him as a doctor, Sir, this is a hospital, not a place for you to lecture people. Please be careful about your words and actions. After saying that, he turned around and called, Ji Wanning, go out first and don't irritate the patient here. She glanced at her scumbag stepfather and walked out with heavy steps. Lin Yaji was afraid that her daughter would be expelled, so she immediately explained for her in a crying voice. Don't misunderstand my daughter. She is a very good child. This man is just her stepfather. He was the financial sponsor who asked Wanning to go out with him last night. Fortunately, Wanning's friends came to rescue her. Don't misunderstand her and don't fire her. Chapter 29. Didn't he do it last night? Everyone looked at the weak middle-aged woman with a gentle and kind face and chose to believe her. This bald man did not look like a good person. So, Ji Wanning is quite pitiful. How did I end up with such a stepfather? Liu Guoqiang looked at the dead woman, and a hint of cruelty appeared in his eyes. Today, the mother and daughter rebelled, right? How dare they destroy my face and go against me in public? Just wait for me. You'd better not be angry anymore, otherwise even if the internal abdominal injury heals, it will leave sequelae. Liu Yang said to him in a deep voice and walked out without doing any examination on him. He would talk about it after he got sick from being angry. He saw Ji Wanning outside the door with her head slightly lowered and tears in her eyes, and called out, Come to my office. Dr. Zhu, please take them to continue the ward rounds. Okay. Deputy Director Zhu responded and looked at Ji Wanning sympathetically. Some of the interns looked gloating, thinking that Teacher Lu must have called her to criticize her. That was great, one less competitor. In the office, Ji Wanning stood in front of his desk in an orderly manner. She was exhausted both physically and mentally by her scumbag stepfather and apologized to him. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, because of my family, I have brought a bad influence to the hospital. I should recognize my own identity and shouldn't fight back against him in the hospital. I will definitely change in the future. I really don't want to lose this internship opportunity, can you give me another chance? Lu Yang glanced at her, his angular face expressionless. He lit a cigarette, sat in the chair and smoked it casually, without saying a word for a long time. Ji Wanning looked up at him and became a little nervous. Was he really going to fire me? Can you please not fire me? I really know I was wrong. Lu Yang took a deep breath and exhaled a puff of smoke. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. After they finished their rounds, go and hand over Ward 2004 to Li Wen and let her take charge. You won't scold me or fire me, she asked him in surprise. Do you want to be scolded so much? He had never seen anyone who liked to be bullied so much. Who wants to be scolded? I'm just surprised. This is not your style. Well, thank you anyway. Ji Wanning was really grateful to him. He was not that bad. Just thank you. He raised his eyebrows, looking dissatisfied. I'll make you something delicious in the evening, she said immediately. We didn't do it last night. Lu Yang looked at her, took another puff of cigarette, and uttered a few words to coax her. When Ji Wanning heard his words, her face turned red instantly. She understood what he meant. Did he want me to compensate him tonight? He is not that bad. She retracted this impression. We've broken up, so what's the point of having sex again? Besides, if you have a girlfriend or I have a boyfriend someday, you'll feel uncomfortable, right? I can repay you with other things. I saved you last night. If it weren't for me, you would have been raped. He said again. She lowered her eyes and curled her lips silently. This man really didn't want to suffer any loss and wouldn't give anything in vain. If she didn't agree, would he blow his nose and glare? Forget it, I'd better not owe him a favor. I understand. Ji Wanning replied with 3 words in embarrassment. Lu Yang looked at her pretentious yet serious look, which always made him want to rub and pinch her. He really wanted to tear off her serious appearance and see her blushing face and begging for mercy. She was very wild in the car last night, and she dared to covet his beauty, touching and needing him to tease him. Come here, give me a shoulder massage. He shouted as he put out the cigarette in his hand. Chapter 30. This smile sells well, keep it up. No, that's not good. We're in the hospital. What if someone sees us? She deliberately looked back at the door, making an excuse and shaking her head. It would be fine if she could serve him at home, but she also wanted her to serve him at work. We must not set this precedent. If we let this bad habit develop, won't we become his complete slave? Stop talking nonsense and come here quickly. Lu Yang called impatiently. No. Ji Wanning looked at his nose and his heart, sticking to his principles. Okay, from now on, the money will be automatically deducted every 2 minutes, 1,000 each time. He said with a raised eyebrow, folding his long legs leisurely. Hearing his words, Ji Wanning immediately raised her eyes and glared at him, her chest heaving heavily, and she opened her mouth. Lu Yang, you pig. She would accept a deduction of 1,000, but what kind of crazy operation is it to automatically deduct money every 2 minutes? I have to pay you every month after I babysit you, right? Do you want to get rich by relying on a poor guy like me? Even the black-hearted capitalists are not as bad as you. Are you not going out yet? Lu Yang glanced at her indifferently, as if he was not forcing her. Guan Ning looked at him, bit her pink lips, and suddenly felt like a deflated ball. Ever since she met this man, she was always at a disadvantage and never had the upper hand. She couldn't help but fantasize in her mind that one day she would be able to ride on his head and act tyrannically. When the time comes, I will make sure he gets a taste of the feeling of being controlled by others. She didn't dare to disobey him, but she walked over and stood behind him. She clenched her fists, suppressed her anger and hit his shoulders. What are you doing out there? It's my duty to serve Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu, is this strength okay? She asked with a flexible smile. Lu Yang turned his head slightly to look at the woman, and suddenly felt like laughing. She was really flexible, Even the Sichuan opera's face-changing skills were not as fast as hers. Why does it feel so good to bully her? He seemed to have found the source of happiness. This smile sells well, keep it up. Guan Nin gritted his teeth secretly, and his hands unconsciously became heavier. He imagined hitting him on the head with left and right hooks. It would be great if I could bully him one day. Stop fantasizing and concentrate on rubbing and knocking. Liu Yang glanced at the woman's expression printed on the glass of the bookshelf opposite and saw through what she was thinking at a glance. Thoughts. Could he not speak so harshly? Wanning's face suddenly turned red. The key point is, how did he know that I was distracted and fantasizing about him? Suddenly she saw the glass opposite and understood. She frowned in embarrassment. She should cover the glass with a black cloth. Let me massage you, he said in a deep voice, took the CT film from the desk, and while enjoying her massage service, he looked at it attentively and seriously. He managed to do two things perfectly. Got it. Wanning gritted his teeth secretly, looking at this cold man. He really admired him. How did he manage to enjoy the service of a woman and concentrate on his work at the same time? 10 slender fingers were kneading his stiff shoulders. This kind of massage technique was very sore and strenuous. She felt her arms were sore after just a few minutes. You're exhausted after just a few minutes. Starting today, every night you must lift dumbbells for 20 minutes, run for 20 minutes, and then give me a massage for 20 minutes. Liu Yang stared at the CT film with a commanding tone. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, I'm just your nanny, not your slave. I'm only responsible for cooking and doing housework. Wanning was so angry that she laughed. He asked her to exercise every night so that she would have the energy and strength to give him a massage. Are you my ancestor? I knew I couldn't set this precedent for him. Look, he's taking advantage of me. Want to deduct money again? She pinched him hard in anger. She could already foresee the misery of the next 3 years. She would definitely be pinned down by him and bullied to death. Wanning saw him staring at the CT scan for a long time, so he looked over curiously and asked him after a while, does this patient have liver problems? Well, do you see the problem? Liu Yang flicked the film with his fingers and interrogated her with a serious face. She glanced at him and had to concentrate. It felt like a teacher giving her a test question and calling on her to answer. Seeing that she didn't speak for a long time, he leaned back in his chair and asked with a smile, you don't know how to read CT scans? Or can't you see the problem? With your ability, you still brag in front of me that you want to be the first among the 3 groups. I think you can only moan under a man. Chapter 31. Why did you let her sit in your arms? Liu Yang? Wanning yelled at him angrily. She thought she had a very good temper, but facing this man, even a saint would be pissed to death. Scream again. Liu Yang turned around and looked at her as if she were his prey. His cold tone carried a strong sense of oppression and chill. Seeing the man's terrifying appearance, she felt a chill on her back. She pouted and asked, do you feel good when you humiliate me? Yes. He uttered one word, with a barely perceptible smile hidden on his cold face. Wanning pursed her lips. She was really going to bleed internally because of him. She clenched her hands tightly, took a deep breath, and then took another deep breath, constantly comforting herself. Liu Yang looked at her, who was so angry that she dared not speak, raised his eyebrows, and felt inexplicably happy. He slapped the film in his hand on her. Keep watching. If you don't see it, I'll kill you tonight. She grabbed the CT film and glanced at him. She just looked at it for a little longer because she didn't dare to say something wrong in front of him. She held up the film, looked at it carefully and said, this patient should be in the middle stage of liver cancer, with a tumor occupying the right lobe of the liver. The tumor should have reached about 4 centimeters, and no cancer cells were found to have metastasized to other organs. She gestured with her fingers. How many treatment options are there for this situation? Liu Yang asked again. There are many treatments for mid-stage liver cancer, such as surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, targeted drug therapy, etc. If there is a liver source, liver transplantation should be able to effectively treat liver cancer and reduce the chance of postoperative recurrence. She saw this treatment method on a medical forum. Nonsense, do you think the liver source is the pig liver from the vegetable market? Liu Yang glanced at the woman and thought she was not too stupid. Teacher Liu, you perform so many surgeries every day. Can you take me into the operating room? Gu Wanning asked in a softer tone. Why? He looked at her and asked. I'm paid as a nanny, but I'm still working as a slave and a bed warmer. I might even owe you money. Is this an acceptable excuse? What's the difference between your contract and a free meal? Gu Wanning felt aggrieved just thinking about it. If she didn't take advantage of this relationship, she would be staying by his side in vain and being bullied by him in vain. You mean you can warm my bed anytime? Liu Yang raised his eyebrows, grabbed her arm and suddenly pulled it. She fell uncontrollably on his lap, looked towards the door nervously, and wanted to stand up, but his strong arms were wrapped around her waist. She was about to deny it when the office door suddenly opened. Gu Wanning stood up in shock and turned around to look. Dr. Xiao? How should I explain? Her face flushed, and she thought of an excuse at random. Dr. Xiao, I just twisted my foot accidentally and fell into Teacher Lu's arms. Don't misunderstand me. Oh, you twisted your ankle by chance, and then you fell into his arms by chance. How could you be so unlucky? Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows, walked into the office with a smile, and closed the door. He walked to the desk, crossed his arms over his chest, and asked, Tell me, what is your relationship? We really have nothing to do with each other. She explained nervously. Dr. Xiao would not go out and say anything nonsense, or report to his superiors, right? How can I stay in the hospital in the future? Do you think I will believe it? Xiao Yi looked at her. This bastard, secretly having sex with a woman without telling her, is he still her best friend? What does it have to do with you? Remember to knock on the door next time you come in. Liu Yang suddenly spoke, his expression as calm as ever, leaning back in the chair as steady as an old dog. I won't knock. I'll see if I can see something more exciting next time I come in. Xiao Yi insisted on singing a different tune from him. Who made him hide such a big secret? Gu Wanning looked at the tone of their conversation and it sounded like a conversation between close friends. Are they friends? She breathed a sigh of relief silently, but was still embarrassed. Go out and get busy. Liu Yang patted her butt. Yeah. Still taking random photos. She glanced at him resentfully, blushing and walking out quickly. Xiao Yi looked at the intimacy between the two of them just now, raised his eyebrows, and asked again. Hurry up and tell me, what is the relationship between you two? There's nothing between us. He was being realistic and said that he had only slept with her. I don't believe you. Are you guys secretly dating? No. Liu Yang responded indifferently, stood up to pour a cup of instant coffee, stirred it lazily a few times, and took a sip. Then, is she your little lover? Xiao Yi touched his chin and asked again. No. Then why did you let her sit on your lap? Chapter 32. You should take it easy. If you want her to sit, just sit. Don't be idle. Go and do your work and stop gossiping here. Liu Yang frowned and called him. If you don't tell the truth, I won't go out. Xiao Yi crossed his legs and sat steadily on the chair. Liu Yang looked at this shameless man and said helplessly, It just so happens that life has been too boring these years, and it just so happens that she is a little interesting, so I just play with her. Generally speaking, when a man finds a woman interesting, he will definitely fall in love with her. Xiao Yi said with a gossipy smile. How is that possible? She is too childish and immature in my eyes. Apart from being fun to tease, she is not my type at all. Liu Yang said it very confidently and resolutely. He likes intellectual, smart, mature and sensible women who can stand on the same level as him. So you treated her as Jiang Ying's substitute, so you played with her, right? Xiao Yi asked curiously. Maybe. Liu Yang did not deny it. If she didn't look like Jiang Ying, he wouldn't have slept with her that night during the rainstorm, and he wouldn't have been so angry when he went to the hotel to find her the next day. If you do this, you might hurt Gu Wanning. No woman is willing to be someone else's substitute. Xiao Yi put away the smile on his face, and now he actually felt a little sympathetic towards her. She volunteered. He glanced at his best friend and said, she didn't like him anyway, and there was no emotional connection between them. You'd better take it easy. What if you fall in love with her one day and she holds a grudge against you? You'll be in trouble then. If I like her, read her name backwards. He glanced at his best friend, smiled confidently, and lit a cigarette. He knew his taste very well and also knew what kind of person he would like. He only has physical possessiveness towards Gu Wanning. Achoo! Gu Wanning, who had just reached the 20th floor, suddenly sneezed. She didn't know who was saying bad things about her. She walked into the corridor and suddenly saw Zhu Mingyu talking to his mother. She was surprised. Didn't he go back home? Why did he come here again? I walked over quickly and asked, Mingyu, didn't you go home? What were you talking about with my mom? We didn't talk about anything. I just told my aunt that we were classmates and good friends and wanted to get to know each other, Zhu Mingyu said to her. He left the hospital and went to a big supermarket to buy gifts. It was the first time they met, so he had to leave a good impression. Xiao Zhu is a very nice person. Wan Ning, you have such a good friend, you must cherish him. Lin Yaji told her daughter that she could see that the boy liked her daughter, but his family had no background and he was just an ordinary citizen, so his parents would probably look down on him. It's good to have such a friend, she doesn't ask for anything else. She also heard from the boy that he had been doing odd jobs with his daughter for 2 years. His father even called the dean so that Wan Ning could come here for internship. This girl didn't even tell her about such a big thing. She should thank him very much. I know. Auntie and I fine. By the way, Mom, is your forehead injury serious? Can I arrange a bed for you to rest? Gu Wanning asked. It's not serious, just a broken skin. It will heal in a few days. Then you don't have to take care of that man here. Don't bother with him, lest he hits you again. Gu Wanning didn't want her mother to take care of that bad man, fearing that he would take his anger out on her again. I'm worried that he might cause you trouble. Teacher Lu has asked me to hand him over to another intern. Besides, he is so badly injured lying there that he can't do anything bad. Okay. Lin Yaji felt relieved when she heard her say that. Aunt, let me take you home. You have a head injury and it's not convenient for you to wait for a bus. Where do you live? Zhu Mingyu asked enthusiastically immediately. No need, you've worked the night shift all night, you should go back and rest. I slept in the second half of the night. It's okay. I'll go to the ward and get your bag for you. As he said this, he went to the ward and took her handbag, and also took away the expensive nutritional supplements and fruit basket he had bought. When Liu Guoqiang, who was lying on the hospital bed, so that he had taken all the things away, he became so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. No matter what, he is the stepfather of that dead girl, right? Mingyu, thank you. Gu Wanning was very grateful to him. Why are you being so polite to me? Just go to work. We are leaving now. Zhu Mingyu picked up his things and left with his aunt. A few days ago, his father bought him an Audi to make it easier for him to commute to get off work. He had been riding a bicycle for several years and even lied to Wan Ning that his family was very poor, but she never despised him. She was different from those gold diggers. As soon as they left, Liu Guoqiang came out of the ward with a hunched back, and said in a deep voice. Humph, since you sent your mother away, you must hire a nurse for me. Also, you have to pay for all the expenses of my treatment here. Gu Wanning turned around and asked, why? HMPH, I'm your father. Your mother and I are a legal couple. If you dare not pay my bills, I can sue you for being unfilial, you know. Do you believe me? I will make a scene so that the whole hospital will know that you are unfilial. I will make it impossible for you to work here. When the higher-ups of this hospital find out, it will be hard to see whether you can keep your job. He smiled smugly. Can't he control her? Gu Wanning stared at him angrily, feeling the urge to kill him. Of course, if you are willing to please Mr. Yin and be his mistress, you don't have to pay for the medical expenses. Liu Guoqiang said again. You'd better dream on. She suppressed her anger and looked at him with disgust. Then go and pay the bill for me. By the way, who was that man last night? Have you slept with him? He asked again with gritted teeth. It's my boyfriend. I've slept with him a long time ago. Gu Wanning deliberately admitted. Chapter 33, Eat while you cook, you feed me. You? Liu Guoqiang was so angry that his chest hurt. If Master Yin knew that she was no longer a virgin, would he be angry? Would his wealth and glory be ruined? If you destroy my wealth and glory, I will not forgive you. Hurry up and deposit some more money into my medical card. I paid 5,000 yuan for hospital bills last night, which was paid by Yin Xiao's bodyguard. I don't have much money on me and I rely on small loans to make ends meet. The interest has compounded to more than 2 million yuan. He returned to the ward with one hand covering his chest. He had been angry for the whole morning and his chest was aching badly. He had to lie down on the bed and wait for a few days before teaching this damn girl a lesson. Ji Wanning rolled her eyes at him. Paying for his medical expenses? You must be overthinking it. He is in so much debt and lives in a single room that costs 1,000 yuan a day. I wonder where he gets the confidence from. I'm not going to care about him, I won't be the one who gets taken advantage of. At noon, Zhu Mingyu came to the hospital to have lunch with Ji Wanning. The two were talking in the elevator when it suddenly opened on the 10th floor. A man in a white shirt and black trousers with a cold look stood outside. Liu Yang glanced at the two people who were talking and laughing, then stepped into the elevator. Hello, Mr. Liu. Hello, Mr. Liu. The two greeted him politely. Are you guys going to eat? Liu Yang asked. Yeah. Ning responded generously. He was having dinner with his good friends, so there was no need to act like a mouse seeing a cat. Where are we going to eat? Canteen. She uttered two more words generously. Do you want to go out to eat together? Liu Yang asked in a deep voice. No, we can just eat in the cafeteria. He must have been asking out of politeness, so Ji Wanning refused. Besides, who would like to have dinner with their boss or teacher? It was depressing, and they had no common topics to talk about. It was uncomfortable to sit together. Just like when I have dinner with him at night, he doesn't like to talk and I don't know how to find something to talk to him about, which actually makes me feel very uncomfortable. Liu Yang didn't say anything else, but his expression remained cold and indifferent. The elevator opened on every floor, and many people squeezed in. Zhu Mingyu pulled her to his side. Be careful not to get stepped on by them. Yeah. She responded casually. Liu Yang glanced at them, then removed his sharp gaze that was as deep as a whirlpool. His cold and serious face showed no emotion. When the elevator reached the 4th floor, Zhu Mingyu was afraid that she wouldn't be able to squeeze out, so he grabbed her wrist and pulled her out from in front of teacher Liu. Liu Yang was about to go out for dinner with his best friend. When he saw how intimate they were, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a bit of coldness, and his aura was so chilling that it was creepy. After getting off work in the afternoon, Ji Wanning went to the supermarket and bought a large bag of various meats, vegetables and fruits on his way back by bicycle. Just before getting off work, the man sent her a message saying that he had an emergency surgery. Ji Wanning prepared dinner and cleaned the house. Since he was sweating, he took a shower. She was wearing a very conservative white short-sleeved cotton nightgown and sitting on the sofa reading a medical book. She waited until almost 9 o'clock when she heard the sound of someone pressing a password outside. She stood up with the book in her hand. You're finally back. The food is cold. Go wash your hands and I'll heat it up and you can eat. Liu Yang glanced at her and replied indifferently, yeah. Ning brought the dishes to the table and waited for several minutes before he came out. He was wearing an iron grey thin nightgown with a wide open neckline that revealed his muscular and strong chest. He had a tall and straight figure, and at this moment, he exuded a masculine aura and danger. Her face flushed slightly and she looked away hastily, feeling inexplicably panicked. Did he seem a little unhappy? Is it because you are too tired from working overtime? I served him some chicken soup and was about to push it across the table when I saw him sitting down next to me tonight. Why don't you sit across from me? Don't you think it's a bit crowded? Convenient. Liu Yang said coldly. Before Ji Wanning could react, he grabbed her arm and pulled her into his arms. She exclaimed, "What are you doing?" He lifted her nightgown with his big hands, leaned close to her ear, and said with a sweet breath, "What do you think?" Ji Wanning's body stiffened immediately, but she couldn't stop trembling. Her pure and fair face flushed. She turned to look at him and grabbed his hand. Come on, eat, I'm hungry. Do it while you eat. Feed me. Liu Yang said in a shockingly deep voice, eager to punish her. Ji Wanning stared at him with eyes wide open. She was indeed shocked by his words. He should not play too wild. He was so cold and serious during the day, and all the female interns, doctors and nurses in the hospital were mesmerized and became mentally retarded. Do they know that this man is so stuffy at night? They definitely won't believe it if I tell them. I don't want to do this at the dining table. Ji Wanning shyly pulled his hand away. Just as she was about to sit back on the chair next to her from his lap, her underwear was suddenly torn by him. She screamed again when he lifted and pushed her. R. Liu Yang. Chapter 34. Do you want to be my lover? Something. His tone was cold, and he managed to multitask to the extreme. He pinched her chin with one hand, lifted it up, and looked down at her tightly furrowed brows. Her pink lips parted slightly, and she exhaled rapidly. Her flushed cheeks revealed traces of pain and desire. HMPH, finish it quickly. Unable to break free, she could only accept her fate, turned her face away shyly, bit her pink lips tightly, and tried her best to endure the discomfort. Liu Yang pinched the back of her neck, bit her lips, and said, I'm afraid not. Be prepared tonight. Wanning paused, raised her hand and hit his broad shoulder. Don't even think about it. I won't cooperate with you. I still have to go to work tomorrow, and if I don't get enough rest, I won't be able to answer your questions, and you'll scold me again. She had been feeling dizzy this morning. The man knew that she had drunk too much last night, so he showed no mercy to her during the ward rounds today. He was very cold and ruthless. Pig, you rest during the day tomorrow and start the night shift tonight. Liu Yang said this without affecting his business at all. A man's brain and lower body really have a clear division of labor. You are the pig. Ning's face flushed. She was afraid of falling, so she had to hold his neck with both arms. When she heard him call her a pig, her mouth reacted faster than her brain. I silently said in my heart, your whole family are pigs. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Yang suddenly pushed her up from his arms, grabbed her shoulders and turned around, asking, do you want to say it again? I was wrong. A fine layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. She gripped the edge of the long dining table tightly with both hands. She gritted her teeth, turned her head slightly to look at him, and admitted her mistake wisely. Did you enjoy your lunch? He asked, suddenly relaxing. I think it's fine. Why are you asking this? Is he crazy? Why is he suddenly asking whether the food in the hospital is delicious? You think it's good? You like it very much, right? Liu Yang raised his eyebrows. Wanning suddenly took a deep breath and looked at the inexplicable man behind her angrily. She was really angry and pushed him away when he wasn't paying attention. Go away, go find another woman. Just as she was about to leave, Liu Yang suddenly pulled her into his arms, held the back of her head with one hand, and kissed her lips fiercely, his Adam's apple moving continuously, and tightened his arms around her slender waist, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. It also shows his possessiveness. More than an hour later, Liu Yang carried the limp woman to the bathroom. Wanning's fair skin was covered with the marks he left. Looking at the ambiguous marks on her body, Liu Yang was very satisfied. Especially the neck. She shyly turned around immediately, with her back to him, not daring to look at his body, nor to let him look at her. She just wanted to rush out quickly, just like last time in the bathroom. Just as she was thinking, a hand suddenly wrapped around her waist, and her back was pressed against a hard body. Liu Yang lowered his head and whispered in her ear, do it again here. I'm hungry. I'm going to have hypoglycemia. Wanning was really afraid of him. He was really hungry. It was already past 10 o'clock and he hadn't had dinner yet. Liu Yang didn't force her. After they finished washing, she quickly wrapped herself in a bath towel and walked out. She went to the restaurant to put on her nightgown, picked up the panties that he had torn on the ground, glanced at the man who had walked out, and said unhappily, if you tear my clothes again, you'll have to pay double the amount. Yeah. He responded indifferently. Her clothes were so rustic, so ugly, and so cheap. He could just tear them all off. Wanning looked at the cold dishes on the table and had to heat them up again. Liu Yang sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, looked at the woman busy in the open kitchen, and asked her, do you want to be my lover? If she is given an identity, she will naturally stay away from Zhu Mingyu, right? Wanning couldn't help but pause, chuckled, and decisively replied with 2 words, no. Letting his ex-girlfriend be his lover? Even if it was impossible to humiliate someone like this, he would humiliate them like this. You can reconsider it. After all, so many people want to enter the operating room. Liu Yang took a deep puff of cigarette, folded his long legs and leaned lazily and coldly on the back of the sofa. You won't abuse your power for personal gain and not let me in even once, right? She asked with a smile. Yes. He uttered a single word. The smile on Wanning's face froze. She held a shovel in one hand and stared at him with her cheeks puffed up. This man was too bullying. He set traps for her one after another and made her fall into them one by one. He'd better pray that she won't turn over in this life. If she does one day, she will definitely let him experience it double. If I had known, I would have shared the apartment with Ju Mingyu. She snorted coldly and continued to heat up the food. When Liu Yang heard her words, he suddenly looked unhappy. You've slept with me, and you still want to live with him. Do you dare to try to have two relationships at the same time? Even if I slept with you, we have nothing to do with each other. Even if I'm in a relationship with Ju Mingyu, it's my freedom. Ji Wanning reasoned with him calmly. Chapter 35. Look, how kind he is. What are you talking about? Liu Yang exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression cold, and his eyes flashed with a sharp cold light as he looked at her. Seeing that he was angry, Guan immediately closed her mouth and curled her lips slightly. Hey, I won't say it again now, what can you do to me? Liu Yang looked at the hint of arrogance on her face, and the veins on the back of his hand jumped. He wanted to go over and punish her. Why did she deserve to be punished? Feeling that his gaze was becoming more and more creepy, she turned her head to look at him, and instantly the hairs on her body stood up. She coughed lightly, quickly put away her arrogance, and called out weakly in a pitiful manner. Hey, Mr. Liu, the food is ready, come and eat. When you are arrogant, just call him by his full name, and when you are pretending to be pitiful, just call him Teacher Liu. Liu Yang snorted coldly, put out the cigarette in his hand, stood up and walked to the restaurant. She put the food on the table. To thank him for his help during the day, she prepared 5 dishes and a soup tonight. She was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment, unlike the man beside her. Abuse public power for personal gain. She had no intention of being his lover. She had no freedom now, and would be suppressed by him in the future. As for entering the operating room, other doctors should be able to bring intern assistants in, right? Come out for lunch with me from now on. Liu Yang sat down next to her and suddenly said. There are so many women who want to be his lover, but this woman is so ungrateful. She used to lick him so much, but now she doesn't, which makes him very uncomfortable. Why? Ji Wanning asked doubtfully. Was he setting a trap for me again? I'm saving you money for food, why are you talking so much nonsense? Next time at noon, just go to the parking lot and wait for me. Serve me some soup. He patted her butt and shouted. I don't like eating with you. I think the cafeteria is pretty good. He was so lazy that he didn't even serve his own soup. She took the soup bowl and filled half of it for him. Just as she finished speaking, he shot her a cold gaze, staring at her blankly without saying a word. A strong sense of oppression came over her again. Guan felt her whole body go numb when he stared at her. Seeing that he didn't look away for a long time, he just kept staring at her, as if he wanted to roll her into a ball and kick her. She turned her neck stiffly, poured herself a bowl of soup, and pretended not to see it. He must have a purpose. I can no longer trust him. The next moment, the man suddenly pushed her against the back of the chair. It gave her a fright. Liu Yang looked at her pretending to be stupid again, staring at her with cold eyes, while a bony finger slid slowly down from her abdomen and asked. Would you like to think it over before you speak? His fingertips seemed to be electrified, stroking along the way, and feeling numb all the way. Ji Wanning sensed where he was stopping, and she immediately grabbed his fingers with a nervous, blushing face. Got it. I'll go to lunch with you at noon. He pinched her pretty cheek, withdrew his hand, picked up the spoon and drank some chicken soup, which tasted very good. Guan rubbed his face, secretly looking at this overbearing man, angry but not daring to speak, but really wanted to beat him up. The next morning, Ji Wanning woke up from her bed in her bedroom. After dinner last night, she was tormented by him twice again. After she begged for mercy in various ways, he stopped. She sat up from the bed, feeling sore and weak all over. She decided to rest during the day and go see her mother. When she was washing up, she looked in the mirror and saw that her neck and body were covered with kiss marks and bruises from kneading. She frowned slightly. I should have left a few for him last night, just to see how he would go to the hospital to see people. Guan said regretfully. She bit him on the neck the night before, and he put 2 band-aids on him. If I bite him a few more times, will he stick to my neck? She muttered curiously. Only after really getting to know him did I realize how sinister he is. How domineering. How stuffy. After washing up, Ji Wanning put on a white shirt with a slightly high collar, a blue mid-length skirt, a pair of white casual shoes, and her long hair was casually draped. She looked youthful and beautiful, and exuded a classical scholarly air. She first called her mother and then walked out of the bedroom. She thought Liu Yang had gone to work, but when she came out and saw him on the sofa, Ji Wanning was startled. "Mr. Liu, why are you at home?" "I can't be at home." "You feel so guilty, are you thinking of having an affair?" Liu Yang, lazily leaning on the back of the sofa with his long legs folded, glanced at the seductively dressed woman and asked. "I should have asked her to get up in the morning to make breakfast, but I didn't call her because I thought she had to work the night shift tonight. Look, how kind-hearted he is. I need to go back to see my mother. Can you eat out with your friends at noon, or order takeout?" Ji Wanning asked in a gentle and flattering tone, standing beside the sofa. "No. Who knows whether she is going to see her mother or Ju Mingyu?" Chapter 36. Your teacher is really young and handsome. Then what do you want to eat? "I'll make it for you now," she asked again. "I don't want to eat now." "So when do you want to eat?" she asked, trying to keep smiling. "I don't know." He put one hand on his knee, tapping it lightly with his long, bony fingers, and lazily watched her utter 3 words. Ji Wanning pursed her lips and looked at him, thinking that he did it on purpose, because he just didn't want her to go out. She stood by the sofa for a long time, and could only walk over, tap his legs, and asked with concern. "Teacher Liu, are you working the night shift tonight as well?" "Yeah." Liu Yang responded. She was quite obedient every time she asked him for help. "Well, you can see that my mother has a forehead injury. If I don't go back to check on her, she will definitely be worried. Can I come back after lunch?" Ji Wanning's tone became a little gentler, coupled with her sweet coquettishness, and her hands were still pinching him vigorously. Liu Yang was satisfied and asked her. "Where does your mother live?" "It's in a residential area near the outskirts of the city, not too far away. It only takes more than an hour by bus. I'll be back after dinner, take a nap in the afternoon, and work the night shift in the evening," Ji Wanning said seriously while massaging his legs. "Don't dawdle outside. You didn't do any exercise last night. Come back early this afternoon to complete the target I gave you." Liu Yang called her in a deep voice. "Okay, then I'm leaving." After she said that, she took her bag and ran away faster than a rabbit, fearing that he would change his mind if she left a second later. Seeing her running so fast, Liu Yang snorted secretly, "Is he the big bad wolf?" In the hospital, in Yin Xiaojie's ward. "Mr. Yin, I'm really sorry. I don't know how that damn girl got to know that man. Look, that man also broke 3 of my ribs." Liu Guoqiang, wearing a hospital gown, stood beside the bed and apologized to him humbly and servilely. "Don't worry, Mr. Yin. I will definitely find a way to send that girl to you, let her apologize to you, and let you have fun with her to your heart's content and vent your anger." Seeing that he had a gloomy face and didn't speak, Liu Guoqiang continued to try to please him. "Can I play now?" Yin Xiaojie lowered his eyes to look at his lower abdomen, angrily grabbed the water cup on the bedside table and smashed it on him, spilling water all over him. Liu Guoqiang did not dare to hide, and comforted him in a humble manner. "Don't worry, Master Yin, it will be fine in 2 months at most." "I can't wait 2 months. I'm going to teach her a lesson now. Humph, if she can't sleep, I won't let her have an easy time either. You figure out a way." Outside the ward door, Qin Lu, who had been standing for a long time, overheard their conversation and couldn't help laughing. She didn't expect Ji Wanning's stepfather to be so bad. He is also in the same group with Mr. Yin, who is quite rich and good-looking. Then let me help them. Squeak. Qin Lu pushed the door open and walked in. Looking at the man sitting on the bed, she said straight to the point, "Mr. Yin, I heard what you said just now. I have a way to make you vent your anger." "What method?" Yin Xiaojie looked at her. He knew that this in turn was interested in him and had been seducing him intentionally or unintentionally. "I'm very familiar with the vice president of this hospital. Ask him to help transfer Ji Wanning to be in charge of you. That woman is on the night shift tonight, so you can vent your anger however you want," Qin Lu said to him with a smile. In order to gain a foothold in the hospital, she finally hooked up with the sluggish deputy director, but she was also very interested in the young and wealthy Mr. Yin, who says she can only cling to one man. As long as they are beneficial to her, she can cling to many men. Do they think they are playing with her? In fact, these men are the fish in her pond. Okay, if it works, you will definitely benefit from it. Yin Xiaoyin smiled and pulled her to sit on the bed. Qin Lu pretended to be shy and said coquettishly, Mr. Yin, don't be like this. There are people standing in the room. Isn't it more exciting? He grinned, wanting to try if he still had any reaction. Fortunately, he had some reaction, but not as strong as before. Qin Lu is very good at acting half-heartedly. Come, let me try. Yin Xiaojie called her. No. Qin Lu felt that he was a little dirty. I'll buy you a car worth 500,000 yuan, do you want it? How could he stay in the hospital for several months without having some fun? He hadn't tried to have sex with a woman in the hospital yet. Qin Lu was instantly moved when she heard his words. This man was really generous. The old man's sponsor was so stingy before that he only gave her something worth tens of thousands of yuan. Liu Guoqiang, who was still standing here, looked at the woman lying on Yin Xiao, swallowed his saliva, and stared at her slender legs, moving up little by little. Buying a car for serving her once. He was so jealous that he wanted to rush over and serve her himself. Humph, one day, I will become a rich man, and these beautiful women will take the initiative to throw themselves into my arms. Noon, Chinese restaurant. Lu Yang and Xiao Yi arrived at this Chinese restaurant. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw Jiyu Wanning and her mother sitting at the table by the window, and Zhu Mingyu. The boy was very servile and picked up food for Jiyu Wanning's mother, and also picked up food for the woman. The three of them were talking and laughing, having a great time like a family. Lu Yang looked at them with deep eyes, and a half-smoked cigarette between his fingertips tightened unconsciously. Xiao Yi got out of his car, followed his best friend's gaze, raised his eyebrows, smiled and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't be upset, you are just playing with her. She is neither your girlfriend nor your lover. In a relationship like yours, you should play with each other and not interfere with each other. Am I unhappy? What happens between her and other men is none of my business. Lu Yang said in a cold voice, put one hand in his trouser pocket, and walked in with a strong aura. Jiyu Wanning suddenly saw the man walking in from the entrance, and his expression was a little unnatural. What's wrong with Wanning? Zhu Mingyu asked her, then looked back and saw Teacher Lu and Dr. Xiao. He felt depressed. Who would like to meet a teacher while having a meal? Wanning, is the man in the dark blue shirt your mentor? Lin Yaji asked. Yeah. She nodded. Your mentor is really young and handsome. He can be the chief of surgery in such a big hospital and supervise interns. He must be very capable. Lin's mother couldn't help but praise her. She didn't suspect at all that her daughter was having an affair with such a high-ranking man. After all, the man was already standing at the top of the pyramid, while her daughter was still crawling on the ground. She felt that the man's eyes were on the top of his head and he would definitely look down on poor people like them. She also doesn't want her daughter to marry someone of higher status and be looked down upon. Since we've met, why not treat your mentor to a meal? He saved you last time, so we should treat him to a meal to express our gratitude. Warning, go and ask him. Mother Lin thought for a moment and said to her daughter. It won't do her any harm to have a good relationship with her superiors. Chapter 37. Tease her, tease her. He likes quietness and definitely won't be willing to sit with us, said Jiyu Wanning. How do you know he likes quietness? You should ask him no matter what, otherwise it would be rude. Go quickly. Lin's mother taught her daughter. Glancing at her mother, she stood up helplessly and greeted her in a tone that was not very familiar. Teacher Lu, you are here to eat too. What a coincidence. Ahem, then Teacher Lu and Dr. Xiao, are you coming over to eat with us? Lu Yang looked at her, paused, and responded coldly, well, let's change to a bigger dining table. After saying that, he walked over to the large round dining table in the middle, and the waiter quickly went over to take the order. Jiyu Wanning didn't expect him to agree and was stunned. You two must take this opportunity to behave well and try to have a good relationship with him. Whether you can continue to stay in the hospital after 3 months has a lot to do with him. Lin Yaji didn't expect that he would agree, and whispered to them that this is a society based on personal relationships. Having good grades alone is useless. I understand, Aunt. Zhu Mingyu was not worried at all about staying in the hospital, but he was worried about Wanning. Teacher Lu had rejected her last time. The fact that she was able to come in again must be that the dean had a talk with Teacher Lu for the sake of her father. Otherwise, how could Teacher Lu be convinced by her few words? Ju Mingyu always thought that she had no background or identity and was only a bachelor's degree holder. Seeing that they were all young people, Lin Yaji thought they might not feel comfortable if she went over, so she transferred 1,000 renminbi to her daughter, told her to pay the bill, and then left. Ji Wanning confiscated her mother's money and walked to the big dining table. Ju Mingyu deliberately gave her the seat next to Teacher Lu and pressed her shoulders lightly with his hands. Liu Yang looked at the little movements between the two of them, his eyes darkened slightly. He raised his hand, ready to take the teapot to pour water. Ju Mingyu, who knew how to socialize, immediately nudged the woman sitting next to him and signaled her to take the teapot with his eyes. Ji Wanning looked at the two men, feeling tormented, but had to pretend that she was unfamiliar with Liu Yang. She stood up and took the teapot from his hand. "Teacher Lu, I'll pour it for you." Liu Yang loosened his hand, raised his eyelids and glanced at her, and asked casually, "Are you two meeting your parents so soon?" "Teacher Lu, we are just good friends. We are not in a relationship. Isn't it normal to have a meal with a good friend's mother?" Ju Mingyu immediately explained that he didn't dare to confess his feelings to Wanning now and would wait 3 months before talking about it. Ji Wanning poured him some water, and then poured some for Dr. Xiao. As soon as he sat down, a hand suddenly fell on his thigh, pinching it lightly and heavily. The tablecloth of the round table was very long, just enough to cover their legs, and they were sitting so close that it was difficult for outsiders to see them. Or cough. Ji Wanning's fair face suddenly turned pink, and she immediately turned to look at the bad man, but saw that he looked very cold and calm, and asked seriously, "Why are you blushing? Did you lie?" When he said this, he suddenly increased his strength. "Didn't she say she was going home to see her mother? Are you bringing a man to meet your mother?" "Ahem. I lied, I just feel a little hot." She took a deep breath silently, trying her best to endure the intense feeling of itchiness and pain. "Does he really have to embarrass me now?" One hand reached down, trying to pull his hand away, but it was of no use. Ju Mingyu was called by his mother, who said she wanted to thank him for the gift last time and send her back. "It's not like I called him here." Xiao Yi watched the performance of the three of them, his adrenaline soaring with excitement. One man kept giving the girl hints with his eyes, and the other man's hands were not honest under the table. He really wanted to know what the woman sitting in the middle felt. "Teacher Lu, we are really not in a relationship. There is no need to lie." Seeing that her face really turned red, Ju Mingyu thought that Wanning also liked him, so he felt guilty. He was silently delighted. Liu Yang didn't say anything else. He took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his trouser pocket with his other hand, took out a cigarette with one hand and put it in his mouth. Ju Mingyu immediately touched her again and signaled her with his eyes to light a cigarette. Ji Wanning glanced at him and frowned, and Ju Mingyu poked her lightly again. She had no choice but to cooperate and pick up the lighter, light it, hold the jumping flame in one hand, and turn her body to him, "Teacher Lu." Liu Yang looked at the glances and touches between the two of them, his eyes darkened a little, and the hand on her leg suddenly pinched hard. "R." Hiss. She couldn't help but scream out. She took a breath of cold air, and cold sweat broke out on her body. The nerves in the legs are the most sensitive and also the least susceptible to pain. She gritted her teeth and glanced at the culprit, but had to endure it. "Warning, what's wrong with you?" Ju Mingyu asked with concern. "No, it's okay. The flame accidentally burned my hand." She made an excuse. "Let me see," worried that she was injured. Ji Wanning was about to take her hand to check, but she quickly moved her hand away and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'm thick-skinned." She realized that Liu Yang just couldn't stand seeing Ju Mingyu having any communication with her. After saying that, she lit the lighter again and handed a cigarette to someone. Liu Yang looked at her deeply, took a puff, and exhaled a puff of swirling smoke. He folded his long legs very seriously, leaned on the back of the chair and smoked a cigarette, but his hands were not honest, and he lifted up her skirt little by little. "I just want to tease her in front of the man she likes!" Exclamation point. Wanning immediately bit her lower lip, her face began to turn red again, she took a deep breath silently, her fingertips trembled slightly due to numbness, her legs were tightly pressed together, she wanted to hide but couldn't, her heart was pounding. I had to straighten my back and press my chest against the dining table to block the excessive hands of someone below. I was afraid of being seen by others, so I tried hard to control my expression. She put her hand down again, trying to pull out his evil hand, but his fingers suddenly pushed deeper and harder. Wanning took another breath and bit her lips tightly. Are you not feeling well? Liu Yang looked at her, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked seriously. No, no. Ning listened to his double entendre words, turned to look at him, feeling very ashamed, but she had to answer, and silently pulled his hand again. What does no mean? Are you comfortable or uncomfortable? He took a puff of cigarette, curled his lips slightly, and asked again deliberately. She really wanted to kick this man away. Why is he so bad? Do you have to answer such embarrassing questions in public? Comfortable. Wanning lowered his head slightly, his face turned even redder. He tried his best to endure the numbness and annoyance. His 10 toes were almost digging out a viller. He gritted his teeth and replied with 2 words. Xiaoyi looked at the two of them and almost spit out a mouthful of tea. How could Liu Yang, this old man, be so close to this girl? There are countless women who like him, but he has never looked at anyone directly. Chapter 38. Dr. Liu is very possessive. Ning, what's wrong with you? Why is your face red again? Zhu Mingyu raised his hand and touched her forehead. She didn't have a fever. Was she very afraid of Teacher Liu and was she nervous? That should be the case. She seems uncomfortable sitting next to Teacher Liu. I'm fine. She turned her head to look at him, coughed lightly and shook her head. Just as she finished speaking, he suddenly pinched her thigh again. She bit her lip and kicked him angrily. The man seemed to have sensed something and immediately moved his legs away. At this time, the waiters served the dishes one after another. Liu Yang withdrew his hand. Wanning turned his head to look at him, suppressed his anger, and silently breathed a sigh of relief. When the meal was almost over, Wanning immediately went to the service desk to pay the bill. The total bill for the 2 tables was more than 1,200 yuan. Zhu Mingyu saw her go to the service desk, picked up his phone, and transferred 2,000 to her on WeChat, warning, take the money, I'll treat you to this meal. Hearing the sound of a message on her phone, she opened WeChat and quickly typed, no, it's my turn to treat you. Although she is thrifty and a bit stingy with money, she will still spend money when it is necessary. Liu Yang glanced at the interaction between her and Zhu Mingyu, his expression uncontrollably cold. He only now realized that he had underestimated the feelings between her and that man. It's only been 2 years since we broke up, and she's already fallen in love with another man so quickly. Is her new love as good as she is? Is her new love as handsome as she is? After finishing the meal, as they walked out of the restaurant, Liu Yang deliberately called out in front of her new love, get in the car, I'll take you home. No, I can just take the bus back. Thank you, Teacher Liu. Afraid that Zhu Mingyu would be suspicious, she refused, then looked at Xiao Yi and waved politely, goodbye, Dr. Xiao. After saying that, she looked at Zhu Mingyu, waved to him, and quickly walked to the bus stop not far away. Zhu Mingyu didn't dare let her ride in his car, for fear that Teacher Liu would become suspicious. More than half an hour later. When Wanning got home, the man was already sitting on the sofa watching TV. He looked cold and silent, like an ice sculpture, and he didn't even look at her. She walked from the door to the middle of the living room, wondering whether she should ignore him or explain to him. But when she thought of how he embarrassed her in the restaurant, she became angry and didn't want to pay attention to him. Come here. Liu Yang looked at her sneaky and chubby appearance and knew that she wanted to escape back to their house, and she even refused to get in her car for that boy. Ning paused and had to walk over. She stopped 3 steps away from him and was suddenly pulled by his long arms. She screamed and threw herself on him. Just as she was about to get up, he grabbed her hands with lightning speed and held her behind her back. She sat astride his arms, with her hands restrained by him. This posture was really ambiguous. What do you want to do now? Didn't you bully me enough in the restaurant? She struggled with her hands and asked angrily. Didn't you say it was very comfortable? How can you call it bullying if you're comfortable? Liu Yang asked back. When Wanning heard his words, her thin face turned red again. It was good for her to be questioned by him. Are you two timing? Sleeping with me while hooking up with Zhu Mingyu? Liu Yang asked coldly, squeezing her hand tighter. I don't want to sleep with you. She is also a person with a strong self-esteem and doesn't like to be a substitute for others. She does have a very good impression of Zhu Mingyu, but she also knows that her background and status are not worthy of him, so she won't try to marry someone above her station. When Liu Yang heard her words, his eyes darkened a little, and he felt a sense of discomfort inexplicably in his heart. The hands that were holding her hands tightened uncontrollably. Ji Wanning felt the pain and struggled with her hands again. "Let go, you're pinching me." Liu Yang suddenly let go of her hands and pushed her away from his arms. He suddenly became unattainable and cold, just like the coldness he had in the hospital. He stood up and left the apartment without saying another word to her. Bang! The door suddenly slammed shut, causing the door frame to tremble a few times, which also startled Ji Wanning's heart. Sitting up from the sofa, I looked at his angry and indifferent back, frowned slightly, and thought, forget it, it would be better to keep some distance from him. Wouldn't it be nice to just be his babysitter? In the afternoon, around 5:30. When Ji Wanning arrived at the hospital and was handing over to a resident doctor named Wang, she suddenly saw the medical records of wards 2002 and 2004. She asked in confusion. Dr. Wang, Aunt Qin Lu and Li Wen in charge of the patients in these two wards. The people in these two wards are Yin Xiaojie and her stepfather. The vice president called personally and asked to transfer the patients in these two wards to you. I don't know the specific reason. The examinations and medications they underwent today are all written in the medical records. You can take a look for yourself. Dr. Wang said to her. Okay. She could only agree. Would the vice president personally call to take care of such a trivial matter? Was the man surnamed Yin familiar with the vice president? We can only be careful of the guy named Yin. After completing the handover, she ran into Liu Yang, who was coming out of the ward in the corridor. He was wearing a white coat and had a serious face. He just glanced at her and strode past her, as indifferent as if he didn't know her. Xiao Yi, who was standing not far away, shuddered when he saw him. Didn't he say he didn't care? Why was he still so angry? Are you so possessive just for fun? Xiao Yi walked up to Ji Wanning and asked with a smile, after lunch, didn't you go to coax him? No, I'm not his lover. It's my freedom to eat with whomever I want. She looked around and whispered. She felt that except for the sex they had no relationship now. With your attitude, I'm afraid you don't want to stay in the hospital for regular training, right? You have so many competitors, all of whom are graduate students and doctoral students. Even if you are good at your profession, you have no advantage at all. Without a background, even if you rank first, the hospital will directly dismiss you because of your academic qualifications. This happens every year. Just look around, is there a doctor with a bachelor's degree in our hospital? He kindly reminded her because she looked like Jiang Ying. After all. When Ji Wanning heard his words, her brows knitted tightly together. Academic qualifications, regular training, this society is really realistic. With her excellent grades, she would have no problem getting a PhD, but because she wanted to make money early and get away from her stepfather, was she making the wrong choice? Xiao Yi patted her shoulder and left without saying anything else. Nowadays, hospitals are very strict about academic qualifications, especially large hospitals like theirs in first-tier cities. Guan let out a sigh of relief in her heart, to please him. It must be hard for him to talk to her now. It would be really embarrassing to flatter her so soon. Let us talk about it later. She took the patient's medical records to the lounge, where many interns were sitting. They had nothing to do and were chatting animatedly about the patient's gossip. Qin Lu was also here. She glanced at Guan and curled her lips slightly. It was still early, so Mr. Yin would probably come to see her later, right? At this time, Liu Yang's assistant suddenly came in and asked everyone, is the night shift very leisurely? The night shift has less work than the day shift. We've been working like sluts for 4 days, so don't you let us take a break, said an intern.